For me, it was important to come to New York. Even as a young child, maybe 16, 17, I knew I wanted to come to New York and do something great.
New York.
So
For
even
me,
as a
it's
young child, it's about just encouraging others, uplifting. I cried seeing the Brooklyn Bridge this morning over the queue in the fog. It was just a very beautiful moment seeing the flag up there. So you want your work to reflect that pride, that sense of I'm doing the best I can with what I have. Every day I like to come out and just do my best, and if I can make somebody smile, you know, boom, there it is. HHNY, that's the hashtag to remember. Have I found my place? You know, people come up to me and they ask me, are you Hanshar, HHNY? And that's an honor, so that's something I have to uphold. It's like a shield, and I always have to act honorable, and you know, I have my private life and my foibles, but generally I want to be upbeat, and that person walking by, I want to just inspire them a little bit. Right now, I'm building a grassroots, and for me, it's one day at a time, just trying to edify my community and uplift others. I love you, Brooklyn. Stay real, stay up. Peace.
Many times when people act, it's to change a policy. People may organize and lobby for a change in the criminal justice system and a change in politics, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But then there's the other side, which is there's a need right now of people in jail, and there's a surplus of books that people don't read that they are donating for free or throwing away. And it's just a very simple, immediate way of connecting the people who need the books, who want the books, with the books.
In a way, it's a very narrow project. It's to send books to prisoners. Everyone involved, myself included, we do our own politics, but regarding prison issues, but outside of the group, because everyone has a little bit of different take about the system and what should change or not change. But we do a very narrow thing, which is send books to prisoners.
It ultimately feels very satisfying because political change can be very, very slow. And this is a way of individually getting people something they want. You would hope that beyond just giving them a way of passing the time, if you believe in literature, if you believe in books, if you believe in education and knowledge, then you know, you believe that some of these books have the power to transform people and the way they see the world.
The library here, they only have a limited amount of books, and a lot of the books that they provide are not really, in my eyes, is not acceptable for me, because I need to expand my mind, and so do other individuals.
Sure, do you have it still?
A letter arrives from an individual prisoner, a person who's incarcerated, and first thing we look at for what they're asking for. We make sure it's something that we're able to do, make sure it's a facility we're allowed to send into. We have letters that we get from people who are incarcerated. Books generally get passed around. If we send one good book to someone, the chances are that it's being passed around to many people. It's something that benefits more people than just the direct one person. Even though the letter comes from one person, sometimes they'll give a precise title they want, other times they'll give a genre of a book.
There are sometimes some really specific things, like somebody asked me for a book on poultry farming, and we happened to have one. It was the most amazing moment.
Yeah, with stuff like that, if we don't have it, we will try to contact other networks or use Book Mooch, which is this book trading website. You found a book on poultry farming?
I took a photo of it. I was so excited.
Whoa.
I was talking.
That's probably what that's probably their work.
we work by donations of books, so we generally cannot send the precise title, but we try and get as close to what the person is requesting.
Dictionaries are our #1 requested item.
A lot of people are asking for like medieval studies, classics, African American studies, dictionaries.
African American history, a lot. Indigenous studies, we get a lot. Educational requests, jury, math books, whole variety.
Books through bars, dear friend, I would like to see if you can help me with a pop-up book. Please, I try to do it the best I can. I know you'll help me learn something. I know you help prisoners with books we can use for us. Keep our minds busy. God bless you. That's, I think, probably the first time we've gotten a request for one.
Yeah, that's the first time I've ever received one.
Also the first time I've ever gotten a pop-up letter.
Yeah, no, that's the most incredible letter, artistically that I have seen. We get art sometimes, but that one is very impressive.
Well, I'd say we at least clear 200 or 300 packages a month, and the average package has 2 books. So I'd say 600 books a month.
It's extremely important, and I encourage anybody in prison to read not hood books, but really like educational books, because education is the key to success, especially in a place like this. If you don't read, and not just books, but everything pertaining to law and correctional law, period, you can get totally jammed up. I love and I respect books behind bars. I have received a few books myself, and it was very informative. I've read Bruce Wright, the judge that they nicknamed Cut 'em Loose Bruce, because he saw the abuse with people of color as far as being excessively sentenced or wrongly convicted, and he was a judge. And so when he saw that it was BS, he was, dismissing it. And so I read that. I read books on Malcolm X.
We are motivated by the word, all right, by words. Words are important. Words are motivating and can be inspiring, all right? And naturally, it's important for us to commit ourselves to understanding of the language, right? And also the necessity of using words as a form of motivation and inspiration.
I'm pro-black, so I read about my history. I want to read true stuff, and I read biblical stuff as long as it's, the truth. I'm not with that white savior talk. I think that everybody that have a chance to read any kind of books that's educational, they should read it.
At the bodega, you don't have to settle for an egg and cheese on a roll or a bag of chips.
We'll grab 2 cans of chickpeas at $1.39 each.
You can eat good and cheap if you know what to look for.
I think we probably need 2 of these, yeah.
Leanne Brown wrote the book on good and cheap, and she's got a lot to say about sourcing healthy ingredients, even when your resources are looking a little thin.
How easily can you access food, and particularly fresh food?
For Danny and Andrea, the lean times have meant relying on government assistance.
EBT is kind of like one of the few bright points of being homeless, because at the end of the day, you know that you have food.
It's all about how frugality, plus a large dollop of creativity, ends up being a go-to recipe. There's really only one recipe at Jaffa Deli, and it's a neighborhood treasure.
When I come in, they just know hot wings and fries. That's all I get.
For decades, it's what everyone's ordered at Jaffa.
The chicken is so good over here, it make you want to smack your mama.
This week, the people and the stories on the menu at the bodega. No carbs, no sugar. J-Lo challenged me and I accepted. 2 boiled eggs for breakfast, salad with a can of sardines for lunch, egg whites with spinach for dinner. No Cheez-Its at my desk, peanut M&Ms before the gym, or booze at any time. Cutting out carbs may shrink J-Lo's waistline, but it can also expand your mind if you think about the luxury of excluding food to ready for swimsuit season. Food insecurity is the disruption of food intake or eating patterns because of lack of money or other resources. Not knowing where your next meal is coming from is a reality for over 1 million New York City residents who don't weigh their rice and beans dinner against fitting into their skinny jeans. 1.2 million people in the city that gave the world Nathan's hot dogs, Junior's cheesecake, and Pizza Rat, for God's sake, going to bed hungry. Our city's food insecurity rate is 12% higher than the national average. And you'll really lose your appetite when you learn that in 2018, 34% of food pantries and kitchens in New York City were forced to reduce their portion size, limit hours of operation, or turn people away due to lack of resources. But there are dedicated people fighting against food insecurity on multiple fronts, creating spaces that foster community and fill bellies, sharing how to sustain deliciously on a few dollars a day with ingredients from La Bodega, and breaking the stigma of EBT and the supremacy of the egg and cheese. It's all food for thought as we go in on Eats.
Best-selling cookbook author Leanne, welcome to our bodega. You come in?
It's good.
So,
I think we're gonna be making like a chana masala today, which is basically like a curried chickpea. So basically, these dried beans, lentils are a much better value if you have the time to spend on them. And so it can be something, it can seem like, oh my God, 2-3 hours to boil these beans, but it's something that can just kind of go on in the background, despite having had this mini lecture that we probably should get canned, so that we can just have them ready to go, because I don't have a pot of already cooked chickpeas at home right now.
So chickpeas, a recipe is emerging. We'll grab 2 cans of chickpeas at $1.39 each. So where did the idea for good and cheap come from?
It was actually my thesis project for my master's degree at NYU. And I really just thought something like this should exist. I think that sort of budget cookbooks, at least at the time, and I mean I still think that, are just like it's really an underserved audience. You know, there's this attitude of like, you get what you get, and I just thought like, man, I know how to cook, and I know that it's really, really inexpensive to cook delicious food, and that that's accessible. And so I just wanted to create something that looked and felt as beautiful as any of the other gorgeous cookbooks out there, but just happened to be sort of inexpensive.
Do we need one or two?
I think we probably need 2 of these, yeah.
Okay. So what is the strategy walking through the door when you come into a place that's
I usually
local?
try to have some kind of a plan, like at least a loose plan, but with like the flexibility of sort of knowing, oh, we have coconut milk, that's always nice.
Some oranges.
Okay, so we're definitely going to want some onions and garlic.
A bag of onions, sure you the whole bag.
Yeah, I think that would be fine. But yeah, I think that's all we're going to need today. Yeah. Oh, we have big avocados.
Oh, yeah, I see a Mexican avocado. This one still has the tree on it.
Mm-hmm.
Do we need anything else, or we're good to go? All right, Nelson, ring us up. Be kind.
Never know.
Okay, 1413. Gracias, señor.
So we're gonna make the chana masala now.
Yes, we're on the other side.
Here we go. I'm gonna see how easy this is. So we'll start with chopping some onions.
What is the proper term to describe the situation in a lot of Brooklyn communities where they just
don't have access?
Yeah.
Well, it depends who you talk to. I mean, I think, yeah, from an academic perspective, I think it's still, food desert is sort of a useful term, meaning, and it changes, it's changed over the years. I think it comes down to you don't necessarily have access within, I think it's usually about like 15 to 20 minutes of your home, whether that's in a community like ours, it would be walking distance. In a more rural community, it might be driving distance. Yeah. It depends on the community, but it's sort of about how easily can you access food, and particularly fresh food. Yeah. Some type of fresh food. The thing about this project is like I don't think anyone should have to eat on $4 a day. I think that sucks, to be honest. Yeah. Like if it were up to me, it would be a totally different number. But it is a reality for so many people, and so given that reality, you know, what can we do to sort of to be empowered in that situation? I think it's like learn how to cook and become comfortable and become flexible. Have a few recipes that you really know well. That you can get most of the ingredients for, and you're sort of better set up.
So for people who are living life, going to the bodega where they get the majority of their food, what is a basic thing? Because a lot of people have never even heard of like a chana masala kind of thing.
Yeah, right.
You put chickpeas.
Well, so it's like curried
or
chickpeas, or I think lentils and beans and those kinds of things are a really, really great place to start and sort of become comfortable, because they're a great source of protein. Right. They're a really nice sort of center of a meal. A lot of the recipes in Good and Cheap are sort of by necessity and because I think it's fun and it creates variety. They're vegetarian because meat is fairly expensive. Yeah. And it's not that you have to live completely without meat or anything, but when it's the absolute center of every meal, it's going to be more expensive. So we have onion and garlic here, and then so these aren't usually things you can get at the bodega, spices, but if you have a regular grocery store anywhere near you, or any sort of like ethnic market, usually there's some good spice deals. And again, if you're missing one of these, it's okay. So this is about, I think that's like
a pound of
tablespoon.
butter.
It's not a pound of butter. It's like a tablespoon, maybe a little bit more, and let that melt. And then, yes, we're going to add the cumin seeds.
Could I use that big tub of margarine that my grandma used to make?
You definitely
can. So it's not like a fancy thing to...
You for sure can. So now we're going to, I have the exact measurements in the recipe, but I usually just kind of go like that. So about like that. Yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah, there. Can you smell it? The cumin. Boom. And so now we're going to add all this onion. And I'm going to turn up the heat a little bit now.
Yeah. Now I can really smell it. The cumin, the onion, and the butter.
if we look at that bodega, all of the cheapest stuff was the stuff that had the least done to it. You know, the rice, it's uncooked, the dried beans, like the more sort of whole and basic the food, the less expensive it was for the most part.
Right.
Things that have something down to it, even the canned tomatoes,
we're
are a little more expensive because they have, you know, because they have that roasted garlic in them already. These are sort of a fancier kind, and so anything like that is going to cost more. And so if you can sort of get comfortable with things at their most basic level and know how to bring them together in really simple ways, you can get by, and you can actually have food that you really enjoy. There's our timer. I think that's the rice saying might be close to ready.
Wow.
It's looking fluffy.
Look at that rice.
All right. And how much of that garlic do you want to add? All of it? Okay, do it.
All
Do it.
of the garlic. Bam! Is that show still on the air? Is Emerald alive?
So now we're going to add a little bit of, I like to use this. This isn't essential, but I really love smoked paprika. It just adds a little bit, obviously, beautiful color and a sort of smoky note. I love to just keep it because I do a lot of vegetarian cooking. It adds a smoky element that you can't get that easily without meat and turmeric. And so we're going to add quite a lot of this. The coriander, I think like a full tablespoon, maybe a little bit less. But yeah, it's really a spice heavy dish. But it's because we're using such simple ingredients other than that, so you want that flavor and the beautiful turmeric. Gorgeous color. Look at that. We've got our red, brown, and yellow. So just dump that in.
Oddly enough, it smells like there's bacon cooking. Do you get that?
It's because of the paprika.
Chickies.
Chickpeas.
So these are gonna lay in wait.
Lay in wait, exactly.
Ooh, the spice hit me at the end.
Yeah. Just a little bit.
Yeah, not in a bad way. It got all smoky and...
I would add maybe just like a cup or so of water usually, but since we got it, coconut milk. Yeah. Great. And so now we'll just kind of let that simmer until it thickens up a bit and all the flavors kind of melt together, and we will be done. This is looking incredible. Can you see how the oil from the coconut is starting to separate a little bit? Delicious.
This is the fruits of our labor.
Yeah.
A steaming pile.
And we got the addition of the egg from your pocket.
I never go anywhere without a boiled egg. Everyone who knows me.
Really like.
So I never go anywhere without a
We
boiled
both
egg.
added something to this dish.
So that is a thing. So I'm looking at this. There's the two of us. We also have two crew members here who are enjoying some Chinese.
And we still have leftovers.
And there's
for
still
at least
a
two more.
honking pot. So our total when we left Nelson's today was about $14 that we paid.
Pretty good.
And this is gonna feed 4 people at least twice.
Yeah.
And we've still got onions and garlic to boot.
Like $1.75 a person. And yeah, and we still have onions and garlic left over. I really like the coconut. That was a great addition.
That was our splurge. And we
Garlic
were still under 15.
extravaganza plus coconut.
It's really good.
I love it.
We are at 462 Halsey Community Farm on a lovely early spring day.
Yes.
How does this intersect with your professional life, Ray?
What I've come to realize is that the need for food access in the community was a great one, and to have varied sources of food in the community was definitely needed. And so even though there's a bodega there are grocery stores all around, there's not a lot of available fresh produce in the area. If people need to eat more fresh fruits and vegetables, then we need to look at what people have historically called alternative food economies in order to do that. A community garden, farm stands, farmers markets. A year-round farmers market would be so great in this community. East New York, for example, has over 65 community gardens.
Yeah.
People thought, well, the government's not looking out for us. Our leaders aren't really looking out for us.
Right.
we have to do for self.
So they took something that was at best benign neglect
Exactly.
and turned it into a community resource,
Exactly.
like where we're standing right now.
Exactly. What I do in my position is look at the way that the communities have resisted against that and created something new.
I love that historical perspective, because some people might take a less informed view and say, oh, this is something that they made up, or this is created, or even look at it as a sign of gentrification through some lenses.
Right.
But this is historically what people have done if you
Absolutely.
take the long view. This
Absolutely.
is not something new.
We found an article in 1908 in the Brooklyn Eagle that talked about a cooperative grocery organized by the Negroes, it said. And, you know, that was an example of how Black people were organizing for better food in the community and historically have been doing that. And so we organize from that perspective, that cooperatives are not an exercise of a gentrified community where gentrifiers want to respond to the lack of food in the community, that Black communities have been thinking about different ways to organize to get better food in the community, and this is just another one of them.
So I'm from Fort Myers, Florida. I was fully out since I was 15. So I was like, girl, Sister Honey Mary, like nothing's gonna hold me back. I basically knew when I became an adult at 18 that I would have to provide for myself. And I felt like the EBT program was a way for me to eat. I was renting a room with a trans couple, and they kind of took me in, let me stay there and pay rent. And that's sort of how I first got EBT, and I got acclimated to the system. They had a 3-month-old daughter, and like they were just struggling to make ends meet, and 8 months had gone by, and I was sustaining myself, but I was slowly like running out of options as far as like career. How am I gonna live? You know, my mother had passed away like 4 months earlier, and it was just a lot. So for me, I knew that the opportunity wasn't really where I was. It was in a bigger city. And you know how they say, follow the money. So I did. Cross country. I love New York. Always fell in love with the idea of New York, the fact that you could be a rebel. Like, they have such a mix of people here. For the most part, I was on the Upper West Side. There's a shelter there that I stayed at until I got my apartment. But I was pounding the pavement. I was doing the best I could. EBT is kind of like one of the few bright points of being homeless, because at the end of the day, you know that you have food. You know that you have something to barter. A lot of people barter with food stamps, and it sort of got me out of a few rough patches because I just didn't have enough on me when I first started, and I had suitcases, and like you have to pay for a train metro. You have to make every appointment. You have to run around the city and like exhaust yourself and then try to eat in the meantime. EBT, it's sort of like a debit card that only certain places accept, like delis, grocery stores, and as of recently, farmers markets. To receive EBT benefits, you have to qualify for SNAP, which is the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. In New York City, the max amount one person can receive is $192 a month. The income caps for SNAP eligibility in New York are strict. For a single person to qualify, they need to make under $16K a year. This can create challenges for people when they're choosing their work, not wanting to make too much and lose their eligibility. When I was homeless, I would have to get jobs that were off the books so I could keep my benefits. It became more and more difficult to make ends meet. I will say that maybe like 6 out of 10 people that I knew that were on EBT that were trans women were also doing sex work. Sometimes my roommate in the Bronx needed like 20, 30 bucks if she was short, and she had EBT too, but we would spot each other when we needed to. So that's kind of how we got by for a lot of it. Because we were doing sex work, so it's like, if a date doesn't come or if a date like backs out, you still have to eat, like you still have to do what you gotta do, like. When I was living in the Bronx, I met this beautiful girl who was a friend of a friend. I'd never heard of her before, or at least as far as I knew. I was like, Andrea, like, who is that? I could pretty much already tell that like we were gonna probably like each other. We started living together about a year ago. Andrea and me were just trying to figure it out, like figure it all out, figure out living together, figure out holding down jobs. I was applying for SSI, so like things were tough. I basically relied on EBT throughout all last winter because it was so hard to try and like manage like a monthly food budget when everything is so expensive and like only one of you works. It's even harder, I think, managing as a couple. So I took what I didn't use and I would definitely like cook meals for us. Because either way, when it's your family, you understand you can't really afford to go without. I haven't lived here that long, but I do love Brooklyn in the sense that there's way closer options. It wasn't all big chain supermarkets. You know, you have co-ops, you have obviously like Food Bazaar. Having lived it as a kid, I sort of learned how to like make things stretch. Obviously pasta is one thing, a lot of pasta, a lot of rice and beans. What else? Breakfast burritos. Huge fan of breakfast burritos. I would definitely say stick to the basics as much as possible. I think you'll sustain yourself more if you have a lot of smaller meals rather than like, I'm gonna sit down at a table and have lunch, because who has time for that? Usually most people are working, you know. This is a city where anything can happen, and I shudder at the thought to think of like anything that could happen or a complication, and then we're surviving on EBT for a while again, you know? And we've kind of gotten to the point where we have been able to take care of ourselves and we have a system down. But it is so easy to fall off that horse, and it's easy to lose it.
Instinctually, I'm like trying to catch the crumbs, and then it sort of became like hero worship in a way, where I felt very Grecian because I'm like beholding the bowl to the queen.
Thank you. I'm gonna. You know, these aren't half bad. No, they're really good. You're the best.
How could a supermarket or more supermarkets not be the answer if there's food apartheid? It seems like a supermarket is the answer.
It would seem as if it is, but I would say close to 80% of the food in a supermarket are processed. The outer aisles of a supermarket, that's where all the fresh fruits and vegetables and the dairy is. So it's not, you're not incentivized to buy those things. Yeah. So if we're talking about something that's responding to public health issues such as obesity, diabetes, you know, any diet-related illnesses, supermarkets tend not to be the answers because they aren't incentivized to sell you those produce. In fact, fresh fruits and vegetables are called specialty items. They're not incentivized even by the government. They're not subsidized by the government. And so the things that are subsidized by the government are corn and soy and wheat, you know, things that make it into the processed food. So from the very top to the very small, our food system is broken.
chicken is so good over here. I mean, you make you want to smack your mama. It's good. I'm telling you, the chicken is good. I'm not joking. You know, been coming here since I was a kid here. You know, I live around here. You know, and this is the best one where they got the best chicken. I don't know how they got it so good like that, but it's their special ingredient. It's the best chicken. You gotta try it. You gonna like it.
I am a regular at Young Place. The food is good. They're known for their chicken, and it's right around the corner from where I live. They know my order because at least once a week, I've come in and ordered the same thing, so they know automatically when I come in.
I mean, it stand out for me because it's like right next to the train station, so it's like right here. Quick stop before work, get a little something to drink or something.
As soon as we get out, come straight over here, grab something, head over to work. On the way to the train, last minute, pull up right here, grab what you need. They got some good chicken, Most of the time, I look if it's clean, the hospitality, you know, not, you know, cutting their eye at us, looking in there like we about to steal something.
Perfect service.
Everything good over here.
My favorite thing for me is the hot wings. So the hot wings or like the sandwiches is really good. And the chicken. When I come in, they just know hot wings and fries. That's all I get. And blue and ranch. The vibe in here, like it's just not like every other bodega. Like it's more like family.
I've been coming here at least 30 years. Ever since they've been here. I've been in the neighborhood 54 years. You know the old man? That's my man. Everybody that have been polite and good with me. I can only speak for myself. So they're just fine with me. I guess I can say it like this. They fried chicken!
To catch past episodes, visit us on the web at youtube.com/BRIC TV. Bye now.
Watch BronxNet on BRIC TV. Tune into the second and fourth Sunday of each month at 8 p.m. Catch the latest in news, arts, entertainment, culture, health education, and more. Straight from the Boogie Down Bronx. BronxNet on BRIC TV, the second and fourth Sunday of each month at 8 p.m. right here on BRIC TV.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When you dream, dream slow. Take the time to let dreams grow. Just dream, just dream, just dream.
From the beginning, I always knew that if I want to do my journalistic work, there is always chance to get arrested, to be in prison. anybody actually taking this kind of job in Iran kind of understand the risk.
After the Iranian government shut down many of the newspapers and magazines there, reporters turned to the internet, blogging to expose oppression in their nation. Ruzba Amir Ibrahimi is one of them. He was arrested in 2004 and held for 2 months, handcuffed and blindfolded.
There was a case in Iran, and the case was actually Zahra Kazemi that I was trying to cover. That was the main reason that I got arrested.
Broken bones, bruises, and other traumas. A litany of injuries suffered by Zahra Kazemi.
Kazemi, an Iranian-born photographer, was arrested and accused of spying after taking pictures of a Tehran prison in June 2003. 11 days later, she was dead.
The Iranian government today finally admitted they beat an international journalist to death. She was in Tehran covering protests by students demanding reforms.
During this period, the intelligence service and the judiciary became very sensitive about this issue and my work.
What did they accuse you of doing?
For example, acting against national security. This is same for everybody in Iran. And other things, publication of falsehoods.
They were actually digging to my life to find out what kind of the thing they can find out and to create a prison time for me. Is it worse? Is it not worse? Is it worse to stay at prison for 15 years and you are spending a lot of time in a solitary confinement, which itself is actually torture. These new things happening in the last few months in the US reminded me exactly the same. The new administration and new president approach to the media or to independency of the media is almost the same, because anything he doesn't like, he says, it's fake.
Mr. President-elect, can you give us a question? You're attacking us. Can you give us a question? You are fake news.
Fighting with media, I guess, the very, very negative and dangerous signal. That's the beginning of dictatorship.
They are the enemy of the people.
Am I worried being journalist in the US? I experienced much more worse situation than. My experience maybe could help somebody.
I always said, when people have soul, they know you are humans like them. You really don't need to ask. As a nanny, the first job that shocked me that they didn't realize they're having a human to take care of her children. There was no food in the fridge. And when they asked me, how much should I give you? I say, how much do you think is fair for me? She goes, $20. I say, it's fine, leave that $20 there. She was giving me $20 a week for me to eat. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, breakfast, lunch, and dinner for $20. My parents never worked 360 days for me to bail, food, love, nothing to anyone, that I didn't mind. I didn't even have a chance to have lunch, even a glass of water. And they don't care because they're thinking we're machines, we're robots. We don't pee, we don't poo, we don't eat, we don't rest. And I don't like it when people tell me you're part of the family, you're part of the family. That's only from the tits out. Because if I said tomorrow I'm sick, they won't tell me, oh, I will pay you rent.
That won't fall off though, it wouldn't tilt. The last time it happened, I had to go to the emergency room because my ears pain because I suffer with sinus.
If I'm sick, I'm going to work. I don't take day off.
You don't take day off?
No, I don't.
Oh. But somebody have to take time for yourself. You get it? So because domestic workers, our job is sort of kind of like an informal type of industry, we can't unionize. We have to be a movement.
To me, when I go there, you know, I feel like my family, they don't know. These women, they don't know. I really love, I care them, but I can't do anything for them because we are in a struggle. You know, I need to work to pay my rent, all my bills, my own things. But I love to be with them.
For those among us who have issues that we could provide lawyers, our Urban Justice Center lawyers to fight for reparation, to fight for stolen wages. We must have a community that is empowered and standing together because there's a thread that goes through all of this. We do service work. We work in the homes, even though we don't speak the same language. That person wipes the table the same way I wipe the table. That person takes care of that white baby the same way I take care of the white baby. Whether she's from Guam, whether she's from Tibet. Our fights and struggles are the same.
My name is Lisette and I'm proud to be a domestic worker.
Round of applause for all this information. Yes.
I've been doing job 10 hours in the past for $20, $25 to pay my bills.
It's knowing your rights and learning how to push back. And this is why we have a sisterhood, to be able to hold up each other's hand and say, I'll walk that plank with you. I'll go up there with you. Our stories are essential to movement building. Each and every one of our stories are important.
We're instruments. Some will call you and say, I don't need you anymore, don't come. That's how the reality happens.
This is not a walk in the park. This is work, real work. But because we're so domesticated as women, we marry a man, we take care of the children, he too doesn't pay us. So it's the same thing. We take care work for granted. Because who does it? Women of color. So this is a civil rights song, and it's important that we invocate a song, a prayer, as the women used to do back then. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Keep your eyes on the prize. Hold on, hold on. Keep your eyes on the prize. Hold on. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Keep your eyes on the prize. Hold on. No housing. No peace. No housing. No peace. No housing.
Gentrification equals police harassment, and they are the same thing. There's no difference. Gentrification is police harassment. Some people can't draw the connections, but those people that are affected can actually easily draw the connection because The police supposedly safeguards these gentrifying neighborhoods so that the developers can come and build luxury condos. More people are getting arrested, and wherever that there's a neighborhood being gentrified, there's more police presence. Bed-Stuy or East New York or Bushwick. Those that live in these neighborhoods, they're scared of just walking around because they're constantly being watched and harassed by the police. And this must stop. And this is a direct connection to the gentrification.
There is definitely a link between police brutality and gentrification. And if you don't believe it, then speak to Maxine, Professor Maxine Barnes.
Okay. You said hello. You said hi. That mommy little security. Okay.
Oh, so having the security around here. I keep real estate developers out.
Maxine is one of the major organizers of MTOP, and she has a very loud voice, and she's very articulate, and she's very intelligent. She's a professor and a homeowner, and these are the type of people that they are afraid of. And so we were at a meeting that was being held in a community forum. They were trying to take a vote in which they would make a recommendation for the Department of City Planning to come in and do major upzoning in our community.
No quorum. They don't have 12. No quorum.
And then all we know is that a week later, based upon tape evidence, Maxine was arrested.
I was completely terrified, never having gone through the system, never been arrested. And as much as I've been a spokesperson and an activist, I was really surprised at how afraid I was. Because to be handcuffed like that and to have your freedom taken, it was dehumanizing. It was the worst experience of my life. Here are the formal charges from Community Board 9's board member Eveline Williams and her plane against me. Assault in the 3rd degree, menacing in the 2nd degree, criminal possession of a weapon in the 4th degree, attempted assault in the 3rd degree, menacing in the 3rd degree, harassment in the 2nd degree. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 charges. The first one being the most serious, assault in the 3rd degree, which attaches to it, I believe, 3 to 5 years imprisonment.
When we went in front of the judge, and the judge didn't hear our side of the story because that's not how it works. The judge is only reading the police report. The judge issued an order of protection preventing Maxine from attending the meetings, which is exactly what they wanted to do. And of course, Maxine's arrest scared the rest of the members of the community. They didn't want to continue to engage because they understood that now they could be arrested for nothing. And it was clear on the tape that Maxine never threw anything at anyone.
The DA looked at the tape and immediately dismissed the charges because, as we showed, the tape speaks for itself.
One of the things you have to understand is that here you have a community board that's violating every possible rule that they're supposed to be governed under. And the only way that we can actually do anything is to voice our voices. And that's our exercise our First Amendment rights that are supposed to be pretty strong in America. But what happens is that during that process, we get arrested.
The people united will never be defeated. The people united will never be defeated.
Ultimately, the goal is to move us all out. The majority of evictions that are happening right now are Black, particularly Black women, elder women.
Lately, I've stopped using the word gentrification. I prefer to use the term ethnic cleansing.
I've been arrested already 4 times at community board for exercising my First Amendment rights. 3 of those cases have been dismissed, and the judge had upheld the fact that I was engaging in my First Amendment rights, and that the police department did not have a right to. But that has not deterred them. They continue to threaten me with arrest. And I'm sure if the situation were to come about where another request has to come through the community board, I'm sure again there will be more police presence and probably more arrests.
No housing! No housing! No peace! No housing!
No
peace! No housing! No peace! No housing! No peace! No housing! No peace!
Every time democratic systems are shut down, the first thing that gets attacked is the media system.
There's been a lot of talk in the media about the responsibility to hold Donald Trump accountable. And I'm here to tell you that it goes two ways. We're going to hold the press accountable as well.
The New York Times is totally dishonest. Totally dishonest. The Washington Post gotten a little bit better lately. I took away their press credentials.
The government is interfering with journalism on pretty much every level. Under the Obama administration, these same things were happening. It was just that Obama had the dignity of at least trying to come up with good reasons, whereas opposed to Trump, very openly and blatantly just trying to suppress anything that he doesn't like. Arresting people wholesale and like mass arrests or targeting journalists.
Police in riot gear facing off against the protesters just 6 blocks from the inaugural parade. Unleashing pepper spray, concussion grenades, all to disperse the crowd.
6 journalists, including one of our own, are facing felony riot charges after being arrested while covering the violent protests near the presidential inauguration parade. If convicted of the charges, the journalists could face hefty fines and up to 10 years in prison.
I was arrested at 10:54 a.m. on Inauguration Day after covering the anti-capitalist march leaving from Logan Circle.
Independent journalists Shay Horse and Matt Hopard were all arrested.
The police formed like a riot line on both sides of the protest and then just like snapped shut and then shoved us against the wall. I didn't really mention that I was a journalist until much later in the process because throughout the day and after being like tear gassed several times, it's one of those things that you just have to argue later because no cop at that point is going to listen to you. At that point, they're just in smash mode. The public should care because if they come after people like me that are small time, it's only a matter of time before they come after the bigger fish.
The U.S. has a pretty free press, more free than a lot of other places in the world, certainly. In the current climate, there's reasons to question whether it'll remain that way. There are struggles for rights everywhere in this country. The media and the way journalism publicizes those things is an umbrella under which they all live. So shutting down the way that the media works and the press works is actually like going to kind of a choke point where you can stop the spread of the information that's needed for all these more siloed struggles for individual rights of groups.
I want surveillance of certain mosques, okay? If that's okay. I want surveillance.
The surveillance systems that have been put in place, like potential for abuses by them is through the roof. Cyber attacks on the press are very, very real. With the Trump administration, I mean, these guys clearly don't feel the same restraints as even Obama did. Things could get pretty bad.
If you want to target journalists, a cyber attack is an attractive mechanism. CPJ are responsible for directly assisting journalists in need and protecting journalists from getting into trouble in the first place.
These hackers were targeting New York Times reporters as well as some reporters for other news organizations.
There's a lot that an administration can do publicly and visibly to disrupt, degrade, and destroy the institutions of journalism. NSA has as its mission to essentially hear, record, and transcribe every communication that anyone sends anywhere in the world. The threat that they pose to the free press is only at a beginning. Should you focus on being afraid? That won't help. Should you take measures to protect yourself? Absolutely. Number one, use a password manager and turn on two-factor authentication for all your accounts.
Secure communications, encryption, is incredibly important right now.
Making sure your phone has a strong passcode.
Use the Chrome web browser with the privacy badger, HTTPS everywhere.
You have to protect your sources. I mean, that's going to become of paramount importance.
Bravery or the adrenaline to get through these horrible things.
We just have to keep doing our jobs the best we can. Keep reporting on them and keep giving people important news that they need to know so that they can go about making informed democratic decisions.
This isn't the first time this has happened in the world or in this country.
And because these attacks are so inexpensive, I can't imagine any journalist who isn't at risk.
Okay, what is the only 100% effective way to prevent HIV and STDs and pregnancy? You want to be sure that you do not use a male condom and a female condom together, because the friction will cause it to tear, and then you can end up becoming pregnant. Being a young woman who lives in East New York and Brownsville and Canarsie, places like that, there's resources, but you have to communicate with others to find those resources because it's really scarce. Has anybody ever heard of the Depo shot?
It's a shot that lasts for 3 months that you get in your arm.
I don't think I even knew what a clinic was before I got into Theo. If it wasn't for Theo, I wouldn't know that there's free resources out there instead of going out your pocket and paying this amount of money for all these tests that you want to take. I'm currently a college freshman. I'm studying nursing. I live with my mom, my 3 sisters, and my 1 brother. At first, I wasn't curious at all about the program, but after seeing my sister getting all this information that she didn't know before, it kind of pushed me to want to do that. It made me realize that I want to help others more.
We need to be able to talk to young people about their sexual and reproductive health in order for them to be able to make better decisions. I've been doing this work for 17 years. I don't think it's a lack of services, it's really a lack of being able to coordinate those services. Unfortunately, there's not sex ed in all schools, and so that's why we're really working very hard to expand programming in all the schools, but also trying to reach young people wherever they are.
A latex sheath that covers the penis and prevents any semen from entering in the vagina, the anus, or the mouth. There are also polyurethane condoms, which are ones made out of plastic if you're allergic to latex. Nothing's really handed to us women, and we have to be strong ourselves rather than looking for somebody else to be strong for us.
It's actually very healing to work with other survivors, regardless of whether or not they know I'm a survivor. I've been in their shoes or been somewhere very similar to where they've been, and I can understand some of the things that they're feeling. I myself have never been able to fully disclose my story. I think I was close recently, but even then it's this feeling of, will I be misunderstood? The last time I saw my father was 10 years ago. It was one time when my mom and my father were arguing while we were on the highway. He was driving, and the argument got so bad that he was hitting her on the head while driving, but he was speeding at the same time. And he lost control of the car because he essentially lost control of himself in his rage. And a bus hit us, and we only barely made it. I just remember going to school the next day wanting to talk about it, but knowing not to, because I didn't want to lose our status in the country. There seems to be a subtle type of victim shaming and victim blaming. In South Asian culture, it's deeply rooted to the point where like little boys are coddled to adulthood. Mothers don't speak to their sons about how to treat women with respect. Make it for you?
Can you mix packet?
나 만에 이제 프리즈 비터에.
No.
레디메이드
Ready-made cream nahi amader.
And yet women are told to protect themselves and to safeguard themselves. There's a disconnect here. Whenever someone has even heard an inkling of what I've been through, it's almost like, what did she do wrong? What did you do to make him mad? Why did you do that? You shouldn't have done that. Something that's actually very common in immigrant communities, especially if there is domestic violence in the household, the abuser will often keep important documents with them, kind of keeping it hostage. At some point, my father got a hold of my sister's passport. The very last time I saw him was him holding on to the passport, unwilling to give it back. I'm diasporic, you know? I'm from South Asia, but I'm American. South Asian community in general is so close to my heart. Women need to be there for other women. If we're not a team and we're fighting against each other, then of course we're not going to be able to rise together to fight for our causes.
From New York, this is Democracy Now!
So once the president had gotten into the vehicle with Bobby, he thought that they were going up to the Capitol, and when Bobby had relayed to him, we're not, we don't have the assets to do it, it's not secure, we're going back to the West Wing. The president reached up towards the front of the vehicle to grab at the steering wheel. Mr. Engel grabbed his arm, said, "Sir, you need to take your hand off the steering wheel. We're going back to the West Wing. We're not going to the Capitol." Mr. Trump then used his free hand to lunge towards Bobby Engel. And when Mr. Renato had recounted this story to me, he had motioned towards his clavicles.
Former White House aide Cassidy Hutchinson accuses Donald Trump of attacking his own presidential Secret Service agent on January 6 after he refused to drive Trump to the Capitol to join the armed mob gathering to block Congress from continuing the 2020 election results. We'll bring you highlights of the dramatic testimony before the House January 6 committee, when she also reveals Trump urged security officials to stop using magnetometers to screen for weapons just prior to the violent attack on the Capitol, and that Chief of Staff Mark Meadows and Rudy Giuliani both sought pardons after the insurrection. All that and more coming up. Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. An explosive testimony of former White House aide accused Donald Trump of attacking his own presidential security detail on January 6 after the Secret Service refused to drive him to the Capitol to join the armed mob gathering to block Congress from counting Electoral College votes. The testimony came from Cassidy Hutchinson, a former top aide to White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows. Speaking to the January 6 House committee, Hutchinson described being told what happened inside Trump's presidential limo, which is known as the Beast.
The president reached up towards the front of the vehicle to grab at the steering wheel. Mr. Engel grabbed his arm, said, "Sir, you need to take your hand off the steering wheel. We're going back to the West Wing. We're not going to the Capitol." Mr. Trump then used his free hand to lunge towards Bobby Engel. And when Mr. Renato had recounted this story to me, he had motioned towards his clavicles.
The January 6 committee also aired video testimony from Hutchinson, where she revealed Trump urged security officials to stop using magnetometers to screen for weapons at his rally on January 6, just prior to the Capitol insurrection.
I was in the vicinity of a conversation where I overheard the president say something to the effect of, I don't effing care that they have weapons. They're not here to hurt me. Take the effing mags away. Let my people in. They can march to the Capitol from here. Let the people in. Take the effing mags away.
Moments later, Trump took to the stage and urged his supporters to fight like hell and march to the Capitol. Hutchinson also unveiled more details about how top Trump associates knew in advance of possible violence January 6. Mark Meadows, who's refused to testify before the House committee, told Hutchinson on January 2nd, January 6 would be really, really bad. Hutchinson said Meadows and Trump attorney Rudy Giuliani later sought pardons after the insurrection. At the end of the Tuesday hearing, Committee Vice Chair Liz Cheney presented evidence of possible witness tampering by Trump allies. We'll have more on Cassidy Hutchinson's testimony after headlines. In Texas, the number of people who died after being confined inside a sweltering tractor trailer in San Antonio has risen to 51. All the victims are believed to have crossed the U.S.-Mexico border seeking refuge. 46 people were found dead in the truck Monday, while 5 more died after being taken to local hospitals. On Tuesday, the Mexican president, Andrés Manuel López Obrador, addressed the mass deaths.
I want to express my deepest condolences to the family of the Mexican, Guatemalan, and Honduran migrants who died yesterday, asphyxiated in a trailer. It is a tremendous disgrace. These unfortunate events have to do with the situation of poverty and desperation of our Central American and Mexican brothers and sisters. It happens because there is also human trafficking and lack of controls at the border between Mexico and the United States and in the United States.
In other news from Texas, a state court has temporarily blocked a century-old abortion ban from going into effect. The Center for Reproductive Rights said the decision will allow abortion services in Texas to resume at some clinics, at least for now. At a NATO summit in Madrid, Spain, President Biden's announced plans to greatly expand the U.S. military presence in Europe, including building a permanent headquarters for the U.S. Fifth Army Corps in Poland and deploying more troops to Romania and the Baltic region. Biden said this is part of a broader NATO expansion.
And together, our allies, we're going to make sure that NATO is ready to meet threats from all directions across every domain, land, air, and the sea.
This comes as Finland and Sweden move closer to joining NATO after Turkey lifted its opposition to their membership. NATO's summit is expected to focus on Russia's invasion of Ukraine as well as the growing power of China. For the first time, NATO's invited the leaders of Japan, South Korea, Australia, and New Zealand to attend a NATO summit. Voters went to the polls for primaries in Colorado, Illinois, Maryland, New York, Oklahoma, and Utah Tuesday. Runoff elections were also held in Mississippi and South Korea. In New York, Governor Kathy Hochul won the Democratic primary, with New York City public advocate Jumaane Williams placing second. In Illinois, the Trump-backed Republican Congressmember Mary Miller defeated fellow incumbent Rodney Davis. Miller's election comes just days after she praised the Supreme Court's ruling overturning Roe as a victory for white life, unquote. In Colorado, far-right Republican Congressmember Lauren Boebert, who also was endorsed by Trump, fended off a challenge from a more moderate Republican. On Sunday, she spoke at a church in Colorado where she criticized the separation of church and state.
The church is supposed to direct the government. The government is not supposed to direct the church. That is not how our founding fathers intended it. And I'm tired of this separation of church and state junk that's not in the Constitution. It was in a stinking letter, and it means nothing like what they say it does.
In related news, the Supreme Court ruled Monday against a public school district in Washington state that suspended a high school football coach who insisted on conducting team prayers on the field after games. In their dissent, the court's 3 liberal judges warned that the ruling, quote, strikes at the core of our constitutional protections for the religious liberty of students and their parents. Meanwhile, the Supreme Court's reinstated a Republican-drawn congressional map in Louisiana that was found by a lower court to violate the Voting Rights Act by diluting the political strength of black voters. Michigan's Supreme Court has thrown out charges against former Michigan Governor Rick Snyder, his former health director, and 7 other former officials for their role in the deadly Flint, Michigan water crisis. The court ruled 6-0. The judge who issued the indictments did not have the authority to do so. Colombia's Truth Commission has estimated over 450,000 people were killed in Colombia between 1985 and 2018, during a time when the United States was a key backer of the Colombian military and right-wing paramilitaries, which targeted leftist groups, social justice leaders, and union members. The Truth Commission's report denounced the U.S.-funded war on drugs in Colombia, stating, quote, the consequences of this concerted and largely U.S.-driven approach led to a hardening of the conflict in which the civilian population has been the main victim, unquote. This is Reverend Francisco de Rue, who led the Truth Commission.
To the government, public forces, political parties, entrepreneurs, churches, educators, and other decision-makers in Colombia, we ask you to recognize the drug trafficking penetration in our culture, in the state, politics, and economy, and face it as a nation. We must develop investigative tools to face the alliances, system, and involved interests. And we must change the war politics that attack those who are the weakest link, the farmers.
In more news from Colombia, at least 51 people were killed and over 24 others injured Tuesday in a prison fire that started after prisoners set mattresses ablaze to protest conditions inside the dangerously overcrowded facility in the Cauca Valley. The building is old and reportedly did not have a working fire suppression system. In the Philippines, the independent news outlet Rappler has been ordered to be shut down by the Philippine Securities and Exchange Commission. Rappler's founder, the Nobel Peace Laureate Maria Ressa, has vowed to fight the order, which comes in the final days of Rodrigo Duterte's presidency. On Thursday, Ferdinand Marcos Jr., the son of the late Filipino dictator, will be inaugurated as president. And a warning to our audience, the following headline contains graphic description of sexual abuse. The British socialite Ghislaine Maxwell has been sentenced to 20 years in prison for helping Jeffrey Epstein recruit and sexually assault teenage girls. In December, she was convicted on 5 charges, including sex trafficking of a minor. Prior to the sentencing, Sarah Ransom, a survivor of Epstein's abuse, spoke to reporters.
I spent the last 17 years in my own prison for what she, Jeffrey, and all the co-conspirators did to me. I was raped repeatedly. I was raped 3 times a day sometimes. And I was not the only girl on that island. There was a constant stream of girls being raped over and over and over again.
And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Bombshell after bombshell. That's how Public Citizen described the dramatic testimony at Tuesday's surprise hearing of the House Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol. The star witness, Cassidy Hutchinson, longtime close aide of Mark Meadows, the former President Trump White House chief of staff at the time of the insurrection. Hutchinson was questioned for about 2 hours by the Republican vice chair of the committee, Liz Cheney, and clips from Hutchinson's previous testimony to the committee were also featured, her deposition testimony. Today, we bring you extended highlights of the explosive revelations. This is Vice Chair Cheney.
We will begin today with an exchange that first provided Ms. Hutchinson a tangible sense of the ongoing planning for the events of January 6th. On January 2nd, 4 days before the attack on our Capitol, President Trump's lead lawyer, Mr. Giuliani, was meeting with White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows and others. Ms. Hutchinson, do you remember Mr. Giuliani meeting with Mr. Meadows on January 2nd, 2021?
I do. He met with Mr. Meadows in the evening of January 2nd, 2021.
And we understand that you walked Mr. Giuliani out of the White House that night, and he talked to you about January 6th. What do you remember him saying?
As Mr. Giuliani and I were walking to his vehicles that evening, he looked at me and said something to the effect of, "Cass, are you excited for the 6th? It's going to be a great day." I remember looking at him and saying, "Rudy, could you explain what's happening on the 6th? He had responded something to the effect of, "We're going to the Capitol. It's going to be great. The president's going to be there. He's going to look powerful. He's going to be with the members. He's going to be with the senators. Talk to the chief about it. Talk to the chief about it. He knows about it."
And did you go back then up to the West Wing and tell Mr. Meadows about your conversation with Mr. Giuliani?
I did. After Mr. Giuliani had left the campus that evening, I went back up to our office and I found Mr. Meadows in his office on the couch. He was scrolling through his phone. I remember leaning against the doorway and saying, "I had an interesting conversation with Rudy, Mark. Sounds like we're going to go to the Capitol." He didn't look up from his phone and said something to the effect of, "There's a lot going on, Cass, but I don't know. Things might get real bad on January 6th.
Ms. Hutchinson, Mr. Meadows is engaged in litigation with the committee to try to avoid testifying here. What was your reaction when he said to you things might get real bad?
In the days before January 2nd, I was apprehensive about the 6th. I had heard general plans for a rally. I had heard tentative movements to potentially go to the Capitol. But when hearing Rudy's take on January 6th and then Mark's response, that evening was the first moment that I remember feeling scared and nervous for what could happen on January 6th. And I had a deeper concern for what was happening with the planning aspects of it.
Thank you, Ms. Hutchinson. Today, we're going to be focusing primarily on the events of January 5th and 6th at the White House. But to begin and to frame the discussion, I want to talk about a conversation that you had with Mr. John Ratcliffe, the Director of National Intelligence. And you had this conversation in December of 2020. Mr. Ratcliffe was nominated by President Trump to oversee U.S. intelligence, our U.S. intelligence community. And before his appointment, Mr. Ratcliffe was a Republican member of Congress. As you will see on this clip, Director Ratcliffe's comments in December of 2020 were prescient.
My understanding was Director Ratcliffe didn't want much to do with the post-election period. Director Ratcliffe felt that it wasn't something that the White House should be pursuing. It felt it was dangerous for the president's legacy. He had expressed to me that he was concerned that it could spiral out of control and potentially be dangerous, either for our democracy or the way that things were going for the six.
When you say it wasn't something the White House should be pursuing, what's the email?
Trying to fight the results of the election, finding missing ballots, pressuring filing lawsuits in certain states where there didn't seem to be significant evidence, and reaching out to state legislatures about that. So pretty much the way that the White House was handling the post-election period, he felt that there could be dangerous repercussions in terms of precedent set for elections, for our democracy, for the six. He was hoping that we would concede.
So, Ms. Hutchinson, now we're going to turn to certain information that was available before January 4th and what the Trump administration and the president knew about the potential for violence before January 6th. On the screen, you will see an email received by Acting Deputy Attorney General Donahue on January 4th from the National Security Division of the Department of Justice. Mr. Donahue testified in our hearings last week. The email identifies apparent planning by those coming to Washington on January 6th to, quote, occupy federal buildings, and discussions of, quote, invading the Capitol building. Here's what Mr. Donahue said to us.
And we knew that if you have tens of thousands of very upset people showing up in Washington, D.C., that there was potential for violence.
The U.S. Secret Service was looking at similar information and watching the planned demonstrations. In fact, their intelligence division sent several emails to White House personnel, like Deputy Chief of Staff Tony Ornato and the head of the President's Protective Detail, Robert Engel, including certain materials listing events like those on the screen. The White House continued to receive updates about planned demonstrations, including information regarding the Proud Boys organizing and planning to attend events on January 6th. Although Ms. Hutchinson has no detailed knowledge of any planning involving the Proud Boys for January 6th, she did note this.
I recall hearing the word Oath Keeper and hearing the word Proud Boys closer to the planning of the January 6th rally when Mr. Giuliani would be around.
On January 3rd, the Capitol Police issued a special event assessment. In that document, the Capitol Police noted that the Proud Boys and other groups planned to be in Washington, D.C. on January 6th and indicated that, quote, unlike previous post-election protests, the targets of the pro-Trump supporters are not necessarily the counter-protesters as they were previously, but rather Congress itself is the target on the 6th. Of course, we all know now that the Proud Boys showed up on January 6th, marched from the Washington Monument to the Capitol that day, and led the riotous mob to invade and occupy our Capitol. Ms. Hutchinson, I want to play you a clip of one of our meetings when you described a call on January 4th that you received from National Security Advisor Robert O'Brien on the same topic, potential violence on January 6th.
I received a call from Robert O'Brien, the National Security Advisor. He had asked if he could speak with Mr. Meadows about potential words of violence that he was hearing that were potentially going to happen on the Hill on January 6th. I had asked if he had connected with Tony Ornato because Tony Ornato had a conversation with him with Mark about that topic. Robert had said, I'll talk to Tony, and then I don't know if Robert ever connected with Mark about the issue.
Ms. Hutchinson, can you describe for us Mr. Ornato's responsibilities as Deputy Chief of Staff?
The Deputy Chief of Staff position at the White House for operations is arguably one of the most important positions that somebody can hold. They're in charge of all security protocol for the campus and all presidential protectees, primarily the president and the first family, but anything that requires security for any individual that has presidential protection, so the Chief of Staff or the National Security Advisor, as well as the Vice President's team too. Tony would oversee all of that, and he was the conduit for security protocol between White House staff and the United States Secret Service.
Thank you. And you also described a brief meeting between Mr. Ornato and Mr. Meadows on the potential for violence. The meeting was on January 4th. They were talking about the potential for violence on January 6th. Let's listen to a clip of that testimony.
I remember Mr. Ornato had talked to him about intelligence reports. I remember Mr. Ornato coming in and saying that we had intel reports saying that there could potentially be violence on the 6th.
You also told us about reports of violence and weapons that the Secret Service were receiving on the night of January 5th and throughout the day on January 6th. Is that correct?
That's correct.
There are reports that police in Washington, D.C. had arrested several people with firearms or ammunition following a separate pro-Trump rally in Freedom Plaza on the evening of January 5th. Are those some of the reports that you recall hearing about?
They are.
Of course, the world now knows that the people who attacked the Capitol on January 6th had many different types of weapons. When a president speaks, the Secret Service typically requires those attending to pass through metal detectors, known as magnetometers, or MAGs for short. The Select Committee has learned that people who willingly entered the enclosed area for President Trump's speech were screened so they could attend the rally at the Ellipse. They had weapons and other items that were confiscated: pepper spray, knives, brass knuckles, tasers, body armor, gas masks, batons, blunt weapons. And those were just from the people who chose to go through the security for the president's event on the Ellipse, not the several thousand members of the crowd who refused to go through the MAGs and watched from the lawn near the Washington Monument. The Select Committee has learned about reports from outside the magnetometers and has obtained police radio transmissions identifying individuals with firearms, including AR-15s, near the Ellipse on the morning of January 6th. Let's listen.
There's an individual who's in a tree. He's going to be a white male, about 6 feet tall, 10 bills, brown cowboy boots. He's got blue jeans and a blue jean jacket, and underneath the blue jean jacket, the complainant both saw a stock of an AR-15. He's going to be with a group of individuals, about 5 to 8 other individuals. 2 of the individuals in that group at the base of the tree near the porta potties were wearing green fatigues, green olive drab style fatigues, about 5'8", 5'9", skinny white males, brown cowboy boots. They had Glock-style pistols in their waistband. 8736 with the message that the object weapon on his right hip. After that, he's in the tree.
Motor 1, make sure PPD knows they have an elevated threat in the tree outside of Constitution Avenue. Look for the Don't Tread on Me flag, American flag face mask, cowboy boots, weapon on the right side hip.
I got 3 men walking down the street in fatigue while carrying AR-15. Copy at 14th and Independent.
AR-15s at 14th and Independence. As you saw in those emails, the first report that we showed, we now know was sent in the 8 o'clock hour on January 6th. This talked about people in the crowd wearing ballistic helmets and body armor, carrying radio equipment and military-grade backpacks. The second report we showed you on the screen was sent by the Secret Service in the 11 a.m. hour, and it addressed reports of a man with a rifle near the Ellipse. Ms. Hutchinson, in prior testimony, you described for us a meeting in the White House around 10 a.m. in the morning of January 6th involving Chief of Staff Meadows and Tony Ornato. Were you in that meeting?
I was.
Let's listen to your testimony about that meeting, and then we'll have some questions.
I think the last time we talked, you mentioned that some of the weapons that people had at the rally included flagpoles, oversized sticks or flagpoles, bear spray. Is there anything else that you recall hearing about that the people who would gather on the ellipse had?
I recall Tony and I having a conversation with Mark probably around 10 a.m., 10:15 a.m., where I remember Tony mentioning knives, guns in the form of pistols and rifles, bear spray, body armor, spears, and flagpoles. Spears were one item, flagpoles were one item, and then Tony had relayed to me something to the effect of, and these effing people are fastening spears onto the ends of flagpoles.
And Ms. Hutchinson, here's a clip of your testimony regarding Mr. Meadows' response to learning that the rally attendees were armed that day. What was Mark's reaction, Mr. Meadows' reaction to this list of weapons that people had in the crowd?
When Tony and I went in to talk to Mark that morning, Mark was sitting on his couch and on his phone, which was something typical. And I remember Tony just got right into it. I was like, "Sir, I just want to let you know," and informed him, like, this is how many people we have outside the mags right now. These are the weapons that we're known to have. It's possible he listed more weapons off that I just don't recall. And gave him a brief and concise explanation, but also fairly thorough. And I remember distinctly Mark not looking up from his phone. And I remembered Tony finishing his explanation and it taking a few seconds for Mark to say his name, to the point where I almost said, "Mark, did you hear him?" And then Mark chimed in and was like, "All right, anything else?" Still looking down at his phone. And Tony looked at me and I looked at Tony, and Tony said, "No, sir, do you have any questions?" He's like, "What are you hearing?" And I looked at Tony and I was like, "Sir, we just told you about what was happening down at the rallies." And he was like, yeah, I know. And then he looked up and said, "Have you talked to the president?" And Tony said, "Yes, sir, he's aware too." And he said, "All right, good."
He asked Tony if Tony had informed the president.
Yes.
And Tony said yes, he had. So, Ms. Hutchinson, is it your understanding that Mr. Ornato told the president about weapons at the rally on the morning of January 6th?
That's what Mr. Ornato relayed to me.
And here's how you characterize Mr. Meadows' general response when people raised concerns about what could happen on January 6th.
So at the time, in the days leading up to the 6th, there were lots of public reports about how things might go bad on the 6th, even the potential for violence. If I'm hearing you correctly, what stands out to you is that Mr. Meadows did not share those concerns, or at least did not act on those concerns?
Did not act on those concerns would be accurate.
But other people raised them to him, like in this exchange, you mentioned that Mr. Ornato pulled him aside.
That's correct.
Ms. Hutchinson, we're going to show now an exchange of texts between you and Deputy Chief of Staff Ornato. And these text messages were exchanged while you were at the ellipse. In one text, you write, "But the crowd looks good from this vantage point as long as we get the shot. He was effing furious." And the text messages also stress that President Trump kept mentioning the OTR, an off-the-record movement. We're going to come back and ask you about that in a minute. But could you tell us, first of all, who it is in the text who was furious?
The he in that text that I was referring to was the president.
And why was he furious, Ms. Hutchinson?
He was furious because he wanted the arena that we had on the ellipse to be maxed out at capacity for all attendees. The advance team had relayed to him that the mags were free-flowing. Everybody who wanted to come in had already come in, but he still was angry about the extra space and wanted more people to come in.
And did you go to the rally in the presidential motorcade?
I was there, yes, in the motorcade.
And were you backstage with the president and other members of his staff and family?
I was.
And you told us, Ms. Hutchinson, about particular comments that you heard while you were in the tent area.
When we were in the offstage announce area tent behind the stage, he was very concerned about the shot, meaning the photograph that we would get, because the rally space wasn't full. One of the reasons, which I previously stated, was because he wanted it to be full and for people to not feel excluded because they'd come far to watch him at the rally. And he felt the mags were at fault for not letting everybody in. But another leading reason, and likely the primary reason, is because he wanted it full and he was angry that we weren't letting people through the mags with weapons, what the Secret Service deemed as weapons and our weapons. But when we were in the offstage announce tent, I was part of a conversation. I was in the vicinity of a conversation where I overheard the president say something to the effect of, you know, I don't effing care that they have weapons. They're not here to hurt me. Take the effing mags away. Let my people in. They can march to the Capitol from here. Let the people in. Take the effing mags away.
Just to be clear, Ms. Hutchinson, is it your understanding that the president wanted to take the mags away and said that the armed individuals were not there to hurt him?
That's a fair assessment.
The issue wasn't with the amount of space available in the official rally area only, but instead that people did not want to have to go through the mags. Let's listen to a portion of what you told us about that.
In this particular instance, it wasn't the capacity of our space, it was the mags and the people that didn't want to come through. And that's what Tony had been trying to relay to him that morning. You know, it's not the issues that we encountered on the campaign. We have enough space, or they don't want to come in right now. They have weapons that they don't want confiscated by the Secret Service, and they're fine on the mall. They can see you on the mall, and they want to march straight to the Capitol from the mall.
The president apparently wanted all attendees inside the official rally space and repeatedly said, quote, "They're not here to hurt me." And just to be clear, so he was told again in that conversation, or was he told again in that conversation, that people couldn't come through the mags because they had weapons?
Correct.
And that people, and his response was to say they can march to the Capitol from the ellipse.
Something to the effect of, take the effing mags away, they're not here to hurt me, let them in, let my people in, they can march to the Capitol after the rally's over, they can march from the ellipse, take the effing mags away, then they can march to the Capitol.
Ms. Hutchinson, what we saw when those clips were playing were photos provided by the National Archives showing the president in the offstage tent before his speech on the ellipse. You were in some of those photos as well. And I just want to confirm that that is when you heard the president say the people with weapons weren't there to hurt him and that he wanted the Secret Service to remove the magnetometers.
That's correct. In the photos that you displayed, we were standing towards the front of the tent with the TVs, really close to where he would walk out to go onto the stage. These conversations happened 2 to 3 minutes before he took the stage that morning.
Let's reflect on that for a moment. President Trump was aware that a number of the individuals in the crowd had weapons and were wearing body armor. And here's what President Trump instructed the crowd to do.
We're going to walk down, and I'll be there with you. We're going to walk down. We're going to walk down anyone you want, but I think right here we're going to walk down to the Capitol.
And the crowd, as we know, did proceed to the Capitol. It soon became apparent to the Secret Service, including the Secret Service teams in the crowd, along with White House staff, that security at the Capitol would not be sufficient.
Vice Chair of the committee, Liz Cheney, questioning Cassidy Hutchinson, the close aide to Mark Meadows, President Trump's White House chief of staff. When we come back, Cassidy Hutchinson accuses Donald Trump of attacking his own presidential Secret Service agent January 6th after the agent refused to drive Trump to the Capitol to join the armed mob gathering outside Congress. Stay with us.
I steal to feed, I fight to breathe, through hunger, not greed. I find these days it's the only way I can survive.
Two worlds collide by Inspiro Carpets. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report, as we bring you highlights of Tuesday's surprise hearing of the House Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol. We return to Cassidy Hutchinson, the former close aide to Trump's White House Chief of Staff, Mark Meadows, questioned by Republican Committee Vice Chair Liz Cheney about what happened January 6th when then-President Trump's motorcade left the so-called Stop the Steal rally, where Trump had encouraged his armed supporters to march on the Capitol.
Ms. Hutchinson, when you returned to the White House in the motorcade after the president's speech, where did you go?
When I returned to the White House, I walked upstairs towards the Chief of Staff's office, and I noticed Mr. Ornato lingering outside of the office. And once we had made eye contact, he quickly waved me to go into his office, which was just across the hall from mine. When I went in, he shut the door, and I noticed Bobby Engel, who is the head of Mr. Trump's security detail, sitting in a chair, just looking somewhat discombobulated and a little lost. And I looked at Tony, and he had said, "Did you effing hear what happened in the Beast?" I said, "No, Tony, I just got back. What happened?" Tony proceeded to tell me that when the president got in the Beast, he was under the impression from Mr. Meadows that the off-the-record movement to the Capitol was still possible and likely to happen, but that Bobby had more information. So once the president had gotten into the vehicle with Bobby, he thought that they were going up to the Capitol, and when Bobby had relayed to him, we don't have the assets to do it, it's not secure, we're going back to the West Wing, the president had very strong, a very angry response to that. Tony described him as being irate. The president said something to the effect of, "I'm the effing president, take me up to the Capitol now." To which Bobby responded, "Sir, we have to go back to the West Wing." The president reached up towards the front of the vehicle to grab at the steering wheel. Mr. Engel grabbed his arm, said, "Sir, you need to take your hand off the steering wheel. We're going back to the West Wing. We're not going to the Capitol." Mr. Trump then used his free hand to lunge towards Bobby Engel. And when Mr. Ornato had recounted this story to me, he had motioned towards his clavicles.
And was Mr. Engel in the room as Mr. Ornato told you this story?
He was.
Did Mr. Engel correct or disagree with any part of the story from Mr. Ornato?
Mr. Engel did not correct or disagree with any part of the story.
Did Mr. Engel or Mr. Ornato ever after that tell you that what Mr. Ornato had just said was untrue?
Neither Mr. Ornato nor Mr. Engel told me ever that it was untrue.
And despite this altercation, this physical altercation, during the ride back to the White House, President Trump still demanded to go to the Capitol. Here's what Kayleigh McEnany, the White House press secretary at the time, wrote in her personal notes and told the committee about President Trump's desire to go to the Capitol after returning to the White House.
When you wrote, POTUS wanted to walk to the Capitol, was that based solely on what the president said during his speech or anything that he or anybody else said afterwards?
So to the best of my recollection, I believe when we got back to the White House, he said he wanted to physically walk with the marchers, and according to my notes, he then said he'd be fine with just riding the Beast. But to the best of my recollection, he wanted to be a part of the march in some fashion.
Okay, and just for the record, the Beast refers to the presidential limousine?
Yes.
President Trump did not go to the Capitol that day. We understand that he blamed Mark Meadows for that.
So prior to leaving the rally site, when he got off the stage and everybody was making the movement back to the motorcade, I had overheard Mr. Meadows say to him then, as I had prior to Mr. Trump taking the stage that morning, that he was still working on getting an off-the-record movement to the Capitol. So when Mr. Trump took the stage, he was under the impression via Mr. Meadows that it was still possible. So when he got off the stage, I had relayed to Mr. Meadows that I had another conversation with Tony. The movement was still not possible. Mr. Meadows said, okay. And then as they proceeded to go to the motorcade, and Mr. Meadows had reiterated, we're going to work on it, sir, talk to Bobby. Bobby has more information. Mark got into his vehicle, to my understanding. Trump got into the EVs. And after we had all arrived back at the White House, later in the day, it had been relayed to me via Mark that the president wasn't happy that Bobby didn't pull it off for him and that Mark didn't work hard enough to get the movement on the books.
The physical altercation that Ms. Hutchinson described in the presidential vehicle was not the first time that the president had become very angry about issues relating to the election. On December 1, 2020, Attorney General Barr said in an interview that the Department of Justice had not found evidence of widespread election fraud sufficient to change the outcome of the election. Ms. Hutchinson, how did the president react to hearing that news?
Around the time that I understand the AP article went live, I remember hearing noise coming from down the hallway, so I poked my head out of the office, and I saw the valet walking towards our office. He had said, get the chief down to the dining room, the president wants him. So Mark went down to the dining room and came back to the office a few minutes later. After Mark had returned, I left the office and went down to the dining room, and I noticed that the door was propped open and the valet was inside the dining room changing the tablecloth off of the dining room table. He motioned for me to come in and then pointed towards the front of the room near the fireplace mantle and the TV, where I first noticed there was ketchup dripping down the wall and there's a shattered porcelain plate on the floor. The valet had articulated that the president was extremely angry at the Attorney General's AP interview and had thrown his lunch against the wall, which was causing them to have to clean up. So I grabbed a towel and started wiping the ketchup off of the wall to help the valet out. And he said something to the effect of, he's really ticked off about this. I would stay clear of him for right now. He's really, really ticked off about this right now.
And Ms. Hutchinson, was this the only instance that you are aware of where the president threw dishes?
It's not.
And are there other instances in the dining room that you recall where he expressed his anger?
There were several times throughout my tenure with the Chief of Staff that I was aware of him either throwing dishes or flipping the tablecloth to let all the contents of the table go onto the floor and likely break or go everywhere.
And Ms. Hutchinson, Attorney General Barr described to the committee the president's angry reaction when he finally met with President Trump. Let's listen.
And I said, look, I know that you're dissatisfied with me, and I'm glad to offer my resignation. And he pounded the table very hard. Everyone sort of jumped, and he said, accept it.
The last voice you heard was Trump's Attorney General, William Barr. We'll have more of Cassidy Hutchinson's testimony in 30 seconds. Strange Overtones by David Byrne and Brian Eno. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman as we bring you highlights from the dramatic testimony of Tuesday's surprise hearing of the House Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol. Star witness Cassidy Hutchinson described how her then-boss, White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows, reacted to the rioters storming the Capitol on January 6th. She was questioned by Republican Committee Vice Chair Liz Cheney.
Not long after the rioters broke into the Capitol, you described what happened with White House counsel Pat Cipollone.
No more than a minute and a half later, I see Pat Cipollone barreling down the hallway towards our office and rushed right in, looked at me, said, "Is Mark in his office?" And I said, "Yes." He just looked at me and started shaking his head and went over, opened Mark's office door, stood there with the door propped open, and said something to the, Mark is still sitting on his phone. I remember glancing and he's still sitting on his phone. And I remember Pat saying to him something to the effect of, "The rioters have gotten to the Capitol, Mark. We need to go down and see the president now." And Mark looked up at him and said, "He doesn't want to do anything, Pat." And Pat said something to the effect of, and very clearly had said this to Mark, something to the effect of, "Mark, something needs to be done or people are going to die and the blood's going to be on your effing hands. This is getting out of control. I'm going down there." And at that point, Mark stood up from his couch, both of his phones in his hand. He had his glasses on still. He walked out with Pat. He put both of his phones on my desk and said, "Let me know if Jim calls." And they walked out and went down to the dining room.
A few minutes later, Representative Jordan called back.
A couple minutes later, so likely around between 2:15 and 2:25. I know the tweet went out at 2:24. I don't remember if I was there when the tweet went out or if it happened right afterwards, but Jim had called. I answered the phone, said 1 second. He knew it was, I guess he knew it was me. I introduced myself, but I don't remember if he called my cell phone or if he had called one of Mark's. But I answered the phone and said, "1 sec, Mark's on the hall. I'm going to go hand the phone to him." He said, "Okay." So I went down. I asked the valet if Mark was in the dining room. The valet said yes. I opened the door to the dining room, briefly stepped in to get Mark's attention, showed him the phone, like flipped the phone his way so he could see it said Jim Jordan. He had stepped to where I was standing there holding the door open, took the phone talking to Jim with the door still propped open. So I took a few steps back. So I probably was 2 feet from Mark. He was standing in the doorway going into the Oval Office dining room. They had a brief conversation, and in the crossfires, I heard briefly like what they were talking about, but in the background I had heard conversations in the Oval dining room at that point talking about the hang Mike Pence chants.
That clip ended, Ms. Hutchinson, with you recalling that you heard the President, Mr. Meadows, and the White House counsel discussing the hang Mike Pence chants. And then you described for us what happened next.
It wasn't until Mark hung up the phone, handed it back to me. I went back to my desk. A couple minutes later, him and Pat came back, possibly Eric Hirschman too. I'm pretty sure Eric Hirschman was there. But I'm confident it was Pat that was there. I remember Pat saying something to the effect of, "Mark, we need to do something more. They're literally calling for the vice president to be effing hung." And Mark had responded something to the effect of, "You heard him, Pat. He thinks Mike deserves it. He doesn't think they're doing anything wrong." To which Pat said something, "This is effing crazy. We need to be doing something more." Briefly stepped into Mark's office. And when Mark had said something to the effect of, "He doesn't think they're doing anything wrong," knowing what I had heard briefly in the dining room, coupled with Pat discussing the hang Mike Pence chants, in the lobby of our office, and then Mark's response, I understood there to be the rioters in the Capitol that were chanting for the vice president to be hung.
Let me pause here on this point. The rioters chanted, "Hang Mike Pence." The President of the United States, Donald Trump, said that, quote, "Mike deserves it," and that those rioters were not doing anything wrong. This is a sentiment that he has expressed at other times as well. In an interview with ABC News correspondent Jonathan Karl, President Trump was asked about the supporters chanting "Hang Mike Pence" last year. Instead of condemning them, the former president defended them.
Because it's common sense, John. It's common sense that you're supposed to protect. How can you, if you know a vote is fraudulent, right? Yeah. How can you pass on a fraudulent vote to Congress?
President Trump's view that the rioters were not doing anything wrong and that, quote, "Mike deserved it," helps us to understand why the president did not ask the rioters to leave the Capitol for multiple hours. In fact, he put this tweet out at 2:24 p.m. Ms. Hutchinson, do you recall seeing this tweet in which the president said the vice president did not have the courage to do what needed to be done?
I do.
And Ms. Hutchinson, what was your reaction when you saw this tweet?
As a staffer that works to always represent the administration to the best of my ability and to showcase the good things that he had done for the country, I remember feeling frustrated, disappointed, and really, it felt personal. It was really sad. As an American, I was disgusted. It was unpatriotic. It was un-American. We were watching the Capitol building get defaced over a lie.
Star witness Cassidy Hutchinson goes on to talk about Donald Trump's response to the insurrection. She's questioned by the House Committee Vice Chair Liz Cheney.
Inside the White House, the president's advisors, including members of his family, wanted him to deliver a speech to the country. Deputy White House counsel Pat Philbin prepared the first draft of what would be the president's remarks on national healing, delivered via pre-taped video on January 7th. When he arrived at the White House on the 7th, Mr. Philbin believed that more needed to be said, so he sat down and started writing. He shared the draft with Pat Cipollone, who also believed the president needed to say more. Mr. Cipollone agreed with the content, as did Eric Hirschman, who reviewed the draft. The committee has learned that the president did not agree with the substance as drafted and resisted giving a speech at all. Ms. Hutchinson, do you recall discussions about the president's speech on January 7th?
I do.
Let's listen, Ms. Hutchinson, to what you told us about that and about the process of crafting those remarks.
I learned from a conversation with Mark and overhearing between him and White House counsel and Eric Hirschman as well that Trump didn't necessarily think he needed to do anything more on the 7th than what he had already done on the 6th. When he was convinced to put out a video on the 7th, I understand that he had a lot of opinions about what the context of that announcement were to entail. I had original drafts of the speech where there were several lines that didn't make it in there about prosecuting the rioters or calling them violent. He didn't want that in there. He wanted to put in there that he wanted to potentially pardon them. And this is just with the increased emphasis of his mindset at the time, which was he didn't think that they did anything wrong. The people who did something wrong that day, or the person who did something wrong that day, was Mike Pence by not standing with him.
Hutchinson also described how White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows and Trump attorney Rudy Giuliani later sought pardons for the insurrection. Again, this is Vice Chair Liz Cheney.
Ms. Hutchinson, did Rudy Giuliani ever suggest that he was interested in receiving a presidential pardon related to January 6th?
He did.
Ms. Hutchinson, did White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows ever indicate that he was interested in receiving a presidential pardon related to January 6th?
Mr. Meadows did seek that pardon. Yes, ma'am.
In her closing statement Tuesday, House January 6 Committee Vice Chair Liz Cheney suggested witnesses Trump allies have been intimidating committee witnesses.
Our nation is preserved by those who abide by their oaths to our Constitution. Our nation is preserved by those who know the fundamental difference between right and wrong. And I want all Americans to know that what Ms. Hutchinson has done today is not easy. The easy course is to hide from the spotlight, to refuse to come forward, to attempt to downplay or deny what happened. That brings me to a different topic. While our committee has seen many witnesses, including many Republicans, testify fully and forthrightly, this has not been true of every witness. And we have received evidence of one particular practice that raises significant concern. Our committee commonly asks witnesses connected to Mr. Trump's administration or campaign whether they've been contacted by any of their former colleagues or anyone else who attempted to influence or impact their testimony. Without identifying any of the individuals involved, let me show you a couple of samples of answers we received to this question. First, here's how one witness described phone calls from people interested in that witness's testimony. Quote, "What they said to me is as long as I continue to be a team player, they know I'm on the right team. I'm doing the right thing. I'm protecting who I need to protect. You know I'll continue to stay in good graces in Trump world. And they have reminded me a couple of times that Trump does read transcripts. And just keep that in mind as I proceed through my interviews with the committee." Here's another sample in a different context. This is a call received by one of our witnesses. Quote, "A person let me know you have your deposition tomorrow. He wants me to let you know he's thinking about you. He knows you're loyal and you're going to do the right thing when you go in for your deposition." I think most Americans know that attempting to influence witnesses to testify untruthfully presents very serious concerns.
And we end with Donald Trump's former National Security Advisor, General Mike Flynn, who supported Trump's efforts to overturn the election. During Tuesday's hearing, the House committee aired excerpts of its video deposition with Flynn, who repeatedly refused to answer questions from House Committee Vice Chair Liz Cheney.
Do you believe the violence on January 6th was justified morally?
Take the fifth.
You believe the violence on January 6th was justified legally?
Fifth.
General Flynn, do you believe in the peaceful transition of power in the United States of America?
The fifth.
The fifth, so said President Trump's former National Security Advisor, General Mike Flynn. In videotaped testimony, he was answering the questions of Committee Vice Chair, Congressmember Liz Cheney. If you want to see the full surprise hearing yesterday that lasted about 2 hours with Cassidy Hutchinson with various deposition testimony like Mike Flynn, go to democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. Thanks so much for joining us.
Joyous Juneteenth to all of you. Whether you are watching from Brooklyn or anywhere around the world, joyous Juneteenth to all of you. Wherever you're watching and however you're watching, thank you for joining us for this BRIC Be Heard Town Hall, Juneteenth, then and now. For all of you who didn't grow up celebrating Juneteenth, myself included, you may be asking yourself, is it a celebration of the end of enslavement for peoples in America? Is it a time to barbecue with your family? Is it a time to read and reflect and consider? Is it a time to attend a Trump rally in Tulsa, Oklahoma? Well, yes to most of those things, but a pretty sharp no to one of them. But however you decided to spend your Juneteenth, we're happy that you're making some time to be in this forum with us. We've met for town halls on previous occasions in our space in the BRIC house, but now we are in your house. So thank you for welcoming us into your space. Juneteenth, then and now. Then could refer to the late 1800s when a group of folks in Galveston, Texas were alerted by some Union soldiers who broke through the Confederacy after the Civil War and finally made their way down to the border towns of Texas to let some formerly enslaved peoples know that the Emancipation Proclamation was in full effect and that they were indeed free of their enslavers. That is one definition of Juneteenth then. Another may be Juneteenth then a year ago before a global pandemic pressed pause on the entire world, or in the more recent future, when a murder of an American citizen, a Black man in Minnesota, set the world on fire and who we are tonight. My name is Brian Vines, and for the next hour, we're going to be in dialogue with some members of our community who don't often get a chance to be in the room together, but we will right now be in that room together virtually with you. So make sure that you're asking questions and commenting and letting us feel you as we make our way through the next hour on the subject of Juneteenth then and now, with a special emphasis on liberation, Black freedom, and Black joy in this time of so much strife. So I'm going to introduce you to those folks with no further ado. First, I'd like to welcome into the room City Council member Lori A. Cumbo. She's a two-term member of the New York City Council and currently serves as the majority leader of the council. She sponsored legislation to create the first ever citywide minority and women-owned business task force, and she's joining us from her home right now. Thank you for being here, Councilmember Cumbo.
Always.
I'm also happy to have Rosa Clemente with us this evening. Rosa is an organizer, a political commentator, as well as being an independent journalist and the first, let history show, Afro-Latina woman to run for vice president of the United States back in 2008 on the Green Party ticket. And she is a doctoral candidate. So soon we'll have to call you Dr. Clemente, but tonight we're happy to have you on your path. Thank you for joining us, Rosa.
Thank
and
you.
I'm turning now to Robert Ganji. Bob Ganji's been an activist and a community organizer, as well as a public policy advocate in New York City for over 4 decades. He served as the executive director of the Correctional Association for over 29 years before founding the Police Reform Organizing Project, PROP, where he serves as the executive director. Thanks for joining us, Bob.
Happy to be part of it.
And rounding out our 4 for the evening is Olympia Sudan, a Bed-Stuy raised Afro-Latinx Asian trans woman who is an author, a healer, a poet, and the co-director of the Black Trans Media, an organization dedicated to reframing the value and worth of Black trans people by building community, media, education for racial and gender justice. So that is our group for tonight. And the unseen force in the room is you, of course. So please do continue to comment as if we were in the room like we get together at Brick House, and let us feel you and pose your questions and share your comments with your community here. as we get through this next hour in celebration, commemoration, and the spirit of Juneteenth. So looking at all of your faces, knowing that we've been going through it for the last few hundred years, as well as in the immediate future that we've been facing right now, we know that there's some rough things going on. But like I said at the top, we want to make space for Black joy and excellence and exuberance on Juneteenth. So things might get heavy, but we know that all of you have reason to celebrate every day and give us reasons to be happy to be in your community. So the first thing that I just want to start off by asking each of you is this notion of anti-Blackness that so many people have just woken up to, if they have the privilege to have not realized it before. I wonder how anti-Blackness shows up in your respective fields of endeavor and how it's affected the world up until now for those who may not have realized it. I'll start with you, Rosa. You're working in the education space, which is fundamental. So how has anti-Blackness shown up historically and presently?
Yeah, I mean, I first of all, let's just thank all the young people. You know, if we want to talk about joy, if many of us as organizers are not fully seeing what's happening, as a trained historian, I am full of joy today. You know, my daughter's 15, she's out on the streets right now at a rally, you know, while I'm here, and that we can all contribute in any way we can. But as far as it goes around anti-Blackness, for me, anti-Blackness is, you know, global. Wherever we are as a Black diasporic people, as people taken from the continent and dispersed all around the world, anti-Blackness is always showing up. But I think it is a good conversation to have, especially around ethnicity and us as like Black and brown folks, and how we as Black Puerto Ricans or Afro-Latinx people deal with our anti-Blackness, you know, and what that can mean. With that being said, I really just encourage people, especially in the Black and brown community, because I've actually seen some discussions that are making me kind of cringe, where people are saying, well, all Latinx people are anti-Black. And you're like, the system's anti-Black, you know? Blackness is around the corner here in Albany, New York, but that we have a shared legacy of resistance, and not to ever just see ourselves from the moment of colonization, but what it was before and what it is now.
I'm looking at you now, Councilmember Cumbo, from the sort of cultural standpoint and halls of power as well, two of your dual careers, from being in that creative space to being in a legislative body. How has anti-Blackness manifested on those fronts?
I would say founding MOCADA, the Museum of Contemporary African Diaspora and Arts, 20 years ago, the concept and the idea, recognizing that Brooklyn had one of the largest populations of people of African descent, but did not have a museum where that art and history and culture could be celebrated, collected, and to serve communities of people that live right here in Brooklyn, but also globally. And just the concept of that was really seen for people as something that should remain small. You should start with something really small, and it should be small. And this concept of a constant, you know, how are you going to build a museum? How are you going to fund it? You should do a little something, or do a program or a project. And it was like really having to fight through that and recognizing that something grander that is more in keeping and in alignment with who we are as an African diaspora people. And I remember coming to really terms in terms of systemic racism that's like written in stone. The first grant that I wrote was to the New York State Council for the Arts. And they have a film department, a dance department, a museum department, and you would apply for the grant that you would want it in those prospective categories. So I picked the museum category. That's where I knew I fit. And I remember the director at the time said, why don't you fill out the form for the Ghetto Arts program? And I said, excuse me, the Ghetto Arts program? And she was like, you didn't see it on the website? And I was like, you mean you actually call it that? Like it's written in a website, that particular division? And she was like, because the type of art that you want to show, our panel is not going to be prepared to review that type of art. So you should apply to the Ghetto Arts Fund, and you probably would be supported through that. So I went through all kinds of like changes in terms of, I'm not applying to that. I'm not applying. And finally, she was a sister. She was like, if you don't apply, you're not going to get the money. Right. So I humbled my little self, wrote the money to the Ghetto Arts program, got the funding, and continued in that realm for a number of years. But those were the types of ways that you had to minimize yourself in order to receive funding. And that's something that's across the board. I just want to say, in the city council, Councilmember Moya just introduced and passed legislation to abolish the word alien from all city documents, anything that pertains to anything referring to our immigrant community in referencing them as aliens. And this is really important because we as a people are known as minorities, when in actually we are the majority. And the nonsensicalness of us calling ourselves minority is seen when people say we have minority majority communities. I mean, we have to see ourselves as the majority, and the minority and the majority can change where you are based and where you are located. In New York City, people of color are the majority, and we should refer to ourselves as those things. And when you change the language, people change how they see themselves. But people have thought for so long that it was critical that we see ourselves as minorities in order to limit our power. So that was my first experience in the arts. In the political world, I could go on for the whole entire panel. So I'll add on to that in other jewels that I can drop when I'm answering questions.
Well, speaking of language and the way that we cast ourselves and see ourselves, I'm looking at you now, Olympia, as someone who understands the power of the media. Can you share an example of when you felt the power of anti-Blackness rear its head in your professional endeavors?
Yeah, I feel like I experience anti-Blackness every day as a Black person, just living. And it also brings me to the point as to why Black Trans Media was founded and why we work on Black Trans Media. And there's a lot of Black trans people here in New York City as Black trans leaders working in different movements, but don't have a specific organizing space. Or if there are spaces within the city that offer that resource, it is not safe and it is not accessible to our folks. So Black Trans Media was created to shift and reframe the value and worth of Black trans people. And also brings me to another point. I'm not sure if folks have done the anti-oppression training, the 4 Eyes of Oppression. And we talk about how oppression moves through 4 channels, being internalized, interpersonal, institutional, and ideological. And so while some institutions right now might say they care about Black life, what are their interpersonal relationships, like with Black people specifically, that are working towards shifting that and shifting those ideologies specifically to drive their work to combat anti-Blackness, and also just think about most of our work home in our communities and other spaces are dominated by white supremacist ideologies of who we should be as Black people and Black trans people.
Thank you for that. So, Bob, I'm looking at you and thinking about this notion of anti-Blackness, and I'm sure that you have examples from your 40 years in activism here in New York. But just an addendum to the question before you even give us an example, I wonder, do white people have conversations about anti-Blackness like Black people do?
Yes, and most of the white people in my social circle are liberal politically. They all voted for Obama, for example. But a number of the white people in my social circle, people who are my friends, don't fully understand. I mean, I work on criminal justice issues. I work on prison issues. I worked on prison issues. Now I'm working on policing issues. And a number of the white people who I talk to about these issues, particularly older white people, I'm old, I'm in my 70s, don't fully appreciate the divide between, for example, how police relate and react to white people as opposed to how police relate and react to black people. And so that's a harsh reality, and it's also a political challenge in terms of convincing more and more people just how brutally racist our criminal justice system is, what our prison system is, and policing in the United States. And I think everybody in the panel knows this. What we've seen in the last 3 weeks in terms of the videos exposing just how brutal and racist policing is, I mean, starting with the murder of George Floyd, and then the videos of in New York City and across the country of police officers just engaged in this aggressive kind of violence. That's if you didn't know that that's so much of how the cops operate on a daily basis, could be shocking. So racism and anti-Blackness is rooted deeply, unfortunately, in our country, and I think is expressed most aggressively and most brutally by policing, by our criminal justice system. And it starts with policing, but it carries throughout. It's the jails, it's the way district attorneys operate, it's the way our prisons operate. And this moment, because you talked, Brian, about having this moment be celebratory and this day be celebratory, what we potentially can celebrate is how I think more effectively than any time in my life, and again, I'm an old man in my 70s, has the brutality and the racist nature of the system, I'm not talking about the criminal justice system and policing, been exposed since the murder of George Floyd. And that I think more and more people are aware of it. More and more people are taken to the streets, including white people. And it's going to be harder. Whenever we've had these kind of uprisings before, when we had all the turmoil the summer of 2014 around the death of Michael Brown at the hands of police, the death of Eric Garner on the hands of police, caught on video. And eventually the movement, although enrolled a lot of people and exposed the problem, fell short of any significant gains, any significant changes. All the kind of tweaks around the edges, the kind of things that and I'm a fan of Obama, that Obama talked about, the kind of things that de Blasio's talked about, Cuomo's talked about, the kind of things that were instituted in Minneapolis, tweaks around the edges, body cameras, implicit bias training, banning the use of chokeholds. All those things are superficial. And we won't get to the fundamental change that's needed to root out the racism, to root out the violence, unless we have significant change. And that significant change will take the form of the banner that's being waved now is called Defund Police. In New York, it's Defund the NYPD.
Right.
The need to cut the power of police departments and the funding of police departments. That's the issue of the moment.
So can I ask you...
the anti-Blackness.
Well, Bob, you invoked defund the police, and we've got a lot of questions about that in anticipation of this conversation. And I just wondered from each of you, and maybe I'll start with you, Councilmember Cumbo, because the New York City Council has taken up an effort to reduce the NYPD's budget. I wonder what's the working definition of defund the police? Because if you ask 3 people, you hear 4 different things, but what is the framework that the New York City Council is using to defund the NYPD?
Well, the New York City Council, led by Speaker Corey Johnson, have put forth our budget proposal to the mayor in terms of what cutting $1 billion could do, in terms of how we could redirect that money. And essentially what that means is that money will be redirected into other agencies, or other agencies like school safety or others would be redirected back to the DOE. So this sort of exercise is an important one, but I think to Bob's point, defunding the NYPD is important symbolically also because it starts to recognize that we are shifting the power away from the NYPD into empowerment for communities of color. Now, symbolically, that's the right way to go. But at the same time, while we're talking so much about defunding, defunding does not improve, as you spoke about, Bob, in terms of systematic racism within the NYPD. It doesn't provide the cure for how we recreate a new NYPD. So I feel like it's important equally at the same time of discussing defunding or redirecting funding from the NYPD, that we also equally talk about and spend just as much energy in terms of how do we dismantle a racist NYPD system that was really designed to uphold the original sin of slavery, in terms of, although we had Juneteenth and we had the Emancipation Proclamation, there were still clauses that existed that stated that people that are in our prison systems can be utilized for the purposes of free servitude. And that was the clause that made people accept the fact that slavery as we know it was ending, because those clauses were in place. And those clauses could have anything to do with, if you were preaching a sermon and you didn't get the right permit, you could be arrested. If you were unemployed, you could be considered a vagrant and be arrested. This idea of arresting was to fuel the continuation of a free labor system that still continues to this day. So I think it's really important.
Actually, with the full knowledge that that system is woven into the system that we have now, Rosa, I know you've spent a large chunk of your energy and organizing momentum around an idea of abolishment.
Well, yeah, I mean, I feel the police should be abolished. First, I trust in our communities that we can come up with ways to keep our communities safe. Secondly, like, I think defunding the police is a very interesting conversation, particularly in Washington, D.C., where they've co-opted that to the point that we have now some Democratic mayors of cities saying we actually want more money for the police and things like that. So, yeah. And I think also when we say abolish the police, you know, the vision is there and it's also there on paper, you know, and I live in upstate New York. I'm in Albany, New York. I'm 1 mile away from the governor's mansion. And we've seen 2 tanks in the streets of Albany because of 4 days of gun violence. And we have a woman mayor, we have a Black DA, we have a Black chief of police, we have a Latina who's the human rights commissioner. And what the police in Albany are doing is straight like military tactical warfare on a very small community that's in one area. You know, like you'll hear the helicopters coming over here soon. And that's what we've been faced with. So I also think in this, we also talk about how can we have restorative justice when someone causes harm to someone else? If we know that most people who are incarcerated, like in the state of New York, are there for nonviolent felonies, there's a way to have restorative justice, because when we get brothers and sisters and non-gender conforming people that come out, there's no re-entry services. We have more people on probation and parole that are incarcerated, 4.5 million people. Those people on parole or probation know. And that's actually what happened in the Rashard Brooks case. If you saw the interview that he did a couple months before he was murdered, he talked about coming out and how there were no services. He was a nonviolent felon, credit card fraud. And that, for me, when I saw that, I was like, this is why he ran away. Because he knew he was about to be violated. And also, like, he saw George Floyd, and also there were like 30 people on the Wendy's line. And I'm sure something in his mind was like, well, let me just run. You know, they had his car, they had his license, and we know what happened. So I think, you know, now is the time to envision the future that we want. We might not get there, at least while I'm alive. It might get there when my daughter's alive, but we have to disband all of it. Like anything around criminal justice or mass incarceration, it has to go. I mean, I know we have council people like Councilwoman Combo and Councilwoman Inez Barron that got our back, you know, but I also know that they fought very hard around Rikers Island being closed. And what was the solution? To build 5 newer, more nice looking detention centers in each borough. You know, and I actually probably, Councilwoman will let us know when it'll probably be like, no, we're going to shut it down and try to get some of these people mostly into reentry services or restorative justice programs. You know, so yeah, I'm about abolishing the system of policing. It has not worked. It's rooted in catching people who wanted to be free, enslaved Africans in this country. It's off on a shaky foundation, and that's why we're here now.
Olympia, I see you nodding in agreement there. And anyone who's paid any attention know that Black transgender people bear a disproportionate burden of police violence, but also face higher rates of violence just living their lives, walking in our streets.
Ashe. And I will also say, also on top of that, the erasure. I'm thinking about Tony McDade in Tallahassee, Florida, who was killed by the police, and people are not saying his name, I think, enough. I also think about when we're talking about the police, the origins and the roots of police, like Rosa was just sharing, is like slave patrol, catching people who were freed or supposed to be in service or in servitude in this particular way. I also think about recently there was a rally at Stonewall for Tony McDade, the black trans man from Tallahassee, and Nina Pop from Missouri. And I was asking the crowd that was yelling, defund the police and reform. And for me, I'm like, defund for how long? And reform until when? Like, when will these pillars of oppression for community, these law and orders, processes, be restorative and transformative in what they are seeking out and they're practicing as well? I also think there has been a legacy of us resisting and also using accountability, practicing accountability rather, in our communities outside of the police. And Bob, you were talking about like, there hasn't been much change since Obama, and like the things that have been moving forward in terms of the body cams are not enough. And I think it is enough because it has gotten us here. It is enough because we're still organizing. It is enough because we're still gonna use this moment to burst into the future, into our Black futures, our Black trans futures. So I definitely think that there is a reframing that I feel like should be uplifted, and that is abolition, thinking and having conversations around accountability, but not attached or rooted in these carceral practices, knowing that America is one of, or the most carceral country in the world, and that is dangerous.
So we have a question that came in about what is the biggest institutional hurdle to police prison abolition, and what steps can individuals and organized groups take to expedite the process?
The biggest obstacle is political, and it's not just the typical enemies of significant change like the police unions or the right wing. Nationally, I think it's different locally in New York, where you have politicians like Council Member Cumbo coming out for the $1 billion cut, but Joe Biden has called for actually increasing the funding for policing in the country. Nancy Pelosi and the Democrats, the bill that they proposed would actually significantly increase the resources for district attorneys. And there are specific ways to cut the power and funding of the NYPD and move toward an abolitionist vision. And I think we should be talking about that. And I'll just quickly go down them because I think people could understand them. We don't need a vice squad. The vice squad in New York Police Department is notorious for violating the rights of sex workers and violating the physical well-being of sex workers. We should decriminalize sex work in New York City. We should get, Council Member Cumbo talked about, we should get the police out of the schools, return the responsibility for school safety to the Division of Education. We should disband the gang unit within the NYPD, which is basically a mean to target Black and Latino young people in New York City. We should disband something called the Peddler Squad. In New York City, for some reason that I don't think anybody could explain, it's the NYPD who regulates street vendors, and they often do it in a very punitive way. We should take that power away from them. So there are very specific ways to take away from the police department. We should, for example, another one, there's a homeless outreach program. The NYPD cops shouldn't be the homeless outreach. It should be social workers. It should be mental health specialists. NYPD is the first responders when a call comes into 911 that there's an emergency in the community involving a New Yorker in psychiatric crisis. The people who should respond to New Yorkers in emotional distress should be mental health professionals, should be mediation specialists. They're very specific policy-oriented ways that I think a lot of the public, when it's presented to them, could understand that should not be the responsibility of the NYPD, should be the responsibility of community-based organizations or government agencies where the people who work for the community-based organizations or the government agencies have the training, have the vocation, have the desire to help people. Most people become police officers not because they want to be social workers. Another corollary point is some people become police officers because, whether consciously or not, they know it's going to be a job where they could put into real practice their sadistic and racist tendencies. So again, to get to the way we could curb and eliminate abusive policing and racist policing is by cutting the power, cutting the funding, cutting the personnel, cutting the duties. Be very, very specific. And getting back to the political moment in New York City, the $1 billion cut that's being proposed by the city council leadership, that's a significant change. That is not just a superficial tweaking around the edges. And it's very important that the city council hold firm and push on this and impose on de Blasio to accept that cut. That would be a meaningful step down the road toward significant change, and would mean that George Floyd and all the other Black people, all the other Black and brown people who've been killed for no good reason by police officers did not die in vain.
Bob, can I throw a concept to you to what you're talking about, and would love for everybody to just weigh in on this. Briefly, one of the things or concepts that I thought about was a community service training aspect of it too, because I also believe that there has to be some ways in terms of reforming or creating more community peacemakers or peacekeepers, if you will. If we start to see our police department more as peacekeepers instead of a policing agency. But the goal would be to we have in the New York City Council an initiative called Theaters of Color, Black, Latino, Asian, and Native American organizations throughout the 5 boroughs. These organizations, my goal would be to have the police officers do, and these numbers are negotiable, of course, 30 hours of community service prior to entering the academy, 30 hours during, and 30 hours after, and annually continuously doing 30 hours of community service. This way, those organizations that are in our communities, people of color, well entrenched within their neighborhoods, could train the officers, but also their evaluation would play a role in the rubric in terms of how the officers move throughout the training program. So if, let's say, there are 5 points, this point would be a point in terms of if you even enter the academy, and it would empower the community-based organizations in order to say who can and who cannot enter into their community to be peacekeepers, but it would also give them real world experience. It's like the type of thing, very quickly, if you go on a vacation and you go to stay with a family that lives in that community where you're going on this vacation versus if you go on a cruise ship. And I feel like our police academy gets the cruise ship training of how to work within our communities versus staying with the community, developing those relationships, and that community having a say as to who comes into their community through the evaluation process. And those organizations would have that NYPD funding redirected into not-for-profit organizations. And these type of organizations are like the National Black Theater, Billie Holiday Theater, and many others that have been doing the work for decades.
So Olympia, let me hone the council member's question a little bit. What would that time spent with these officers, what would 30 hours look like for you that you would want every person who puts on a uniform to know before they come into your community as a peacekeeper?
That's right.
I think that there will be a lot of resistance. I, for myself, will just be triggered, I think, throughout the process because of the nature and the history of police. I think the divestment of police should be just that, and there is an investment of existing community groups that are already practicing community accountability. I think that that would be a way. One of the ways also that police can do it is go through that educational process, that historical process as to what the police is, right? And internally have those conversations about what they can do to contribute to abolition as a whole. I think this system has not been working, and I myself, I'm not really so interested in polishing what I think is a violent system and a violent institution, the police. So I'm interested more in going into communities and figuring out how are we developing together transformation and restorative processes that don't have to look like the police. And I do think the accountability or peacekeepers could be a name for community members to hold as their just practicing accountability. I also wanted to say, in terms of your previous question about like, how can we work past the hurdles to abolition? And is that definitely genuinely addressing the anti-Blackness in this country, as well as changing the narrative in the media. The media has constantly been one of the driving forces that instill the fear in the people and tell the people who to fear, what is going on. And I feel like that's one of the ways. Also, educating our communities about the ways we've historically stayed safe, the ways that communities are staying safe now, and also space for us to vision about what we feel safety is, because that looks different for different people. And I just think the larger system that policing reflects is just a militaristic.
So can I pull on that thread for just a moment? Olympia, you brought up some really great points. And I just want to, as a body, ask everyone, looking at the totality of where we are right now, knowing that we came together to talk about this and vision ourselves into an idea of Black freedom, is criminal justice system the linchpin or the sort of entry point into the greatest, broadest space for Black freedom? Or what is it? Is it, once we solve criminal justice, that's the beginning of really realizing Black freedom? From each of your perspectives, where does that freedom lie? Is that the path, or is it education? Is it creative expression, economic empowerment? If you had to select one sort of point of entry for real, even healthcare, as we sit here in the middle of a COVID-19 pandemic, what is that entry point for Black freedom in 2020?
It's not the criminal justice system. The criminal justice system is, the racism is so longstanding, so deeply entrenched. That's the point of the people calling for abolition. I'm not totally signed on to abolition, but I'm signed on to significant change. Mm-hmm. One of you made the reference that the NYPD was founded in 1845. And this notion that the police departments are supposed to serve and protect, that's public relations crap. I mean, the NYPD was founded in 1845 in part to control two populations that were considered unruly. One, recent Irish immigrants, the irony being in a couple decades after that, Irish ethnic groups took over and basically ran the police department, and Black people. Freed Black people in New York City because New York State had abolished slavery in 1827. So the purpose of the NYPD and of every police department established in large urban jurisdictions in our country has always been, at least in part, to control and contain, and in some ways in brutal, violent fashions, marginalized groups and Americans of color. So the point that I think we're all saying, I think there's a common theme, is to give Black people and other people of color and other marginalized groups, trans people, sex workers, street vendors, homeless people, people in psychiatric distress, to give them a better quality of life and to give them freedom. We need to limit the impact of the NYPD and the criminal justice system on their lives. And we need to, for example, to Councilmember Cumbo's point, I would not want to have peacekeepers working with the NYPD because of how entrenched and longstanding the racism is and the tendency toward violent, lawless conduct. There are organizations, there's an organization called, and I think probably all of you heard of it, it's called the Cure Violence Organization, where they have on their staff people called credible messengers. The credible messengers are people who themselves had either been gang members or had been in and out of prison, and they've come out of that experience committed toward being productive citizens and law-abiding citizens, and they work with the young people in their communities to divert them from whatever appeal getting involved in criminal lifestyle has for them. And those programs have been documented as
So Bob, I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to jump in just out of respect for time, because I know that Rosa, you wanna say something, because I wanna get at this notion of freedom.
Yeah, no, for me, we have to, freedom will happen when we abolish capitalism, right? That's what a lot of us are not talking about, right? First of all, a lot of us on this call, me included, we're privileged right now. We can work from home and get a paycheck, all right? Most of the brothers and sisters can't do that, including my husband, who's a custodian and had to be in hot spots cleaning them while this crisis is happening on a college campus. So this is where I have to elevate the conversation. The reason, right, there's so many cops in the mass transit system in New York, why would you care if somebody's not paying $2.50 to get on a subway home? Because you're incentivized, whether by getting a bigger paycheck like the cop who killed Garner, you're incentivizing capitalism at that point. And we're not having, a lot of us are not having that discussion where globally, everybody's having that discussion. Let's just look at the COVID crisis here in New York State. Right. Has Andrew Cuomo been great as a Democratic governor? Yes. And he sucks on everything else. He cut Medicaid, he closed hospitals, he works with gentrification organizations, real estate PACs, and all of that. Here we are in New York State where we have the most Democratic Black and brown officials ever, up and down. And look at the crisis in New York State just around the economy. So I would say we have to start talking about how we end the system of capitalism. What does it look like to redistribute wealth? What does it look like to support cooperative economics that in hand can work from people that are incarcerated? And, I like even in the parole system here in New York or probation, these brothers and sisters and non-gender conforming people, the minute they come out, they have to pay a fee. Like, why? They did their time for smoking weed, and now they have to spend 2 or 3 years on the parole and probation and paying all those fees. So yeah, it's capitalism, but also the duopoly of the electro-political project, right? Like where we're at right now, we got to get Trump out. And I'm with Movement for Black Lives that say Trump has to resign. All right, that's where the young people are. I'm supporting them. But like you mentioned earlier, Joe Biden hasn't been a friend to Black and brown people pretty much ever until the last year, where he has to make his amends. And lastly, I would encourage people to really think, why all of a sudden are all these corporations saying Black Lives Matter, like Amazon, but firing Black workers for organizing for better wages and free health care and sick leave? We're not stupid. And we have to just be on point and say, what does society look like when we're not about the almighty dollar? Like, that's where I think it all stems from. These are all byproducts of capitalism. So that system needs to be broken and smashed,
Councilmember, I saw you co-signing on what Rosa was saying, especially with respect to workers. And I know there was some legislation in the city council who were protecting people from speaking up about COVID-related things that they were witnessing on their jobs, to be free from fear of retribution there. But is the legislation the key to freedom? What is the entry point for freedom as we see it now in 2020?
I mean, I would say that legislation is a big part of it because you can't always change the hearts and minds of people. So the law is one tool in terms of creating the type of equality or necessity that's called for, particularly at that particular point in time. It's also the exercise of legislation as well, like what was referred to, Bob was talking about in terms of, things that we're doing on the fringes. Sometimes you can only do what you can do at the moment and hope that the exercise of the fringe, because if you can believe it, there was a huge amount of debate in a body of 48 council members who are Democratic that we had to go hours and weeks over the chokehold ban. So, it's one of those things where you have to take the exercise and the time to educate people to get that super majority vote. Like there was a lot of hand twisting and there was a lot of things just to get people to understand the change. We also talked in the city council that we're going to be huge mental change for people in terms of the things that they've held on to that form their identity. And so systems, but takes time. So, some people will say, oh, they're going to make Juneteenth a holiday. Oh, writing Black Lives Matter on the street. Those are fringe things that don't really matter. But for a people that have been told that they can't do almost anything, the act and the art of just being able to take a statue down, to write the Black Lives Matter, there are steps in the right direction that are getting people to say, I have power, I have a voice. And the more they exercise that and the more they see that, their appetite for it, they're going to want more. So I don't think legislation is the only aspect to changing this, but it is a tool of many tools. The young people, as Rosa talked about, out in the streets, that's the number one tool. Because we were trying to pass the chokehold bill for 5 years following the death of Eric Garner. Those young people out in the street made something that couldn't happen all of a sudden happen. We've been trying to remove the statue of Thomas Jefferson for 5 years. Those young people are out in the street. We got it done. It happened. The discussion of $1 billion cutting it was like, oh my God, you can never do that. The young people out in the street gave us the power and the tools to be able to do that. And I would say on an every single night basis, I'm trying to figure out what more we can get while these young people are out there, because us older ones that are getting up there have to execute their vision, because they've said we don't want to inherit this society you've given us. We want a better one, and we're changing it right now.
Absolutely. Speaking of that execution of vision and the change right now, I'm still waiting to hear from you, Olympia, about what that vision of freedom would look like for you and the members of your community right now in 2020.
I definitely, thank you so much, Brian. I definitely see it as stages in terms of education. So like in terms of legislation, we need to have people that are educated and are not moving from a place of prejudice, of violence, preconceived ideas about Black people, poor people, disabled people, thinking about that, because there are people that are upholding these laws. I also think about like, Rosa, you mentioned capitalism. For a lot of Black trans people, we're making less than $15,000 a year. So there's a relationship that we need to have that it just needs to have in order for us to have a relationship, of course, the sustainability and our longevity. I really think it is about investing in community groups that have already been doing this work, as well as educating people on all levels, citywide, state levels, people who are, in city official positions that are holding power differently than people who are not in those positions. And I feel like ultimately might not have those connections to community in a way that will help them address these issues with an intersectional lens, which is really important, and we're missing that across the humans, I believe. And also just making sure that you're supporting things like what we have going on, like the Reclaim Pride Coalition, who announced the Queer Liberation March for Black Lives Against Police Brutality, Sunday, June 28th. at Foley Square at 1 p.m. So things like that, movements that you can be a part of, definitely help to push that conversation that much closer to what it is that we feel we need and want in our bodies for our bodies as Black people.
I love the way Olympia drops her event right in the middle of her speech.
Well, we know what we're doing at Foley.
That's how we do it. That's how we do.
No, you all have your marching orders. The 28th, we'll see you at Foley Square. But
That's
thinking
right.
of that momentum that each of you touched on and that push that a council member like Lori Cumbo needs to enact this legislation is one path. I'm wondering how each of you feels we can move this moment forward and leverage this energy that we've never seen before with us moving in one accord. If you hashtag Blue Lives Matter, you get Korean kids popping up, disrupting the whole algorithm, trying to show that Black Lives Matter, inserting it back into the conversation. So I'm going to start with you, Olympia. How do we leverage this moment and keep the momentum going? And what does a win look like? How do we know that we've achieved the liberation when we're only been here for 30 days, knowing full well that the bus boycott down in Alabama took over a year? How long do we have to go, and how do we use this momentum?
I definitely see as, for myself, every day that there is life, that I'm granted life with the power of the ancestors is definitely a win in a lot of ways. I also think there's a power of working across different communities, across the things that we are aligned on, whether it is abolishing this whole system, whether it is the end to capitalism and imagining whether we're trading or bartering, and also just uplifting spaces, as I mentioned before, that are all about that imagination, that vision, that action, that work. But most importantly, I think we'll definitely go into educating folks about our history. What is it that we are coming from? What is it that we want? Is it something that requires us to build something out of new? Or are there things that we can take with us on this journey to the future that will help us because it's rooted in our history?
Yeah, and I think now that we're talking about Juneteenth, I think I'm a trained historian, so I see the long picture in all of this, right? So obviously we have the Emancipation Proclamation and what that meant. We have Reconstruction. So then in 1912, right, 1921, excuse me, it'll be 100 years next year, it's 99 this year. You have a community that's thriving, that goes through a racial genocidal massacre, right? And in fact, I was interviewing Robin D.J. Kelly, that everybody should know. He's probably our foremost historian, where he was telling me yesterday that people don't talk about the 2 days after the racial massacre, where they had interned the brothers and sisters who were surviving, who had survived. So I think it's important that we say right now, first and foremost, I'm an organizer, so first and foremost, we're winning some things. That is critically important. I don't think that taking down statues and all of that are just symbolic. Like, there's no other country that elevates slaveholders and genocidal maniacs, right? And third, that right now we're dealing with a megalomaniac in office, right? And a COVID crisis, which has really brought young people to the streets. I think they would have been out there anyway at this moment because the killing of George Floyd was so visceral. But yeah, we have to kind of look at the long trajectory of history. So right now we're like climbing up the struggle and the liberation ladder. If there ends up being an ebb and flow, then what does that mean to always continue to resist? As an organizer, you're always going to find an opportunity to organize. You're always, also for younger people, they need to see us as people that have their back. I'm 48. I may not be on the streets every day, but my daughter is. But also, what is it that young people are asking for us to do, which is support them. Don't talk down to them. And lastly, yes, since Ferguson, I think it's important for people to remember that Ferguson had 367 days, a year and 2 days of everyday protests. And why Ferguson is a historical marker is because at that moment, you had all these young Black and brown around people that had voted for Obama, that thought Trayvon Martin's killer would be convicted. And when all of that went apart, they were like, yo, we have to rise up. And they rose up in a military state that was in Ferguson, you know, and that also brought the intersectionality that we see now, particularly around Black, trans, and Black, queer, non-gender conforming people of color who are disproportionately being murdered by police, but by others in our communities.
So, Mr. Ganji, we're coming up on our last 2 minutes. One of those is yours, and one will be Councilmember Cumbo's when we get her reconnected. But 1 minute on how we know that we're going to get there and what the end result looks like.
Very Solomonic of you, Brian. A minute up for each of us. The thing that I am and my organization PROP, and I think other people working on police reform in New York City are most focused on is what we've talked about, that $1 billion cut. $1 billion cut in the NYPD budget, $1 billion, will be a significant step and will send a message to the NYPD, you no longer rule the city the way you have for decades in effect. And it will send a message to the community that the NYPD is on the ropes or potentially on the ropes. And talking about rallies, I think we should all show up on June 28th at Foley Square. There's going to be a rally this coming Tuesday, June 23rd at 5 o'clock in front of City Hall. And the main part of the agenda of that rally is to put pressure on City Hall and the City Council to cut that budget by at least $1.1 billion. That would represent significant progress that we still have to build on, but that would be an important breakthrough.
So breakthroughs all around. We thank you, each of you, for being here. Councilmember Cumbo, we've run up against your time, but we'll be watching you on the city council hearings that are taking place live on Zoom and sharing that momentum. We thank each of you for being here. So in our last 30 seconds,
this is my reality right here.
Hey, this is the reality. This is how we're all living.
Exactly.
You talked about this Black joy.
Like.
I know there's a joyful little boy who's responsible for all of that. And that's right, the same energy that we're going to take forward into the rest of this movement.
It was a good note to show on.
See you at our next town hall.
All right, thank you everybody.
Wonderful.
Thank you, Brian, and everybody. Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Everybody.
Onward.
Look forward to seeing you in person.
Me too.
moving forward, fighting for what we believe in. And I cannot sit here as depressed and sad and mentally depleted because of my personal circumstances, because my mother's health, because I live in the Bronx, because I'm suppressed, because of COVID-19, because of these protests. I cannot sit here, not my wisdom, not my love, not my passion, to sit and be in a dark place. Been there, done that. Pride is us. Live it, learn it, and pay it forward. Love and light.
It's the 50th anniversary of Stonewall, such an important anniversary for the LGBTQ community.
And this probably will not surprise you, but I'm now reporting today that we will cancel city permits for June events as well.
Due to COVID-19, we had to shut our services. It has been absolutely difficult to keep our clients engaged and connected. We're reaching out to our clients, and I'll speak about some of the stuff. We're providing HIV home test kits, but now we are sending them out to people. And for the trans community, likewise. Even though it's a male empowerment program, we accept all. But we're real close and connected with the trans community and the coalition and leaders in the community that can support our trans community.
When this is over, as larger community are going to be having to grapple with this sort of after effect of corona or social isolation of our mental health, Ballroom's already been doing the work. And in some ways is a model for the world over to see. About 3 years ago, we began to take young ballroom people particularly through the HEAT program through 3MV on a away retreat for 3 days. But my desire was to shift it from an HIV prevention, behavioral change intervention to a community organizing, leadership development, self-efficacy development intervention. Because I think that is where the power is, right? So across every geographical region, particularly in the US, there's a coalition of leaders. And that translated to social media. So if you go on Facebook, every ballroom coalition, so there's a West Coast ballroom coalition, there's an Atlanta ballroom coalition, but every house, for the most part, has its own Facebook forum. So when this happened, ballroom immediately just does what ballroom does. I think marginalized communities, when they're at the brink of annihilation or extinction or crisis, they're very creative in our survival. And so we went just virtual. And we wind up having these virtual balls.
The future is unrestricted.
Precious, dynamic, Latinx.
The future holds that we continue to be wise, but not forget where we came from and what we have fought for and what our ancestors have fought for. So I see a thriving, hopeful future with lots of abundant and joy and happiness and pride.
Pride in and of itself is born and birthed through the backs, from the backs of Black and brown trans women specifically, right? And mostly. We must remember that in this moment. So we can remember, number one. Number two is our ability to adapt and respond to crisis is beyond, right? It's in our DNA. It's absolutely in our DNA. And so it's why Baldwin responded almost immediately. No, not the notion that, oh my God, after this, we're gonna have to deal with communities' mental health. No. We do this all day, every day. If I can get on a live with another Baldwin person and read each other, I can get on live and take care of each other.
Everybody bring it, let's have a fun at a ball.
You matter. Black lives matter. Trans lives matter. LGBTQ, Latinos matter. We matter. We're not gonna settle, and we're not gonna fall behind. We won't let those fall behind. Not on my time.
My name is Leanne Field Stewart. I use they, them, she, her pronouns, and I'm the founder of the Open Project. Today, I call upon each and every one of you to make a commitment. Today, I urge you to commit that today is the very last day that transphobia will bring the lives, loves, and joys of Black trans people.
My name is Johnny Guadalupe. I'm the program coordinator for community access under the Access to Care Department. Working at Housing Works for the past 10 years, I've learned to just build from the bottom up, just like a grassroots organization that we are. Housing Works started over 20 years ago, and it started from ACT UP. And so when ACT UP came up with treatment, right, they fought, these are the gay activists in the 80s that fought for the treatment for people living with HIV and AIDS. Different committees started, and the housing committee, they started Housing Works. We have a space, so we decided to, just start opening up the space for not just young gay men, anyone in particular that's young, that's in need, but we've seen a high attendance rate with young gay men, especially young folks from the Kiki scene as well.
So after hours, Monday through Thursday, they have different Kiki houses come and use the space for practice to prepare for any balls that are coming up in the Kiki scene. Kiki scene has been around for, I think, about 10 years. Kiki came from the word shade, or reading, if you want to remember.
Shade comes from reading. Reading came first. You get in a smart crack and everyone laughs and kikis because you found a flaw and exaggerated it, then you've got a good read going.
Kiki to have fun. That's basically what we like to, this is what Kiki stands for, to have fun. There's several houses that you can go to and perfect your craft. I say your craft as what do you want to do in the ballroom scene. You can do from fashion to runway to be real, or you can Vogue. You know, it's still the same thing that goes on in the main ballroom scene, that they just bring it to prepare you for the main ballroom scene. That's what the Kiki scene is for. Different agencies throughout the 5 boroughs come together and they form a coalition. And these coalitions are to help these houses to have space for them to practice. It's amazing. These teens come out and they have fun and they compete, you know, with each other. But the best thing about it, at the end of the day, when they finish, they go home as friends.
It's an interesting subpopulation that not many people think of as a positive. They always think of, you know, just a negative, like, you know, just young people trying to start trouble, just young people that don't have an education. Yeah, and it's like, you know, really creative people that some do have some guidance and some are coming from nowhere, just run away or thrown out their house or going through, you know, the city or state system.
A lot of them are talking about getting housing. Some of the youth are having issues at home. What I went through, just like the other people, like Paris is Burning, you can see from that movie, there's the same things that still happen is repeating itself. Family not accepting family, and we build families within our houses. And that's what you need in this scene. It's building communities amongst each other, and that's the best thing about it. My feeling is just having fun. I don't care if I win. I don't care if I lose. At the end of the day, that I got on that floor and showed you what I got. I was given a little taste of Vogue because I do Vogue. I am legendary for my Vogue, okay? Being in the Kiki scene, it does get us, especially myself, complete confidence in myself to better myself in life. It's to prepare us for a better future, especially if we would like to be in the main ballroom scene.
Shake these motherfuckers out of this money to throw this free ball in this big venue and give out prizes and trophies and awards. Clap. This is the maker of Black Pride, the creator of the Heritage Ball.
I do it all. I do it all.
Bizarre.
My name is Lee Soldier Simmons. I am a visual artist, dancer, promoter, and the executive director of New York City Black Pride.
Hey everybody, make some noise. Happy Black Pride. Now we're gonna do it one more time. I said Happy Black Pride. Y'all know what it is. You know the Heritage Ball. Tonight is your night to make a moment, to have a moment. Are y'all ready to do that tonight?
Ballroom is a microcosm of society at large. Ballroom now is made up of all different types of people, gay, straight, white, black, every nationality, every age sector of the group.
Y'all know what I'm talking about? You ready for a moment?
You got a girl from Trinity Mountain?
I have got a girl whose pussy is so good. If you threw it up in the air, 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 if you threw it up in the air,
It would turn into sunshine.
I have got a girl. I have got a girl.
Show me what you got.
Hi, my name is Precious Ebony, and tonight we're here in New York City for the biggest ball in New York
York City. It's called the Heritage Ball. It's a free ball. Everyone's here to have excitement. Everyone's here to compete, have fun, acknowledge, give homage, pay respect. Everyone's here for the heart, the love, and the history of ballroom. And we're gonna have fun. There's gonna be drinks. There's gonna be some drama. I hope you guys are here. Stay tuned and be alert because it might happen tonight.
All right. I want to say a few words. Every year, it takes a lot to raise money for Black Pride here in New York. It takes a lot for me to do this so that all of the events are free. You don't go to anybody else's Black Pride that all of the events are free except New York City. Can I have a round of applause for that?
When I came to the ballroom scene, immediately I felt like I was a part of something. Just the warmth of that took me by surprise. I walked into a ball not knowing anybody, and all of a sudden I had an instant family.
Family coming together and using these categories to represent themselves. You have your mother, you have your father, and those are the people that represent you with these houses when you go out and compete for your category. There's several different categories. You have your film queen, which is your transgender women who go out and vogue. You have your butch queens, which are the feminine boys. And you have your butch queen twisters, which you're still real and you still can vogue. Now they're opening up the category for women, cis women to vogue, which is amazing.
I came to the ballroom scene in 1986, so it was before we really began to have a wider public acknowledgement. Also, surprise, surprise, I'm white. I was not your typical member of the ballroom community, but I came to the balls and I was accepted. I became a member of a house. I became a member of the ballroom community. And as we've seen it continue to grow and embrace all different people all over the world, it's really amazing to see how it's grown.
My name is Labelina Milan from the Royal House of Milan, and I'm at the Heritage Function today to judge. For the voguers, the 5 elements are critical. Your spins, your dips, your hands, catwalk, floor performance, duck walk. I'm looking for all of that. If you're missing an element, you're not going to get my vote. For the fashion categories, absolutely a tailored look. It has to look like it fits you well. I don't need any waves like you're in the Pacific Ocean. I don't need any ruffles. I just like a nice, clean look, and it can't be fraudulent. First and foremost, it's important for the LGBT community because this is a segment of that community that is often criticized, marginalized. We've been segregated, and yet they take our talent, they take our fashion, they take our dance moves, and they take it into mainstream, and they don't credit the people they need to credit. In general, just in the community in general, the talent itself, it's what you see on the stages, it's what you see on the runways of Paris and Milan and New York. It's ballroom. They just won't give the credit to ballroom.
This is our heritage. Who we are is nothing to apologize about. So clap your hands in celebration. Well, the scene started because Crystal LaBeija kicked the motherfucking doors open and said she will not deal with the pageants anymore.
Crystal, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for the third runner-up in the 1967 Nationals.
She will not deal with that situation anymore. She will not be judged amongst those girls anymore. And she stormed out.
Crystal, where are you going? This is not the time to show temperament. Get back here and stay with the other finalists. Oh, well, you've got to expect
Here was this woman, Crystal LaBeija, who had been walking balls and also participating in this fledgling pageant drag scenes. So it's all part of the sub-drag culture.
Do you think she deserved it?
There's a famous documentary film that documented this moment in time where Crystal just had enough of the racial divide of how she looked, makeup, and, and losing in this particular competition.
Monique, would you tell her why you didn't come? Because she knew it's Victor Holler. She said, Crystal, darling, don't go. Because you're not going to get it. And that's why all the true beauties didn't come.
It's in bad taste and you're showing your colors and stuff.
I am doing it bad, but I have a right to show my color, darling. I am beautiful, and I know I'm beautiful.
Nervous, move to the
side. Let me win, I will get my tens. Pump to the side, I get nervous. Won't you go to the side, just move. I get nervous, move to the side. I'll get tens, bitch, let me win. Won't you move to the side. I'll get nervous, I'll get tens. Won't you let me walk, I'll win. Let me walk, I'll get my tens. Move to the side, just let me go. I can't take this, no, so no. Don't you move.
We often don't connect it, but it's the whole reason why there are Black Prides. It's that, you know, these are trans people of color who started these movements. These are trans people of color who were fed up and decided to fight.
I always knew that I was a woman inside, but growing up in my family, I had to put that on hold because I had to be somebody else for everybody else. As I got older and got wiser and realized that, you know, I can be comfortable in my own skin and live my truth, I started living in my truth 7 years ago. After, you know, my drug addiction and my alcohol abuse and the attempt of committing suicide. And when I failed at suicide, that's when I realized that God came to me and said, no, I'm not ready for you, my child. I need you here to live your truth and tell your truth and speak to other people about your truth.
It was these trans people that walked in their truth that risked themselves being arrested, that risked themselves being shot with all types of medications and things because it was considered a mental illness. And these things who stood in their truth to stand up to the police and corruption and say enough is enough.
Years ago, you know, when we started back in the late 70s, early 80s, it was very underground, it was very niche, it was really something very few people knew about. Today, it's really recognized globally. You have people participating in voguing and ballroom events all over the world, and it started here. It started right here in New York City with this community, and that we get to celebrate that, and we continue to get to show the world that celebration is really amazing. It's a really important cultural event.
Are they in the building?
In terms of a historical perspective, it's great to see that the ballroom scene has really been embraced by the larger culture, people of color, by Black Pride. So it's no longer an underground niche thing, but it's really part of the larger culture that we all live in and all experience today. And an event tonight that's a real affirmation of that. The acceptance that we have, the cultural influence that the ballroom community has had.
There is no ball without music, and you have some of the top amazing DJs who put these beats together. We call it rap. It's called commentating in the ballroom scene. You commentate over that beat, and that person who's voguing can hit every beat that they're saying.
Looking for my
legend.
Looking for my legend. I'm legendary. I'm looking for my legend. Yeah, look at my legend.
Come on, legend.
Looking for my legend.
Legend for a reason, not for a season. Bitch, now give it to me now. Ow, give Amari a round of applause. Legend.
See a bitch, let it all out.
Damn.
Bring it back on a count of 3.
World.
1 for the ready, 2 for the set. DJ. Let it all out. 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 Bitch, let it all out. 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 Bitch, let it all out.
The voice of ballroom is about coming together as a community. Lessons that society can learn about being able to create a house that has someone that's straight, someone that's trans, someone that's non-binary, someone that's gender non-conforming, and all to be in something that's considered to be like a family or a house, can show the greater society how we can get along and work together and thrive together. Ballroom has a lot to teach the world.
Somebody need to tell her that she need to quit. I wanna see a bitch let it all out. DJ, drop the beat. Let it all out. 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 Bitch, let it all out. 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 Bitch, let it all out. 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 Bitch, let it all out. Let it all out. Let it all out.
We've always existed. We've always been a part of society, or under the radar, but we were there. As time changes, ballroom changed, the drag world. 100 years even before Stonewall, here we are creating a space for LGBT people to express themselves.
Well, you told us your favorite, I'm gonna tell them my favorite.
It's historically very important, not just for people of color, just for LGBT people in general to know that this space existed. I think that it's important now that we also, as a community, own our own history, right? And so I started a research project myself, and I came across this newspaper clipping from a black African-American newspaper, which dated back to 1926. And when I saw the article and I read the article, it said it was like the 58th anniversary of an event. The first thing that came to my mind was 58th anniversary. Like, okay, that means that this was going on a lot longer than I first anticipated. Ballroom started, or the first drag balls started in 1869. It has always been our thought that because white people were winning the bulk of these awards, that it was white people that initiated drag balls. So to understand that it was a black organization that was giving it, now I had some dates to go back by, and I started this project. That newspaper article stated in it that it was a black organization that was giving this function. And so that organization was known as the Hamilton Lodge. So during that, I came up with this research. In 1842, a fraternal organization of free black men called the Philadelphia Institute in New York City petitioned a Manchester, England aligned lodge of American Oddfellows for a dispensation to form their institute into a lodge of Oddfellows. They were denied because they were black. Peter Ogden, a black sailor who was a member of the institute, suggested they try again directly in England. Peter sailed to England and obtained permission to form the Philadelphia Institute into the Philadelphia Lodge number 644 on March 1st, 1843. By 1847, there were 22 lodges under Peter's organization, including the Hamilton Lodge number 710 of the Grand United Order of Oddfellows, which opened in February 1844 in Harlem, New York. The Hamilton Lodge number 710 gave their first annual masquerade and civic ball in Harlem at the Rockland Palace Banquet Hall and Casino. This is the first known ball on record in Harlem of men dressed as women. We know that every year they gave this reception, but the success of that reception was the fact that these men would show up dressed as women. When you look at the attendance records of some of those newspaper articles, some say 3,000, some events say 5,000. I've even read articles that said as much as 8,000 people attended an event. Here I am thinking that today we get 1,000 people event. To think that in those days, something that again was against the law that thousands of people showed up for, these people still stood up in their truth and did that and risked being arrested when it was considered to be a mental illness. To have newspapers print the names, the race, and the address of the winners was dangerous. But it also showed that they didn't care. There was this existence of people that might have been, so to speak, in the closet. Those events were attended by both white and black. They were attended by celebrities, by high society people. We tend to always think about that period of time in America, the 1800s, of saying slavery. 1865, we just became free. The cities that we migrated to was not by accident. Those were cities where free blacks already existed and were making a living and had jobs. that some of them were LGBTQ people. They were gay people. We don't talk about that. There are so many people that we need to catch up on. We helped create so many major things that is part of American culture, but we're not accredited for it, right? So, and the way we do that is that we need to document those things, because the more you know, the more you can have pride in knowing I come from greatness.
My name is Nola Hansen. I'm an artist and the founder of Trans Boxing, boxing club exclusively for trans and gender variant people in New York City. So Trans Boxing came to be after I had been personally training for a couple of years. I had a fight. I was really into it. Just training all the time, trying to fight as much as I could. And I got an injury. And I wanted trans community. Like, I wanted queer community, and I didn't have it. And so that's why I started it. I thought, well, maybe if there was a class just for trans folks, like run by a trans person, we could see, you know, and provide the space for people that want it. And for people that don't, that's okay, but it's there. In New York, there's a good amount of self-defense programs for queer and trans people, but trans boxing is not really that, right? And so I think that those are important and they're life-saving for people. People rely on them. But we wanted to offer something that was different, that just for people who wanted to learn how to do a sport, right? It was like a personal desire that I had to connect with people through boxing. And, you know, my experience at the gym I box at has shown me how boxing can build really beautiful community and deep, unique relationships. And so I thought, well, this is how I know, this is how I want to relate to people, you know, and I've seen how boxing can do that. So it just felt right, you know, it felt right, and I thought, you know, maybe I can connect with people, keep doing the thing I love, you know. Trans boxing started out of a gym in Brooklyn, and then we moved over to Overthrow in November of 2017, and that's when Liv Adler came in as my co-trainer. And I would say, to me, that's when I really feel like it sort of solidified.
First time I put on the gloves, it was over. I've been training for years as a boxer and as a fighter, and when I started boxing, everything just felt very like natural and normal, and like I'd been doing it forever. It just felt like it fit. At this point now, I've started to just give back to the community, just teaching people what I know, getting people into the gym, getting people interested, and just showing them, you know, like that it could be something really healthy. And I think that's a really special part of trans boxing, because it is a really binary sport. It really is. And traditionally, all sports have been, but specifically with boxing, when it's a one-on-one sport, you know, there tends to be more boundaries for people who have more of a different gender expression or gender identity. We just try to take down those barriers and provide a safe space where people can train and enjoy the sport and not have to worry about all those factors that have traditionally kept trans and GNC people out of the sport and out of the gym doors. We cater to all levels. There are some people that come and take our class for a couple years and they just want to hit the bag and learn boxing. And there are people that have been taking our class for a month that are asking us about fighting. A lot of buildings just make people choose what gender they are when they just go to change in the locker room. It makes people uncomfortable to go to the locker room. It makes people uncomfortable to wear what they want to wear in a space that doesn't feel safe sometimes. And a lot of people don't participate in sports or even like do things to make themselves healthier, like go to the gym, because they're afraid of the locker room or what people are going to think, or that their gender expression is going to be judged. And a lot of people just isolate themselves. you can come use the bathroom that's comfortable for you. You don't have to go in one locker room or the other. We ask everyone their pronouns. We try to cater to the community and like their needs in a way that a typical gym wouldn't, or maybe wouldn't understand.
You feel a little too big? Yes. So think about that, like you're stepping on something.
I joined this class because I've always kind of been interested in boxing as an exercise. I've always been attracted more to exercising and sports in a way that like it's something that I'm doing rather than just going to the gym and trying to do tasks I get bored with. And it seemed like just a more open and less intimidating way to get involved and try it out than having to like show up at a gym where maybe I was nervous about what that gym's culture is, what the reception would be and what my skill level is. It seemed like a more, just like a less intimidating way to get involved. It's really, really more personal than a lot of classes I've been in. Some other classes I've taken are very like fast-paced, like calling out the exercise, you got to do it. Maybe you don't know it, you might feel a little lost. I appreciate a lot that they take the time to like explain everything they're trying to teach, every move, make sure everyone is on the same page and knows what they're doing.
It's like at the same time, right? So with this foot, there it is. That's what I'm talking about. Good. There it is. Oh, Liv and I are really, we're like devoted to the craft of boxing, and that's what we like to teach. There it is. So it's technical boxing, cardio, warm-ups. We have everybody, do warm-ups together, and then we go into, we'll split the class up. Usually we have a big class, so we'll split it up. Folks will do partner work, partner drills in the ring, and then people will do bag work, and then we'll switch, so everybody gets a little bit of everything. And then at the end, we usually all do burnouts together, which is like everybody hitting the bag fast, getting sweaty, and, making it funky. And then we cool down, Trans boxing is important to the community, I've been told, because people have said there are not enough trans-exclusive spaces. People have told me, like, oh my God, like, people come to class and they're like, I've never seen so many trans people in one space. For me, boxing allowed me to embody my identity fully and confidently, while also knowing that, like, there were changes I might want to make, right? And that knowing that the way I feel inside is not necessarily the way the world sees me. But I think it just helped me get back into my body. It just really helped me to feel in my skin, because I had to pay attention. I had to know where my hand was. I had to know, if I'm turning my jab over, okay. I had to know, okay, when someone's throwing the body, I have to pick back up. So I think, like, for me, the biggest benefit has been, like, yeah, it might be uncomfortable. Can I tolerate it? Like, building up that distress tolerance. And that boxing did for me. Because, like, you get hit in this sport. It's not comfortable, right? And, sometimes I get in there and I, especially in the beginning, I felt scared, right? And so I think for me, as a trans person, before boxing, before, like, really getting back into a physical discipline seriously, I had just tried to not be in my body. What I want people to take from this class is that, boxing is for them, if they want it, and we want to help make that happen, right? The challenge is getting people through the door, right? Because once you're in, it's like, oh, hey, what's good, If you work, right, a lot of time, from my experience, like, if you're there to work hard, and listen, that's the most important thing.
We are at Dapper Q's fabulous runway featuring 70 of the most beautiful queer, trans, GNC models and designers.
What's it called? Dress code.
The biggest queer fashion show in New York City and during Fashion Week.
It celebrates inclusion and diversity and beauty in all of its many forms. I want to see a fashion industry that is reflective of humanity as you see it when you're walking down the street.
There is no representation for fat queer girls, so that's why I'm here to represent.
I'm kind of in the beginning of my transition, but I think shows like this represent the beauty in people who are outside of the binary, and I feel like that's extremely important.
I think every time our community gets itself into the spotlight, we become stronger and we become more visible.
It's good to like be a part of what we created and show that we have community and love.
I do this for my people. I do this for queer people of color. I'm here for them, and I'm here for non-binary folks.
This is for queer people by queer people. Queer people run fashion.
Now this is what you've been waiting for all year. 10 designers with runway beats by DJ Mo. Hit it for me.
At birth, I identified as female. I was born biologically female. And now I identify as trans male. Growing up, you know, nothing, you know, I wasn't the one, you know, who got raped or treated bad by a man in a bad relationship. You know, my father was there all my life. He grew up in my life all the way, you know, until I was 24 years old. I've been in a relationship, you know, with men before. They've never done me wrong. But that's not, you know, the reason why, you know, I'm going through with this transition. I was not played, I was not abused, I was not, you know, sexually, you know, assaulted, none of that by a man. It's not why I'm doing it. You know, it's solely because it's for my happiness, for myself, my being, you know, my self-esteem, my confidence. Not because a man has done me wrong or there was no male figure in my life. In school, it wasn't really, being gay, lesbian wasn't really accepted. You know, after I came out, a lot of people that I talked to, you know, they stopped talking to me, you know, they stopped being my friend because of that. I didn't really know why, but, you know, I still kept going on, like, with myself. I even, you know, at one point, I started dressing feminine, you know, just to, like, fit in, just, you know, so maybe these people would be my friend again. It didn't work. To be honest, it ate me up inside. When my mother didn't, you know, accept it either, it hurt me even more. You know, that's when I got into, you know, self, you know, mutilation. I started hurting myself when I was around 16 years old. I would cut myself with like razor blades, safety pins, anything I could really find. I was just angry, so I did it. I felt better hurting myself. It was like a release. So after feeling that release, you know, I would feel better. But then, you know, something would trigger me and then it would come back. So after a while, you know, as I got a little bit older, you know, I stopped cutting myself, but I still found other ways, like as an outlet to release, like the anger. So I resorted to, you know, stretching my ears. I haven't had a name change yet, and that's where it gets really, really hard. You know, going on to construction sites, you know, mostly because that's like what I like to do. It's like, when I apply for jobs, you know, they'll see my regular name, and obviously, automatically they think, oh, Selena, it's a girl. It's a girl, I'm not gonna, you know, so I'm like, you know, it makes it harder for me to get a job. So the dysphoria plays, you know, a big part in this. Every day, you know, I wake up and I'm just like, shit, you know, I gotta put this binder on. It's like, you know, can people tell, you know, that I'm still female? Can, you know, is my face not, you know, masculine enough? You know, is my, you know, it doesn't stick out, my Adam's apple. You know, I feel like, you know, there's certain things that I do that people can still tell that I'm like female. So it gets to me, it gets in my head a little bit. You know, so it's like every day I kind of gotta like practice, you know, masculine like traits, like the way I walk, you know, the way I dress, you know, the way I talk. It's just about me not being, you know, dysphoric and being, you know, hating my body. You know, it's not about like privilege and them having, you know, man having it over women. It's just like how I feel like as a person. I feel like I would just feel better, you know, have more self-esteem, be more confident, you know, if I was if I looked more and felt more, you know, masculine. As far as where I am with my body, I'm not where I want to be yet. I'm still waiting, you know, on the first surgery to happen, which is the top surgery. Once I get there, then I will be, you know, somewhat, you know, closer to happiness. But for right now, you know, I'll take that for what it is. You know, I need people on my side, you know, not just my community, my people. I need everyone, you know, mamas, papas, uncles, granddaddies, everybody in different countries, straight, pansexual, bisexual, everybody. I need everybody, you know, on my side. I need the whole community. I want to feel safe, you know, I want to be, you know, I don't want to step on my door and pray to God, you know, that, you know, am I gonna make it to the end of the day? You know, am I gonna make it, you know, to the next morning, wake up, you know? I just need everybody. I need that. I need that support. Totally.
My mother came to visit me and lived with me when I was dating my ex-boyfriend. To her, we were roommates, but we loved each other very, very deeply.
So can I get some chicken with that? Can I get like red meat? Huh?
Ammi left for Pakistan. She was crying and she was sad, and in our village she had all the women come in. She started doing several Khatmul Quran. And I get a feeling, an instinctual feeling, that she did it so that my ex and I would break up. I was born in Islamabad, Pakistan. I live with my boyfriend in this city that I don't want to name. We're getting married in the next month, and I'm afraid for our lives if I was to come out. If my family tried to erase me or my voice, it's very easy for them to do that. My dad, if he demands something, like, people will listen to him.
I lived in his ex's house.
Yeah, and so then we hit it off. And so then he moved out of there and moved into here.
What has happened since Orlando is that I've become very vocal about who I am, what I stand for. I'm at a point in my life where I have to make a case for my existence. I've never had to do that. As a Muslim and as a queer person, I could have been Omar Mateen due to the parallels that exist between our identities. Becoming very bitter and frustrated due to what I would have had to suppress, what I did not end up suppressing. I do feel like he's a brother of mine who wasn't able to survive his fight for his independence as a person, as an individual, against the traditions and the norms and the expectations. And for that, my heart reaches out to Omar. For that, he's my brother. Omar, my brow is heavy for you. My heart is lost in the pit of my sour stomach, looking for yours. I keep searching your face, those features I've known so many times in so many men. For what, I don't know. Omar, how long has it been since you cried? Until yesterday, it had been almost a year since I did. Narkhaze. Did that word torment you like it did me, Omar? I know the poison that you ate because I swallowed the same flavor. I feel your isolation. A victim of our own culture's wounded masculinity. We were born in wartime, dear, and you didn't survive it. I keep looking at your picture and asking, brother, why? Why? And I cry every time. And I call my tears a little revolution for you and for all the little boys like us. May we outlive the wounds of our fathers and learn to mourn the wounds of our mothers. May we heal.
Yes, let me just go. And then these are the same thing, but there are the entrances. And they have a little bit of a different hierarchy.
Hi, my name is Matthew DeLeon. I'm a graphic designer by day. And Brooklyn's drag queen of the year by night-ish, 7-ish on forever till morning again. And then I wake up and I'm back into a graphic designer behind the computer.
Bodega is always a good shit.
Very New York. So I was going to art school. I went to grad school at Parsons, and I was doing these kind of video character kind of dress up things. And then a friend that I was going to school with suggested that I should try drag. She was kind of into it. And I was pretty resistant because I was like, oh, this doesn't make sense. Even though I'd seen a few drag shows, it wasn't something that like piqued an interest in me. And then after we graduated, a few months later, someone else I knew was starting a variety night. And they're like, well, if you want to, it's going to be drag and other things and performance art stuff, which is other stuff I've been doing at the time. If you want to come down, just try it. And I was like, all right. So I did it that first night. And then I started going out more. She's like, I have this contest at this bar called Metropolitan. Why don't you try it out? And I was like, all right, why not? And then I won the contest. And then that's when it like snowballed into being out all the time. And I started co-hosting and then started putting together my own nights. And yeah, so then it never stopped. Doing it for 3 years in various shows. I'm usually out once or twice a week. And then of course I work 40 hours a week, Monday through Friday. And yeah. It's huge for me to represent a community like Brooklyn, a borough like Brooklyn, and because it's really embraced the kind of drag that I do, and I really feel like I do this without compromise. It's I don't conform to do a certain style of what I think people would imagine or want drag or think drag should be. I've always sort of done it my way, and not met that much resistance. And I think for that, like, Brooklyn's really kind of opened its arms for me, and it's always had a space for me. And then not only that, then I've been able to challenge myself and now be sort of appreciated for those things. And it's like, yeah, the best thing in the world.
This is the list. So this is the list of all the outfits, and you can see it's just the two of us. So Havoc is that other model right there. So it's like Havoc, Untitled, Havoc, Untitled. So then it shows like silk sleeveless top. This is my first look. Let's give it up for the one, the only Untitled Queen.
Untitled Queen. Oh, sure. Untitled Queen is wearing a silk sleeveless top, medium to large. It's also one of the items from out of the closet. We wanted to keep it in this auction because it's easy, it's breezy, it is not CoverGirl, as you can tell.
My name is Jason Daniels, and I am more known as Mary Cherry, and we are in Williamsburg, Brooklyn. Mary Cherry is a international drag performer, MC, actor, event producer, and all-around character. I started doing drag in San Francisco just for fun. I would go to friends' parties or go to office events, you know, and drag, but nothing too serious. And New York was gonna be that place where my dreams and my destiny was gonna happen. I didn't perform on stage until I was in Brooklyn. I was at my local bar, Metropolitan Bar, and I told the manager, I was like, why don't you have a coat check? He's like, well, I guess we should have a coat check. Do you want to do our coat check? And I was like, well, I have a 9 to 5, but more coin? Yeah, let's do it. So I ended up working the coat check, and maybe a few weeks after working coat check, I decided to just start putting on a little makeup just for fun. And I realized I made even more coin doing that. So I ended up doing even more of the fantasy, because it first started off as like a little lipstick, and then darkening my eyebrows, and then putting on a fascinator, and then eventually it became a wig, a dress. It was like destiny took control. And I went from coat check to having one party, and then having people contact me to speak at their event, to performing at their event. It's been almost 6 years now that I've been doing drag in Brooklyn. Being in drag has made me so more sure of myself and more confident within myself. The power of being on stage, or the power of just dressing up and having people be in awe of you, regardless of how busted you may look, okay, can be life-changing. The owner of Metropolitan, when the bar first opened 15 years ago, the neighbors were not very happy about it, and they actually, a group of them beat him up to the point where he was in a coma for a few weeks. That was 15 years ago, and now those people, those groups of people that, I don't know if it's still them or if maybe it's their sons or whatever, because there's a little club across the street for the Italianos, you know. They are one of our biggest protectors if there's something that happens downstairs. I don't like to give up on the plants. I come from a very interesting family tree, you know. So my grandmother was conservative from Arkansas. She won a special scholarship to go to an all-black school. In the South at that time, the only jobs that black women could get, an educated black woman could get, would be either a teacher or a secretary, and she said no. So she came to California and got a cute job with the Army. And for me, being raised by her in Berkeley, California, which is a radical liberal city, definitely created conflict, but now I appreciate that, because in a world where everything is just so laissez-faire, I like that I have some love for tradition. My father was a huge part of the Black Panther movement, and my mother, who was raised in the conservative household, met him and was just like, hey, you know. My grandparents did not like that at all, of course. And eventually my grandparents got their way and removed my father from the picture completely. And my grandparents paid him to leave my mother and I. He tried to kidnap me, and then my grandparents had to give him more money, so yeah, drama, okay, yeah. Because I do remember being in a field and having my grandmother like yell at me to come to her, but then having this figure holding my shoulders, but I don't remember the face that well. And I think that's when it all happened. And I remember police. I went to my first protest at 5. My mother has definitely taught me to be passionate, and I think activism and compassion is something that my mother taught me. And then my grandmother taught me how to use my mind and be strong and not let anyone break you, regardless of how much they'll try. People need to pay attention, because we are going to be the foot soldiers of the revolution. And it's not about color, it's about heart. It's not about gender, it's about heart. I do sausage, egg, cheese on a croissant, actually, not a bagel. America has spent so many years building these walls that I just imagine it being that's how change will happen, is from the inside. Are we there yet? Hell no. We have to completely squash the establishment that exists.
All I was hearing the bang, 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 I thought it was part of a song.
Regarding the Orlando tragedies, you know, it was an interesting moment for me, like everyone else. It's kind of reminding me of 9/11, to be honest, where everyone was so much about community and coming together. And it gave me a glimpse of what the world could be like, what our community, the gay, queer community could be like. It was gorgeous, you know. People were hugging each other. I had no help financially for college, so I am in huge debt. And it angers me that I'm in huge debt. What I want to really do is create a fund for queer youth that are going to college. Specifically, the fund that I want to create is going to be queer people of color, and put some money in some kids' pocket that has dreams just like all of us that are accepting the awards. It's not going to be just drag. Drag is my stepping stone, but there's so much that Jason can also do.
People talk about safe spaces. You need to find where you feel comfortable and free. Shea Josephine is my safe space. Everyone calls me Miss Pearl. That was given to me by a minister. This is home for me. The red carpet's rolled out. I love the vibe. I love to hear the music. It has such a beautiful aura of freedom because that's the way John Claude lived his life. John Claude Baker, Josephine Baker's son. And I love my champagne, my Kia Royale. Keith was an interesting child. I was born June 6, 1961. I was raised as the only child. In our household, it was very Southern. So there was manners, yes ma'am, yes sir, church on Sunday always, fabulous meals. It was like being at the Ritz-Carlton. You know, I was always a feminine child, the way I walked, the way I talked. I always was around the girls. I didn't want to play any sports. Christmas time came, all of the girls in the family got beautiful dolls. When I saw those Barbie dolls, I began to go crazy. They began to notice and they said, something interesting's going on here. My father took notice that I wouldn't play with trucks. Never once did I hear, be a man or be a boy or a sissy. Never from my parents. I got those names outside. I met a wonderful friend by the name of Jason. Jason was one of the first ones to take me to a trans club. I had seen the trans girls and always thought they were beautiful. There was something exotic about them. There was something magical. I saw a world that I had never seen before and knew that this is where I'm supposed to be. We were leaving and two beautiful trans girls were coming up. One just stared at me and she says, "You're going to be a queen one day. You're going to be a queen." I didn't know what I felt, but I knew I didn't like the outer body of Keith. I just didn't like being that person. And I decided I can't do this anymore. It's hard to try to be something you're not. And so many of us live that way. It's hurtful, it's painful because you can't be you because you're living for everyone else. I was in my late 20s and early 30s when I began to go into the direction of transitioning. I had a lot of obstacles that were before me: my career, family, the faith I came out of. My boss's wife looked at me one day and she said, "You gay?" And I said, "Of course." And she just burst out and laughed. They didn't bother me. I went and got my name changed. I got on the hormones and I took off. I went out one night and I was coming from a bar. The next thing I know, I felt this knock in my face. And the blood came and the tooth went and all of this. Didn't realize my jaw was broken in 2 places. I'd been through 3 surgeries. There's a plate on this side. They took this one out because it wouldn't heal. I was diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder from that. I have to be honest, it was my faith that has carried me through. My face was swollen and it was coming down. Pain, and I just would muster myself up to go to church. I had a burning need to just be in the house of the Lord. It's strength for me, not just because the way I was raised, but my relationship with God. It's a personal relationship for me, and it keeps me stable. If you've been a victim of hate crime, you have to reach way down inside and go to that core. If you go through some depression, don't stay there. We have plenty of support groups out there. You have to stay strong, and we have to do something about this violence against those that are transgender. Everyone has to be happy with who they are, because life is not worth living. I am the happiest that I have ever been in my life because I'm me. I want people to remember me as someone that would encourage you and lift you up as a soldier of love.
This is a family here.
How you doing, Joy?
Okay, how are you?
Good.
How was class?
Listen, I need somebody to rub me down after them classes. You know, I could barely walk to get here, let alone do some exercise.
Lunch is every day here. It's like you get so much information and you can people share everything with you. I feel like this is a part of my family.
Our biggest program we have is our lunch program, where seniors can come together, have a meal, conversate, tell their stories, hear other stories, and don't feel isolated.
The lunches are excellent.
That's not a little too sweet for me.
I was watching TV one day, and I saw a program on Channel 13 about Griot Circle. And I found out about it, and I just called the phone number, and the young lady on the phone said, "Oh, come on down, we're at such a location." And I went there, and it was very accepting and very accommodating and welcoming. And I just started going there every day. I had a place to go because I lived with my sister. I didn't go anywhere. I stayed in the house all day. But finding Griot Circle was a godsend because I didn't have a place to go.
Griot Circle has been here for 20 years. Our mission is to reduce and eliminate all forms of oppression as it relates to our members. We do this by offering health and wellness activities, leadership, and advocacy.
We joined Griot when we had no place to stay. We used to have our meetings in a church. It's always been a place where you can be yourself and where you can discuss matters that go on in the most of the gay associations and whatnot, and a place where you're not judged because you're not living the life of most people. Just knowing that there were others and there were people who really cared about what we were about. That's what I found.
This is like a second home to me. I come here at least 4 times a week. I take the number 5 train from the Bronx. It's an hour and 15 minutes. Well, when I get here, there's a lot of activities to do, a lot of things to be involved in, and they're fun. You come here and you are productive. You come here and you have friends. You come here and you find different things that you have never ever known that you were interested in, and all of a sudden you find an interest in that.
I made all new friends here, and it made a big difference in my life because I had a purpose. for myself. I had a place to go, people to talk to, and things to do.
You know, isolation is one of the biggest factors when you age. You know, with isolation itself, it brings on other things, depression, you know, mental health, you know, struggles. For us, we recognize that that is an important issue here at Griot Circles, so we try to provide various services that address isolation.
I am having problems, memory problems. I'm having depression problems. And somehow, because I'm connected, some of the workers and the people who work here have given me information and referrals to people who can help me and who are helping me.
Other organizations don't necessarily cater to us in a way. They don't have the same understanding of what our needs are. And then, of course, there's the prejudice that happens, unfortunately.
Our core audience is LGBTQ, and with that, we have unique needs that other centers, places won't be able to provide. As we age, we recognize there are not that many places that we feel safe or feel comfortable or feel welcomed in. Here at Griot, we're affirming. You know, we welcome everybody, whether you're LGBTQ or however you identify.
You don't ever come back for that?
She knows to pay you no mind.
Listen, Felicia can take care of herself, honey.
She didn't say one word.
You can hear the stories when they get together and the laughter and the fun, you know, so that's the value of the meal program, is that it brings you back into the community and it makes you more visible and it lets you know that your stories and yourself matters.
I now feel that I'm going to live a long life as much as possible. I may have problems with my health, but as long as I can get around and do things, I'm okay.
I would say here at Griot, the space, the rooms are always filled with laughter. But here, you know, if you're not laughing, you're smiling. If you're not smiling, you're being hugged. There's always something going on.
Okay, baby.
Watch it. Don't be letting nothing touch nothing.
My name is Nia Astro Witherspoon. I am a playwright, director, theater artist, vocalist, composer, and scholar. And I am premiering my play, The Messiah Complex, at BRIC Lab Premiere.
Right, so he's already there. Maybelline has just like him into the space. And with that, it's like he's experiencing, you know, his nerve endings are out to here. So it's like he can feel everything again.
This is huge for me. I've been working on the Messiah Complex for 10 years now, almost a decade, which makes me feel really old. But it's so interesting because it feels that the play has come of age at the precise right time in history. And that all of the kinds of, like it's really at a time when Black voices are amplified in what I see as the most complicated way that Black voices have ever been amplified, right? It's not just the flattened out view. We're seeing the prism for the first time, being hinted at. It's just the beginning, but I feel really, really excited and lucky that this play gets to come of age into that. It feels all destined and divined and meant to be.
How you doing?
I'm fine. Just playing the numbers here.
Any luck?
A little bit, yeah.
You okay?
Yeah. I'm good.
The founders of the Black Lives Matter hashtag and organization are 3 Black queer women. The fact that all of that is occurring at the time and that my play is also premiering feels really important to me. This is a play about Black queer folks in particular coming to voice, but in relationship to the larger Black struggle, that like these are not and have never been mutually exclusive moments or struggles. And I think this political moment shows that in a really, really profound way, as does the play attempt to.
Ha! Thought I'd never see him again, like as if I was the one that sinned, grim, or gave up like it's the end. My end.
because of the nature of creative work, we have the opportunity, and particularly because of the nature of theater, where we get to see, right? Theater comes from seeing place. So we get to actually create vision before it happens in reality. And it's like a little mini world in there. You know, we have the opportunity to reimagine worlds. We have the opportunity to reimagine past, present, and future. And so when we're thinking about injustice, how powerful is that to have the chance to reimagine the world?
All around the world, we got blacks at the bottom. I got them. Clock. The feds are shot because they couldn't hide them.
Also, for those of us in the African diaspora whose histories have been so really intentionally lost, intentionally denigrated, intentionally brushed to the side and disappeared, the ways in which peoples are disappeared. It's really important for us also, I think, to do that work of looking not only forward but back. So my father was involved with the Panthers when he was young. He was young for them, but he would help out, you know, he would just follow them around and help out in Philly, in West Philly. And, you know, he would help with the free lunch program, he would deliver messages, he would kind of spread the word. I've always been really fascinated with this idea of a Messiah. With this idea, not necessarily of only one person, which I know goes against the idea of Messiah as we usually hear it, of the Christian idea, but more so about this power, this potentiality of a human to rise above whatever we think is possible. And as far as people go, just everybody, as far as communities go also, we can't just look to a leader, but really, really finding that Messiah inside of oneself and the ways in which, especially certain folks are deemed holy and certain folks are deemed unholy, you know? And when you think about who's asking, that's a huge deal. We are described as monstrous, as demonic. And so I think really when we think about the ways in which the monstrous, the demonic, and the sinful is projected onto unwanted bodies, unwanted social bodies, bodies who are oppressed and bodies who the system survives based on oppressing, to claim I am holy and to claim I am Messiah for any of those bodies is absolutely revolutionary.
Hey, I'm from the Black Panther Party for self-defense. I will not be disrespected.
You know that boy.
Nah.
It's him.
I can't.
Go.
I got this, man.
Sure.
Yeah. What's up, man?
Get out of here.
You alright?
Yeah. I'll be damned.
It was always a struggle. And, you know, how to be yourself without all this discrimination that, you know, that we faced on a daily basis. Today is trying to bring people back. Where are we? What's our community like? I was always curious about what was happening on the outside of my community, and I wasn't allowed. And when I found New York, I was just elated to find something different from where I came from. I came out as a three-piece butch. I wore the suits and I patted things down, and I was very much so-called butch. And but that whole look brought negative attention to me. So men would want to stop and cause a fight. And if I was with my lover, the first thing they would pick is, hey, sister, you know, what you need is a good male, stiff, and you need this, and, you know, and I would get so harassed on the street. Salsa Soul was developed because of women's lack of services, discrimination, health, lack of health care, that we just needed to be with each other, the network, to sit down and talk about some of the problems that we ran into. I marched out of my shoes. We were building a movement. Circle of Voices became something for women to be proud of. That was, women really worked hard. I got a lot of cooperation from women once they realized that I was serious. The next big issue is where we're going, and sitting down and talking and deciding where we want to go. That's one of the main ones, getting the youth and the elders together and talk about where we have been, what it was like for us, and our music, our culture, our past, and help bring that forward.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When you dream, when you dream, dream slow. Take the time to let dreams grow. Just dream, just dream, just dream.
Oh, I gotta go to my cousin's wedding next week. I'm gonna be a groomsman.
Russo's by the bay?
Nah, Johnny's by Bay Street. Staten Island version. Instead of the couple coming up through the floor with the smoke like at Russo's, they walk to their dais over a miniature Verrazano Bridge.
Oh, classy.
I gotta rent a tux for this shit.
Good luck with all the jizz and puke.
Yeah, my family's weddings are wild.
No, I'm talking about the tux rental. There's only two types of people who rent tuxes. They're either for weddings or proms. One's a group of irresponsible teenagers on one of their first nights of true partying, all swollen with booze and fuck lust. The other, they were a group of irresponsible adults confronting their loneliness, all swollen with booze and fuck lust. Like I said, jizz and puke.
I fucked my prom date like 6 times.
Yes, high school Craig, all 6'2", 165 pounds of pure punk rock muscle, looking great in your tux, covered in fuck juice.
I like this. I do, it makes sense, right? Clothes have souls.
Yeah, of course you like this. You rented a tux for a 6'2" guy, slender tux. Of course you think it's got the mojo of 1,000 fuckable men. Me? I'm 5'7". I'm renting a 40 short with irregular arms and short legs. The last guy who wore mine looked like Kim Jong-un. This place is bugging me out.
I get it. For the 100th time, you moved into the neighborhood you used to buy your weed in.
No, this is the actual store. The wig heads were over here. There was a bunch of junk over there. The bag of Fritos that made this front to front, it was right up there. They made you buy a bag every time.
We've been to 5 different stores on Franklin. Each one was the spot you bought your weed in.
There was a buzzer that you pressed and they buzzed you in, and the door locked so you couldn't leave. I still remember them calling me 21 Jump Street.
Maybe this is the spot you thought was the weed spot.
What the fuck you want?
Let me get 2 dimes and a 20.
So, 2 20s?
Yeah. Excuse me, I meant 2 20s of weed.
We don't sell weed here. That's next door. Now get the fuck out.
Can I give them back to you? Yeah, for my money?
Are you fucking serious? This is not how these transactions go down. Look around you. Does it look like we have a return policy? Just do some coke, you fucking pussy.
I do coke.
Yeah, and you fuck bitches too.
I fuck bitches.
Give me that. Get the fuck out.
You still haven't tried coke, you pussy.
She wants white, the cheapest Sauvignon Blanc they got.
These are cheap. Yeah.
These 2 bottles and,
Is that it?
a double chocolate Thai.
You know, the one with the chocolate chips on the bag?
You got the hydro?
Let's get 2 for $5. You know what? You got a 50 of murders?
I'm sorry. We're just taking a trip down memory lane. Believe it or not, before you moved to New York, this used to be a weed spot.
Yeah, what's your point?
No, this used to be a front. You know, the dumb waiter, the camera that didn't work, the bag of Fritos. The whole place was like The Wire. Marlo, Omar.
Look, he bought his weed here like once back in the 90s. He's being nostalgic.
5 times. Man, this neighborhood used to be wild.
And now you're back. It's $26.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just thought you might want to hear a little neighborhood history, you know? Some real seedy New York shit.
Sorry, I got other customers to attend to.
There ain't nobody here. We're the only ones buying shit. People just come in and leave.
There's not a really big selection.
Okay, you got your wine. It's $26. There's the door.
Another entitled non-New Yorker telling me how to live in New York.
I'm from Long Island.
I'm sure you're turned on. What a fucking asshole that lady was.
Is this gonna ruin the day? Because if so, I'm going home.
What? What did I do wrong? I was just trying to enlighten her about the New York that she inhabits.
Look, not everybody's gotta bow down to the crap that comes out of the shit shell of a brain of yours.
You tolerate it.
Barely. That's what friends are for. Now be a pal and let it go.
I'm sorry. Look, I haven't slept right since the baby was born, and I haven't smoked weed in days.
What? How you standing upright?
Johnny V got pinched.
Fuck. You've been going to him since before college.
I know, I'm in a panic, but the little bit of weed that I have left, I've been giving it to my wife so she doesn't murder me in my sleep.
Call my guy.
You guy's a fucking weirdo.
No, he ain't.
I don't have the heart for his vetting process.
What are you talking about?
Craig, the last time we went there, we had to watch TV with him for like 2 hours. Actually, we watched wrestling for 2 hours and he watched us.
He's harmless.
I don't know, man. This whole thing's got me thinking. I'm pushing 40. What happens if I lose a connection and can't get another one until a Cuomo legalizes it in New York?
Is there another Cuomo?
There's got to be. I bought a jar for my weed in '93, and it's been filled ever since. I mean, I always have. Now it's like my ecosystem's disrupted.
I got you.
Oh, not in front of the kid.
This is fucking delicious. What is this?
Some Icelandic-style yogurt.
Everybody's got a yogurt now? When we grew up, it was just Dannon. Then the Greeks. Now you got a Finnish yogurt, Norwegian yogurt, Malaysian yogurt. How come Puerto Ricans ain't got yogurt?
It's called mofongo.
That's Dominicans, man. Sometimes I don't get you.
What? That's the good stuff. It's got fermented chia seeds. It's got probiotics.
Is that the one for shitting?
Yeah.
Can't believe you let your kids eat this shit.
That's expensive shit.
Yeah, but your whole little preserved Brooklyn cause, shouldn't he be eating public school butter crunch cookies and slugging a quart of water? Instead, you got him sitting here eating cut cucumbers and celery and warm Frisian glazing. And we gotta get you up on New York food, Henry, okay? Next time, cart knishes with onions, Jamaican beef patties, hot dogs, Zeppelis.
Nah, that food's poison.
We grew up on that food.
Yeah, and look at us.
What do you do about the weed?
I got a number from Jose, my super.
Hey, yo, you still looking for me?
You Mikey? I was texting with Mikey.
You Jose's boy?
Yeah, you wanna go do this at my house? I don't wanna do this out in the open with my kid.
Go to your house? Nah, man. Just have your man take the kid around the block, and me and you go in here and talk business.
This used to be a front, right?
Where you from?
Bay Ridge.
New Yorker. You must have bugged out coming up here. You should look mad different, right?
Yeah, I bought my wife's wine in here earlier, and I was telling the girl that this used to be a front. She bugged out on me.
Oh, that was you? That's fucking classic. I gotta tell my therapist about this shit.
Go walk around the block.
Yo, you really pissed her off, bro. She said 2 yuppies came in here and scared off all the clientele.
Yuppies?
Nuh-uh. He cost us like 3 sales. Him and his friend were pretending to piss on each other in the corner, and all the walk-ins walked out.
You was pissing in here?
I was pissing in a diaper.
You wear diapers?
No, I was telling a story that I was pissing in my son's diaper pail because I couldn't make it to the bathroom, and I don't want to wake him up.
That's fucking smart. He's smart. I like that. We should sell to this guy, man. Look at his face. He'll be loyal.
I will. I will.
All right. We'll serve this block historian and move him on his merry way.
So, how much you want, bro?
What do you got? Dubs, eighths, quarters?
Got whatever you need, man.
All right, I'll take an ounce then.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah? Serve him. Yo. Serve the man. So that's 1,500, bro.
You guys don't have weed?
Dance Day, Dance Day. Dance Day, Dance Day.
Ah, this fucking place.
This fucking place.
Oh, you're making my kid curse.
The fuck did I do? Well, that didn't count.
Yeah, I agreed to go to a play date with your au pair du jour, and she's got to live here.
What's wrong with Gowanus?
I prefer to remember it how it was.
Well, a place you didn't go because you weren't a longshoreman, prostitute, or junkie? You're just mad you got priced out.
You're damn fucking right.
Besides, I didn't say she lives here. It's her friend. She's throwing a party.
A party?
Look, her friend's having a little warehouse party. I wanted it to be a surprise.
For what?
DJ Chick Norris is playing.
Are you kidding me? No warning. Just boom, a surprise concert. Craig, I got a kid. He's here. Craig, this is why you don't have kids. You don't know how to take care of him.
He couldn't come.
How? He's got fucking baby ears. Tender, damageable baby ears. They better not have those air traffic controller headphones.
No dipshit. It's a kid party. A mommy dance party, whatever you want to call it.
Nah, I'm turning around. That's it. We're on a mission, Craig. To make him from where we're from.
Would you live a little?
I'm living.
It's gonna be great. My girl could watch Henry. Me and you could relax and have a couple beers. You're gonna love my new wife.
Yeah, it's great to watch your friends in Borough die in the same place.
Whatever. I'm excited for you to meet her. I think she might be the one, man.
She doesn't stand a chance.
I'm serious. This one is special. She used to ride horses in junior high school.
Enough. I'm about to meet her. I don't want to spend the moments before learning how she loves to eat asshole. Well, I'm sorry, Henry.
I didn't say nothing.
Oh, there's a spot right over there. What's that guy doing?
Hey, yo, guy, what are you doing?
No, hey, spot's taken.
Yeah, by me.
Hey, come on, man, I'm saving it for my girlfriend.
There's no saving spots.
Hey, Henry, is there saving spots?
No, there's no saving spots.
Hey, she's gonna be here in a minute. She's got our kid.
Really? This is where you've taken me.
Dude, sorry.
My God, dudes, we're like a Seinfeld episode here.
No, we're not. If we were, I would have beat the shit out of George and fucked the lane by now.
You flatbush flathead.
Who would have thunk it?
I know, right? Trapped in a room full of beautiful nannies, young moms, and husbands whose wives I'll potentially steal. We got the best bait of all.
No, that this is what we became. That this is what Brooklyn has become.
What are you talking about? This is awesome. I wish we had shit like this when we grew up. We just went to the aunt's house so Mom could smoke cigarettes and play pinochle.
Yeah, but our aunts didn't move to the big city, become a parent, and dress like MC Search like this schmo.
What are you talking about? You're wearing neon limited edition sneakers and a polo bear shirt on Dad Day.
Yeah, but I earned it. We grew up here. Our whole family lives here.
So we get a hipster pass because we occasionally have a New York accent? You're more like him than you think.
Get the fuck out of here.
Hey,
How you doing? You look amazing.
stop it.
Oh, this is James. He's thrilled to be here.
Hi. And you must be Henry. I like your shirts. Oh, you're such a little ladies' man, aren't you? What a muffin.
Thanks. He gets it from his mother.
Such a muffin. Hey, let's go dance.
Get him out of here. Have fun. Yeah, let's go outside.
So how'd you meet this one?
A friend's having an affair with my friend.
An affair? Oh, he's married and he's fucking a 22-year-old.
What do you expect them to do? They're everywhere. They're like bed bugs. They transplant here and just want to get in trouble.
And you're the problem. You keep banging him out and encourages more of them to come. You're a transplant banger.
Bang, bang, dude. Your wife's from Connecticut.
Yeah, and I get a pass on it. Because here I am raising the last of a dying breed. The last of the born and bred Brooklynites with an accent.
Is this what marriage did to you? Huh? Brooklyn's changed. It's full of 22-year-olds on Tinder, dying of sex with guys like us that are actually from here. And your way of dealing with your monogamy is through plotting and anger?
I've entered my Al Bundy stage.
I'd rather enter these transplants.
You're just infatuated with all the available ass looking to make the Craig mistake. You're the one they find right before they find someone to marry.
Yeah.
Hey, put this out. Let's go get a beer.
You get a couple beers? Two blue?
So, what's this one like?
She gets it. She knows what I need. A little dress up, clean feet.
Choking?
dainty hands with a strong grip. I think I'm gonna put a baby in her. I mean, she's good with kids, nice family.
Yeah, just jump right in. That would be great for the kid.
Yeah, I just don't think I can, though.
Oh, tell me more.
It's her father, man. He's bald.
Oh, you can't do that to your potential sons.
I know. I got a great head of hair. My father.
Great head of hair.
I mean, she's fucking perfect, but...
Hey, listen. Out of all the reasons that you should not have a child with a stranger, this one might stop me.
Who's a stranger? It's 3 weeks.
Hair? That's a problem, but it's second only to father's dick size.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I thought we talked about this. Look, in my mind, you owe it to yourself to find out what her father's dick size is. You owe it to your future sons to find out what you're potentially strapping them with. You gotta let them know that you tried to make the family keep on growing. Not shrinking, growing.
The future of your son's dick keeps you up at night?
No, I did my homework, no jeopardy.
You've seen Devin's dad's dick?
No.
You asked her?
Well, I couldn't get a look myself.
What am I supposed to do? Ask every girl I'm about to bang about their dad's dick?
No, only the ones that you plan on impregnating.
Oh my God, Henry is so cute. What a doll.
I know, that kid's amazing. Hung like a horse, that kid.
Stop. You are so bad.
I'm just saying, important things to consider when making a family.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about important things to consider when making a family. Heart disease, cancer, male pattern baldness.
What? My dad's bald.
Yeah, but is he well hung?
You better be kidding.
You know, this is amazing, and I don't want to be in a frivolous relationship anymore, you know? I want to take this, I want to take you seriously.
So...
Just give me an idea.
Stop, enough. I can't tell if you're being serious or not. I gotta take Alice home. Call me later, tomorrow. What's wrong?
Remember when you were a kid in the summer? And you just get home from the beach. Grandma's back from Florida. The kitchen's really hectic. You're running late for dinner. So you jump in the shower with your dad. Boom, you've seen your dad's dick.
Really? I've been in the city 6 months and somebody I barely know is asking me this?
It's been 3 weeks.
Okay, so who's to say it's my dad's dick that matters? How big is your dad's dick?
I haven't seen it since I'm 5 or 6, but you remember the one about the baby's arm in the apple?
Yeah.
His dick was holding that baby.
Figures. But what if it's not the grandfathers that determine the size? Macho pig. What if it's my mother or... So, Craig, how big's your mother's pussy?
Dad's Day. Dad's Day. Dad's Day. Dad's Day.
I'm fucking beat.
Word. That wedding last night almost killed me, man. It's nice to be out here relaxing in some peace and quiet.
I needed this. I stayed out too late last night. And I was nicely buzzed and in the cut, and it was fun, but I just stayed out too late. I got right to that point of too drunk, too old, and too married for the place that I was in. I was with that kid Corey from work, the one we're meeting later.
Yeah, the kid you said is me 10 years ago?
No. He could be you in 10 years. There's still hope.
You should be so lucky.
Nah. I learned from your mistakes. I'm better prepared and better equipped for this. It's like I'm being sent back in time to change the future. It's like I'm John Connor.
John Connor led the resistance against the Terminator army. No, you're like the guy who fucked his mother.
You mean his father?
Oh, wait, so tell me, genius, how you gonna prevent me from 10 years ago from being me now?
It's just a joke I have with him. No big deal. Just about how, you know, eventually he'll lose the ability to deeply care about a person for years at a time. And the trade-off is the ability to walk into a room and find something to fuck.
That doesn't sound so terrible.
Yeah, it figures. But I think I got him thinking straight.
How so?
He's 28.
So what?
So I told him what happens to a man right around 30.
The Great Widening.
We need a new name for that.
It'd be scary to most, but I welcomed it. They all became so beautiful at once.
I wonder what it is. You're so picky in your 20s. Perfect tits, thigh gap, fat ass. And then all of a sudden, you love them all.
Is there a little awkward?
I love it.
A little ugly?
Fine with it.
Fucked up teeth?
Bring it. Big bush.
Bush is back.
No bush.
Big bush, no problem.
Wrinkles.
I fucked a grandmother last week. I followed the lines like map trails.
Lately, I can get off on one positive trait and some sense of humor. I mean, club foot, bad hair, pink eye. If she's got one good titty, it makes me laugh. If I wasn't married, I'd be in.
I mean, a little thick? Fuck it, a lot thick.
I prefer it.
Cellulite.
I got it.
Saggy tits.
My balls are almost pendulums.
Flat ass?
Not at all. But if they got a bad attitude.
No, then it's overdone. I mean, like one morning you wake up, as long as they're trying, they just all start to look so sexy.
That's what this kid doesn't get. Is then all that's left is to try to fuck them all.
Yep.
You're going to try to fuck them all.
Yep.
It's a curse. You're cursed.
Pray for me.
With all this ass floating around Brooklyn, it's like you're a kid in a candy store. Actually, it's like you're a kid stuck in a candy store after an earthquake for a really long time, and the power's out. So you gotta eat the candy for sustenance. I mean, he's forced to eat what he loves until it becomes what he hates.
But it all works out in the end, right?
Nah. But there's hope for others.
To be honest with you, I was pretty creeped out to meet you.
Jason, you do this to Corey? You blame him for everything?
Nah, we actually haven't been hanging out much lately. I just got engaged, so there hasn't really been any time. You know, I want to set him up with one of my fiance's friends so we can, like, go on vacation together.
But he keeps fucking him and leaving.
Keeps fucking him. So we're kind of running out of bridesmaids to pair him with.
Yeah, they'll hold his cock, but they won't hold his hand down the aisle.
Oh, hey, he can't help it. Look at the kid. So you're getting married. Must be tough watching Corey fuck all your girl's friends. I've been in long-term relationships before, and let me tell you, there ain't nothing more beneficial for their longevity than wanting to fuck all your girl's friends. Listen up, boys. I read all about this. Human beings are not actually the descendants of chimpanzees as previously believed. We're actually the descendants of the bonobo, a matriarchal, polygamous ape driven by orgy.
Stop. Your bonobo theory doesn't work. We're evolved from chimps, a disgusting, warring, patriarchal ape that's territorial, womanizing, and overtly cruel. Just look at the election this year.
Look, that's because we repress our true nature. Deep down, we are built to competitively fuck. Our bodies evolved that way. Look, I can prove it to you. Jason, imagine me fucking your fiance doggy style.
No thanks.
Holy shit, dude. This is my work friend.
Whom you're trying to convince not to be like me. This should only further prove your point, no?
Well, valid, but fucking his wife, doggy style?
It's for science. Don't be so close-minded. The doggy style is just because I'm a visual thinker. All right, so let's say me and Corey are engaged in a threesome.
Yeah, Dib's hitting that one first.
All right, so he's fucking her, and then he comes inside her, right? Here I come with my dick. And while I'm doing my thing to please this woman, I come inside her. But while we're enjoying this pleasure, I'm also displacing his sperm. You see, listen, The male penis is like a meat straw. And while we thrust in, our foreskin also pulls out the last lover's sperm. You see, she wants our cum. She's programmed to procreate, and she's maximizing her chances by having multiple lovers. And I'm obliging, but I'm also competing.
You fucking lost it. I'm sorry, guys. He gets like this sometimes. Let's get out of here.
No, I haven't. There's nothing to be embarrassed about, guys. Your wife wants a life full of orgasms. Besides, more sex leads to less conflict.
I do agree that we live in a matriarchal society. I mean, what's more matriarchal than what James and I have?
What do you mean?
I mean, we're forced to brunch, we're forced to express our feelings, we have to clean up after ourselves, listen and eat salads.
No, I choose to live a pretty sweet life with my lady and my boys.
No, she conditions you to live an optimal life for her and gives you sex to pacify your primal urge. I mean, she's got your nuts in a sports sack. The same bag that she kept her weed in all throughout college, weed that she doesn't let you smoke now.
Forget this. This isn't just about you. Think about your wife's needs also. When the female bonobo screams out during orgasm, she's screaming for more males to come and fuck her. She's screaming for more dick. Look, our women want more dicks. Corey gets it. He gives more dick. Jason, give her more dick.
Suddenly I hate myself.
Craig, I lived with you for years. I've heard you fuck. You're like Marlon Brando having sex with Marlon Brando in a sex scene directed by Marlon Brando. And secondly, I am positive when she has that fake orgasm, it's so that she can go to sleep and get the trauma of your sex screams behind her.
Look, you could tell yourself whatever you want. You can't refute science. The fact that my dick and fuck motion combo sucks out other sperm proves that we evolved as polygamists, further proving that our girlfriends and wives want pounds of dick.
You're a sick fuck. You want to be like this, Corey?
No, I want to be like you and Jason.
Are you happy?
No.
Why not?
You have Corey to groom, but who am I to impart my wisdom to? Today, all this, it made me realize that I need a protege. You like fruit, Henry? Why not eat all the fruit?
Henry, too much fruit makes you sick. Craigie has too much fruit.
But fruit's so sweet and delicious.
Henry, vegetables make you stronger. Bitter greens might not taste good at first, but you get used to them.
Watch BronxNet on BRIC TV. Tune into the second and fourth Sunday of each month at 8 p.m. Catch the latest in news, arts, entertainment, culture, health education, and more. Straight from the Boogie Down Bronx. BronxNet on BRIC TV. The second and fourth Sunday of each month at 8 p.m. Right here on BRIC TV.
She won't let me do it.
She's 100% right.
Why you always gotta get her back? You're supposed to be my pal, my confidant, my golden girl.
Look, a Sophia Petrillo like myself does not make decisions based on loyalty alone. She trusts her gut.
Yeah, and I trust mine. And it's gotten really big lately, so, it must know something. So that's it. I'm cutting the cord, no more cable.
You can't cut cords. What did your therapist say? Look, TV raised you, man. Video music box, Yo MTV raps, cartoons. You gonna turn your back on your parents?
Brooklyn raised me.
Come on, you're an inside kid. You were plopped on a couch eating Twinkies. You wasn't out here on these streets.
Besides, the only reason I have a TV is because I thought I'd see you on it someday. So I might as well just throw it away.
I can't believe Henry graduated pre-K already. And it feels like just yesterday you were freaking out about getting Devin pregnant and having to commit your life to a soul-sucking job.
I wish it was free K. I mean, it's more like college tuition. This kid's getting a Norwegian-level education at Martin Shkreli prices.
I thought you was rich.
He's rich. My wife's rich. I'm still heavily invested in the get-rich-quick schemes and the pipe dreams. Well, forget about it, though, because the people, they're lovely. The education is great. The one thing that chaps my ass is that Henry is the only true Brooklynite. I mean, he was born here. I was born here. My father was born here. His father was born here.
I get it. So he should get a bigger diploma, you're saying?
Yeah, he should. I went to City College. His grandmother went to City College. His great-grandmothers both had to drop out of public school to get jobs. Lineage counts.
How long does it take to become a real New Yorker? I always heard 10 years.
Fuck that. We were beat in, they bought in. It ain't the same.
So what you're saying is you're worried your son is becoming a yuppie puppy?
Kinda.
It's all right. Let's fix it.
First lesson today at lunch. Real New Yorkers know how to get over. We know how to get the big slice, the big scoop. We know how to talk to the people.
Yeah, me, Henry, I talk to everybody. I talk to the mailmen, the old ladies, the store owners.
The homeless.
Well, that's not fair.
Really? Because I remember you having such a connection with a homeless man who begged on your dorm room corner that you actually let
a man into my home.
I'm not celebrating you.
Henry, I gave a man a roof over his head. I'm a saint.
Saint Craigie.
Just because you let Charlie Noodles bathe in your dorm room and dry his dirty socks does not mean that you get the big scoop in your burrito. One does not do this casually. There are many technical details involved.
Enlighten us.
There are 3 steps to getting the big scoop. First, you can't build a building without a proper foundation.
Pork?
And you can't pour a foundation without happy labor. Not in my town. So you need to have the smile and the eyes locked ready.
How you doing, my brother? Let me get some pork, please.
Second, you gotta know your order. No mealy-mouthed, what's on the menu? You gotta speak with conviction.
Nice. Rice, back beans, and black beans.
Third, no jumping the gun. You don't want to start with a miscommunication. You gotta be in charge.
Pico guac no sauce. What'd you say? Pico guac no sauce.
Why don't you just ask for a bigger scoop?
Yeah.
Ask for a bigger scoop. They look into your soul, and they put that on the plate.
We want the big scoop.
Sure, for you. Hey, why not?
The big scoop we want.
How's that? Henry, stop wasting Craigie's food.
No, it's all right. I couldn't finish this thing if I wanted to. And all these free chips? You don't want anything, right? You good with that taco? I don't want to be a dick or nothing, but that's a pretty small taco. It's a burrito. Let's go to the Brooklyn Museum after this. They're doing the Basquiat Puppet Show.
It's 90 degrees out, Pino. We're going to the park. Besides, Henry has a play date with his friend Wynomi.
Not this again.
Look, you're gonna meet her mother. You wanna be a filmmaker, you wanna be an actor? She's your path. And therefore, she's my path.
I don't want to meet anybody. I just want to go to the Basquiat Show.
I can't do anything. I work 60 hours a week and I got 2 kids. You gotta do this for both of us, and you cannot be in control of our future any longer. I've been waiting years for you to become famous. I could have done this myself, but I need you. I could have been a reality star, a talk show host, a comedian, a celebrity.
And you need me.
I'm stuck in middle management. You're my golden ticket.
Look, it's obviously not beneath me to use Henry for personal gain, but let me just meet her when I meet her.
No. This woman casts the most interesting films and television in New York, and her daughter loves Henry. I love Henry. She loves her daughter. Henry loves you. Therefore, she will love you.
Look, I love you, man, but I can't get my career mixed up in another one of your schemes.
You will meet her. You will seduce her. You will charm her. You will win her over. You will make us famous.
How?
There are 3 steps to being famous. It's just like getting the big scoop.
Look at Henry. Look at him. There you go.
Dude, you got your headshot? I'll sneak it into a bag.
What? Who the hell carries headshots, man? What the hell you think this is, 1987? It's all digital. Look, you just play with the kids and let me do my thing.
Digital, huh? Selfie time!
Cheese.
Hey, you know Craig's an actor, right? Handsome guy.
Me too, I'm an actor.
Yeah, they're both handsome.
Hey, let's get one more with Barbara's camera.
Oh.
Yeah.
There you go.
All right. Okay, make this one count.
Oh, okay, that's enough. I think the kids want to play now.
Oh, okay. Hey, I got an idea. Why don't I take you guys to the big slide, and then you guys can talk. Yeah? Henry, what did I teach you about today?
The big school.
Okay. See that family having a pizza party?
Yeah.
She's so human.
I loved working with her. She's just like a gem.
Yeah, I love her, but I don't know about that film.
It's so self-indulgent.
It's meaningless and dark, and of course critics love it.
Yeah, sure. I mean, another neurotic, antisocial male filmmaker that they can see themselves in is basically misogynistic and derivative in every sense of the word. But hey, let's bankroll his next 6 films, even if they never make a single dollar. Sorry.
Damn! Tell me how you really feel.
That was really unprofessional.
Oh, that's right. I started it, right?
Yeah, it is your fault.
Just go ahead, it's easy. I'm watching you,
So, what are you working on now?
Oh, well, you know, we're not always supposed to talk about that kind of stuff.
Of course. I was just making conversation.
You know, I am working on another pilot with Scorsese.
Another one.
Yeah, I mean, he is the greatest.
Damn. I would give anything to read for stuff like that.
Actually, there would be a role you'd be really great for. I'd love to bring you in. Oh my God! Shh.
Hey, Z, you okay? I know me. You okay? You okay?
Are you okay? Hi, sweetie. Oh, my baby. Oh, my God. What the hell is wrong with you? Is this how you pay attention to your kid?
It's just a little boo-boo. She's okay.
Where the hell is your kid?
Look, Dad, I got the biggest lunch that I had.
Are you teaching your son how to lie and scheme to get you free pizza?
But it was the biggest one.
What is wrong with you people?
All right, Barbara. Talk next week. I can come in any day for a reading. It's just not Mondays or Tuesdays. Wednesday afternoon.
Thanks. Yummy.
Oh my, this is moving quickly. And now, once again, my shirt is off in a stranger's apartment. And now my pants. And now my underwear.
Do we need bread? I was in the middle of making my fucking grocery list, and I get thrown down on the bed. I should get to keep my iPhone. Where is my iPhone?
Did he just whiff at it? He literally just whiffed at my vagina like he's judging wine. I believe this pussy is from the Jersey region, Camden. This is still a young pussy, a little matured, but bold in body, floral.
Well, this isn't the worst. At least he's not trying to.
Get away from my asshole. I just took a shit.
I don't care.
I don't care if you don't care.
No. And he's already at my asshole. He should put this on his Tinder profile. Will eat your ass within the first 3 minutes of hooking up. I'm sure he could get a small but dedicated army of followers. Wow, he is committed to this. Oh, this isn't a warm-up. This is his finale.
Come hither. Come hither. Keep calling me.
Yogurt! Fuck! Fuck! We need yogurt.
Okay, I guess it's my turn.
Time for some reciprocation.
Wait, why is he turning around? OMFG, I have to eat his asshole? When did this become a thing? Am I supposed to reciprocate? This is outside the social contract. He is so hairy. He's like a less sexy Teen Wolf. Oh, fuck it. When in Rome.
Finally, some reciprocation.
While New York City boasts one of the most easily recognizable accents in the country, some linguists are saying that those who speak in the classic New York tongue are part of a vanishing breed. With the economic and cultural shift of wealthier people inhabiting Manhattan, and now Brooklyn, the working class accents, so familiar to a generation past, are all but extinct. Accents so beloved, like Rosie Perez, Mel Brooks, and Andrew Dice Clay, will soon be nothing but a memory.
Never!
Whoa! What are you doing, man?
I will not allow my son to be part of a vanishing breed.
It's too late, man.
Never. Look, I told you, I'm gonna raise the last born and bred New York kid with an authentic accent.
All right. But can't you do that after this play date?
This is crucial.
Where are we going, Daddy?
To the motherland, Henry.
Come on, man. You promised we could hang out with my new lady friend today.
Look, I promise next week on Dad Day, we can have a play date with your new nanny friend.
Dude, what are you doing, man? Are you taking us to the Staten Island Mall?
I know you resent your former home for fucking you up and destroying your dreams and your self-confidence. But this is it, man. Staten Island remains the last bastion of pure working-class New York culture. I mean, it's like a preservation with only a 30-minute ferry ride or a $16 bridge on or off. It's like you're stuck in a space-time continuum.
You know, you talk about Staten Island like it's Jurassic Park.
Are we going to see dinosaurs?
No, Henry, we're going to see real New Yorkers who speak real New York speech.
Look, if Staten Island is so fantastic, why don't you move there?
Fuck that. I'm not gonna live in Staten Island.
You're the worst kind of yuppie, you know that?
Hi, Papi. Oh my gosh, you're so adorable. What can I get you, sweetheart?
Go ahead, Henry. 2 coffees.
2 coffees.
Oh, he sounds like he's from Manhattan.
Hey, come on, try it again. 2 coffees.
2 coffees.
Boom! A pie.
Here you go, Papi, all right? 2 coffees, right?
I'll take the coffee.
Anyways, Craig, what's up with you? What are you doing?
I've just been really busy, projects and stuff.
Please, my ass, all right? Please, since when did you have a real job?
I always work. I work harder than any of my friends.
Your friends? Your friends are at the door.
Okay, come on then. Like, look there. Nobody's at the door, see?
Exactly. Thank you.
Linda, you freaking...
All right, look, is Tony in the back? I wanted him to show Henry how he makes the bagels.
I don't fucking know. Why don't you go check?
Tony, do you remember my friend James from college?
Hey, boys, how you doing?
I was wondering maybe this is his son, Henry. I told him you'd show him how you make bagels out here.
This is where we roll out all the bagels. For a batch I get over there, I get about 120 bagels. 120 bagels. You ever eat 120 bagels? Nah. The next part, Henry, is the most important part.
Ooh, we gotta watch this.
Look over here. Come here. You see what this is?
Yes.
It's a big vat, because these are boiled bagels, right? They're barreled bagels. Barreled in New York City tap water.
Yeah. Tastes like home.
The best bagels in Staten Island. You hungry, kid?
Yes.
I'm gonna make you kids a sandwich.
Sandwich.
You know what we're gonna put on it? A little gabagool.
Gabagool.
A little mozzarella.
Mozzarella.
A little prosciutto.
Prosciutto.
And we're gonna top the whole thing with vinegar and ale.
Yeah.
You know what else for you? We'll maybe even put a little mustard.
You're a mustard face.
That's right, I am. Let's go make you a sandwich.
I thought you was on a diet.
It's my cheat day.
What does that mean?
1 day a week I can have whatever I want.
I need to get one of those with my relationships.
What are you doing? Why are you eating like that?
My new diet. I'm going paleo.
You even know what that means?
Caveman diet.
Oh, shit.
What's he doing here?
I don't know. How did he even get here?
Oh, look at these fucking mooks. What are you guys doing here?
What's up, man?
What did I was seeing you 2 yuppies out here? They let you over the bridge?
I'm from here.
You grew up in Staten Island? Glad I bumped into you guys. I got something. I got sticks.
We don't take pills.
I ain't talking about drugs, bro. Talk about sticks for the TV, the internet, the movies. I figured out how to jailbreak.
Cool. How is it?
It's great. I get everything. You know, I gotta take it with it a little bit more, but I can only commandeer the TV for so long as my wife gets mad.
Commandeer? Commandeer?
Yeah, commandeer. Like I was saying, I can only take it upstairs for so long. It's my wife, she flips out if I'm not watching her fucking shows with her. So I need more time. But I almost got it. I just need more time. I gotta wait till she's dead.
How's the quality?
Quality's pretty good. I mean, you know, baseball's a little blurry, but you can see everything. It just stops sometimes. I'm still tinkering with it, though. I wasn't gonna do it because I already got in trouble with the torrents and shit. But everybody's jailbreaking these fucking things, man. I saw a Chinaman in Costco, and I went up to him and was talking to him about this. Because, you know, them motherfuckers know how to crack these things. They're whizzes with this shit. And he said everybody's doing it, so now I'm doing it. So, you come to my house, I'll show you how to do it, then we could do this together.
I don't even have one.
All right, so buy one. You like movies? You don't like movies? You don't like movies?
Yeah, of course I like movies. Everyone likes movies.
All right. I get all the movies.
Cool.
So what do you think?
About what?
About buying my stick. Bro, I'm trying to hook you up here, man. This is big. This is bigger than the fucking cable hot boxes. Bigger than the fucking fake Louis Vuitton shit. This is huge, bro. I'm trying to get you in on the ground floor because you say you're from Staten Island.
It sounds like the future. I love it.
The fucking man's pretty smart. You should listen to him.
I'm good.
You're good? You think you're good?
I don't even have a TV.
What kind of fucking yuppie doesn't have a TV? Bro, put it in your iPad for all I care.
How much?
200, the local rate for you, since you say you're from here.
I don't have $200. Look, I swear. Look, I barely have $90.
$90? I'll take it. Deal. Good doing business with you. Hey, good to see you, man. Thanks for coming to my spot and wasting all my fucking time the other day. I appreciate that. Have a good time on the island, guys.
Can we just go back to Brooklyn now? James, remind me again why we had to meet in Park Slope.
Just chill, man. Henry had to reschedule his guitar lesson.
That's right. I forgot you're raising such an artist.
Look, he's almost 5, and I've already failed him enough. He's not bilingual, bisexual, or biracial. I figured, least I can do is teach him an instrument.
I get it. You know what you need to do?
What?
Leave your wife.
What? She holds the whole thing together.
No, not for you, moron. For Henry. And you love that boy. You want him to be an artist. You want him to be successful, right?
Of course.
How many artists you know had a happy childhood, right? Leave your family. Ruin their lives. He'll be miserable now, and he'll thank you later.
You had a miserable childhood. You have no love in your life, and you're not a successful artist.
True. Between the strollers and the dogs, you need an HOV lane on this sidewalk.
So I thought it was on with this one. What happened?
Nothing. She was perfect. We were great.
Yeah, you said she had an OCD compulsion to clean your apartment every time you weren't looking, and you just happened to have an OCD tick not to clean. You were faded.
I know. Best sex of my life, too.
So what'd you do?
Nothing. She was a public defender.
You realize those are the good guys, right?
Oh, out of the way, guy. Welcome to New York.
Welcome to New York.
No, the sex was too good. We'd be up all night, all morning. She'd be late to court. People started going to jail. I'm a humanitarian. Yo, Hen, let's go for this.
Yeah.
Oh, excuse me.
Excuse me.
Where's your dad? Oh, James, come on. Oh, man.
Oh, man, he's stuck there.
He's stuck there.
What's the rush? What are we racing for?
We're not racing. We're walking like New Yorkers.
We should be driving like real New Yorkers.
Dude, taking the train is part of the adventure.
Coney Island's coming next.
We ain't sitting there. We ain't sitting there. There's nobody sitting there for a reason. Okay? Henry, in New York, when something seems too good to be true, that means that it is. There's nobody sitting in that seat for a reason. They don't want to tell us. They want to seem like it's all fine and dandy, but I know. I'm not some web designer from Ohio. I'm from New York.
Yo, Henry, you're gonna love Coney Island, man. I remember when I was a kid, my dad used to take me.
Your dad never took you to Coney.
Yeah, he did. I mean, he'd lock us in the car, grab Nathan's, and then drive us to Nellie Bly to go on the rides, but it's...
Exactly. My parents used to take us to Nellie Bly, and then they tell us it was Coney. It took me till I was 15 to figure it out.
Seriously, though, you're gonna love it there, man. It's amazing. After I graduated college, I used to work there.
You're talking to a real-life Coney. This is why you're going to college.
Have a great time here at the Coney Island Sideshow.
We're at Coney Island. Bow, bow, bow. Ma, ma, ma. Ma, 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 ma.
Look, Henry, that ain't a game. It's a toy store, just like Toys R Us. Except that ain't the $40 Elmo you want. It's his Korean cousin made for 30 cents. What does the sign say, $2 to play? More like $2 to win a 30-cent toy that you're gonna throw out later. All right? No way. You see that water gun game down there? $2 to play, 12 guns, that's $24. $24 for a dollar toy? Flea-ridden stuffed animal that your mother's gonna throw out tonight when you pass out from eating too much cotton candy? No way. Not us. We're from here. We ain't marks. We ain't falling for any of that, okay? No games for us.
Can we just go to the boardwalk?
What did I do?
You wanted to come here.
I'm having fun. Yeah, this place was real when I used to work here, man. We had Shoot the Freak, midgets eating fire. There were tattooed girls with blue hair selling ice cream on the boardwalk. Shit was raw. Now it's like Disneyland for the projects.
You're just being nostalgic. When you worked here, all you did was complain.
I always complain. That's how I show appreciation.
Yeah, but you can stop ruining things for my son. You're the one who wanted to come here.
Look, I just wanted him to appreciate it for everything it was. You know what I mean? Everything I love and hate about New York rolled into one overpriced, oversweetened, guaranteed to get you sick after a ride on the Cyclone funnel cake.
You know, you get lost in your own metaphors.
I do.
Shit, Henry. You got your cell?
Yeah.
All right, let's split up. You couldn't have got far. Henry!
As soon as you get to Earth, deliver any information found in the spacecraft to the commander's office.
Henry!
Woody, have you seen this kid, man?
the prize today? Who's going to take it away? I'm looking for another winner, guys.
Jameson? Do you have a shot of Jameson? How much is that?
Y'all getting money out here, man. I love it. I don't know if it's because, you know, all that immigrant blood flowing through your veins or because all this gentrification got the rent so high. League in Brooklyn got 11 jobs each, and they don't even coincide. They don't even be congruent. Like my weed man got a degree in early childhood education. I'm like, y'all work hard. He is a school teacher and a drug dealer at the same damn time. I'm like, yo, get your money, black man, get your money. He do be getting on my nerves sometimes, though. He be getting on my nerves. I'll call him up like, yo, can I get an eighth? He'll say some teacher list. Like, I don't know. Can you? You be like, bro, may I have an eighth? What is... And put some extra in there. You getting on my nerves. He like, if I hook you up, I gotta hook everybody up. I'm like, you know what? I'm about to call up Boys and Girls High and get you fired because this don't even make no sense.
See, I have to worry about that. I'm from Detroit originally, and in Detroit, we have medical marijuana. And I got a medical marijuana card. Now, when my friends found out I had a medical marijuana card, they looked at me, they was like, medical? Ain't shit wrong with you? I was like, and you're right, and there never will be. Taking this shit for preventative care. And it is preventative, by the way, right? It's preventative. Have you ever tried to be depressed and high at the same time? That damn shit's almost impossible. The other day I was at home, I was desperately trying to feel sorry for myself. I took a hit of weed. I wound up accepting my own apology. I was like, gee, you need to let that bitch go.
Serious? Grew up on real cartoons, like Popeye. Remember Popeye? Popeye was the first person to smoke weed on TV and get away with it, right? You telling me you putting spinach in the pipe? Get the hell out of here. Are you serious? You expect me to leave you chewing this? Get the hell out. Are you serious? He had the giggles in there and the act like this dude's getting high. Nobody's paying attention. Nobody's watching this dude smoke.
Oh, space, can you see by the dawn's early light?
Let's go. Hurry up. Yay. Bunch of lousy alien Antifas.
You see what you did? Getting us into trouble again.
What? You mean to tell me that you were okay living down there on Planet Plessy versus Ferguson? Planet separate but equal.
Equal. Is that all you think about? We're the last two humans in this universe, and you over here like Mr. Chusi.
All I want to do is live somewhere that embraces equality. Why is that so hard to understand?
I think I know the perfect place for you two to live.
Just remember, wherever we're going, I get to be more equal than you, okay?
Welcome to Planet 99%, the most free and fair planet in the universe. I want to start by addressing the misconception that we here on Planet 99% practice cosmic communism. We don't. We practice space socialism. Big difference.
Talking ship. Next.
Next?
Jess. Next, I know wanting to live here.
And why not?
Because I am from America, land of the free, home of the brave. I know believing in no socialismo.
Paco, didn't you used to collect Medicaid?
Yes.
And food stamps?
Yes.
And enjoy the many valuable perks and services offered through our former government's distribution of public funds and taxpayer dollars?
Yes, but that's different.
Why?
Because I'm okay when it's helping me, but not the other people.
Oh, that's my alarm. I forgot that I have a Skype meeting with God and L. Ron Hubbard. Are you two sure you got this under control?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, but please behave yourselves.
Okay, Tallahassee.
Galexandria.
Listen, just hush your mouth and let me do the talking.
Oh yeah, just like last time.
That was then, this is now. Go take a nap, you big old hunk of cranky space debris.
Okay, but don't doing nothing crazy.
So listen, I'm gonna make this quick. My troubles all started a long time ago when I was born. You see, I was the youngest of 17 children. I don't even think my mom knew my name, can you believe that? So there I was, born in the bathtub in my great aunt Patricia's apartment. Always a great aunt Belinda. Wait, do I even have a great aunt Belinda? Anyway, so some stuff happened, yada yada yada, boom boom boom, and then Earth blew up, just like that.
Wow.
No more humanity, no more great aunt Belinda. And so now me and that there sleepy Spaniard need to find ourselves a new home, like a pair of galactic orphans. Can we live here? Oh, we promise to be ever so good.
Good work. We here on Planet 99% offer universal health care, free college tuition, and a generous pension package for the elderly. And you can move in as soon as today, just as long as you are not part of the top 1%.
Top 1%?
This planet used to be called Planet 1%. Because it was a playground for the wealthy establishment. All of our hard work went straight into their fat cat pockets until one day our ancestors rose up in peaceful political revolution, brought the 1% to the middle of this planet and blew them up. In that dead crater, they renamed it Planet 99%. And now we live in a socialist utopia.
But wait, I'm confused. According to my calculations, wouldn't the richest people on planet 99% automatically become the top 1%?
I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back.
Where'd you go?
I had to take care of business.
Did you just...
Kill the 1%? Yes. Over 40 million killed. But they deserved it. Every last one of them.
What are you eating?
The 1%, of course. Yeah, we're cannibals. So what? In any case, your application was approved. Welcome to the newly named Planet 98%.
Planet 98%? But wait, I'm confused. According to my calculations, wouldn't the richest people in Planet 98% automatically become the top 1%?
think that's it. We've officially destroyed 99% of our population. Now, we can live in peace, proud to strictly adhere to our ideological principles.
But wait, if you done kill 99% of the population, then shouldn't this planet be called...
Planet 1%!
I just got a complaint from our planetary relations department, and oh my stars! Did you two single-handedly destroy an entire galactic species?
He did it.
What?
Oh, space, can you see by the dawn's early light?
I leave you two alone for a couple of hours, and when I come back, you're responsible for the extinction of an entire species.
I'm not sure if you haven't noticed, but we're humans. Causing mass extinctions is what we do best.
You see what I mean about this guy talking shit? If anyone should be extinct, it should be him.
What? Your greasy granny should be extinct. Your snaggletooth sister should be extinct. Your stupid dog should be extinct. Your ugly face should be extinct.
I'm taking you two to the most loving and accepting civilization on my registry. At this point, I'm sure they're the only planet willing to take you two fools in.
You just be quiet and let me do the talking, okay?
Hello and welcome to Planet Fun Sexy on the most fierce and fabulous planet in the cosmos, okay? Where sexual minorities make up the moral and oral majority. Anywho, to whom I may have the pleasure of speaking to?
I'm Space Captain Cornelius Cosmosis, and I'm joined by my intergalactic social worker, Gallapalooza.
Alexandria.
And that there mute mestizo who goes by the name of...
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Just next planet, I know stay here with no Galians.
I'm sorry about my co-pilot's attitude. You see, he is intolerant of everything. The LGBT community, radical thinking, lactose.
It's okay. We are used to being bullied and shamed for simply being who we are and loving who we love. Our ancestors were persecuted on their home planets for their sexual identity and gender expression, leaving the only homes they ever knew. They traveled the cosmos and found refuge in a region known as safe space. In a non-binary star system on the Rainbow Ring, they found a new city, Sharon Shishka. Yes! They created the most diverse and progressive society in the universe. Can you believe that? A place where one could live without fear. Doesn't that sound wonderful?
No, forget it. Take me home.
But Paco, we don't got a home anymore. And it seems like we never will.
That's your problem, not my problem.
Oh, no, you don't!
What's going on?
Shantae, you stay.
Why, it seems like that there alien is gonna lip sync for our lives.
If you are a galactic gay in the Milky Way, don't go astray, cause there's a place for you to stay. Pansexion, 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 Pansexion. I spy with my eye someone who likes girls and guys. If you're a boy, just give it a try. Pansexion, 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 Pansexion. If you a trans and you're in good hands, cause we are your fans, don't change your plans, I'm sure you'd understand. Pansexion, 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 Pansexion.
No more singing, okay? You know what? Forget it. I stay here, but only because I'm hungry and my arthritis is acting up.
Oh, sweet salvation.
Oh, thank God. I couldn't find one word to rhyme with Luna Lesbian. Anyway, welcome to Planet Pansexion!
How'd he do that?
First things first, okay? Let me ask you some questions, starting with the grumpy one. Name?
Paco del Pluto.
Age?
Old.
Sex?
Not since 1987.
Preferred pronouns?
Your Majesty, Your Honor, whatever.
Planet of origin?
Earth.
I know exactly where that is. I've been to Uranus many times. Whoop. Just a little joke, honey. Species name?
Heterosapien.
What?
Get it? No Homo sapien, but heterosapien. You see? I can tell jokes too. I can be the funny guy.
Wait. Are you implying that you only like the opposite gender?
Just what's wrong with that?
You're a bunch of heteros! Don't you know that here at Planet Pansexion, heterosexuality is strictly illegal? Ah! And what about you? Are you also strictly heterosexual?
I mean, there was this one time in engineering school, I built a robot for scientific reasons.
Oh, that's fine, darling. You know what? Robosexuality has been legal here for 400 years, okay? You can stay, but your sinful partner, you need to be cured of your disease.
Disease?
Yes! I sentence you to 5 years of straight conversion therapy.
Talking sheep, get us out of here.
Can't handle it, hetero.
Wait, let me ask you a question, okay? Is this whole thing, is it being televised?
Of course.
And everyone on this stupid planet can see it?
But of course.
Very well. So you figure us out. How did you know that human heterosexuality is a contagious disease?
It is. Of course it is. That's what the scripture says.
Exactly. And on my planet, if you even look at a hetero, you instantly become straight.
Oh no! I can feel it. I can feel it's happening. I'm even talking like a flimmy hetero. What happens next?
Your head explodes?
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Oh, my female god. Did you two do it again?
It was all him this time.
A straight pride.
Space, can you see by the dawn's early light
don't know. I'm telling that alien that I heterosexual man, and then he got all crazy, and I don't know what happened next.
Lies upon lies. Paco done told that gender non-conforming individual that being straight is a disease. And then boom, his head exploded.
Ah, whatever. That alien was just a big hypocrite from planet, Hypocrita.
I can't believe this. You know what? You two are the disease. Like a virus hell-bent to... Wait. Virus? That's it? I know exactly where you two belong.
What is this place? It looks swampy and steamy and moist.
Kinda like my first wife.
No, we don't live here. Next, please.
Nope. I'm sorry. Due to all the destruction you two have caused, you no longer have any say in where you can live. You're stuck here.
What?
That goes against our illegal alien and alienable rights.
Quiet, you two! Go meet this planet's ambassador, while I go talk to female God and make amends for what you two have done.
Welcome to Planet Freedom, the most indivisible planet with liberty and justice for all. We believe in freedom, equality, brotherhood, and...
What's that?
Oh, you mean my host body. 7,000 years ago, the original inhabitants of Planet Freedom looked more like you two, supple and tight, and delicious. Until one day, a small meteor crash landed into this planet. Trapped inside was our distant ancestor, King Cronus, who had been dormant for a millennia. Immediately, he bonded with one of the original inhabitants of the planet, made copies of himself, and those copies bonded with everyone else. And now, we live in a wonderful, symbiotic relationship.
So you're telling me that you done invaded and body snatched those innocent people?
Oh, heavens, no! We've just manifested our destinies is all. Listen, you two are going to love it here. We care about the right of the bonded individual. You're truly free to live a life of your choosing. No one will tell you how to live your... I'm being told by our planetary health expert that a small and minor epidemic has broken out in a remote part of our planet.
What kind of epidemic?
Oh, just a minor outbreak of testicle-eating amoeba. It's probably just a liberal hoax. Nothing to worry about, I can assure. Okay, so now our planetary health expert has upgraded the testicle-eating amoeba from an epidemic to a full-blown pandemic.
Should we be worried?
Not at all. I assure you, there's absolutely nothing to worry about. One day the outbreak will completely disappear. Boom, just like that.
But better to be safe than sorry, no? Maybe we should wear a face mask or something.
Face mask? No, don't be silly. Wearing mask goes against our personal freedoms. You don't need to wear any face mask. This just in, it's highly recommended, but not required, to wear face masks to help stop the spread of testicle-eating amoebas. This just in, it's highly recommended, but not required, to wear protective cups atop one's genitals. This just in, it's highly recommended, but not required, to drink 2 bottles of hydrogenated chlorine per hour.
According to my calculations, isn't hydrogen and chloride toxic and deadly when mixed together?
No, I've been drinking hydrogenated chlorine every day for the past 2 years, and I've never been infected with testicle-eating amoebas. Oh, wait, this just in. I have contracted testicle-eating amoebas.
Ouch.
I know, right? But you know what? It's not a big deal. These liberal scientists are blowing it way out of proportion. The death rate for testicle-eating amoebas is less than 1 in 10 per...
What's wrong?
My testicle!
I've officially completed your paperwork. Welcome to your new home.
What? No, I no living here.
Me neither, Gassafras.
Alexandria.
I ain't about to lose lefty and righty to no freaky fetish amoeba.
And what about you?
I rather die con mis huevitos.
Listen, you two are the last Homo sapiens in the Milky Way. I'm only trying to do what's best for you, for the good of your species. Please, do the right thing.
No.
You know what? I've had it! Fuck you two. Fuck this stupid space shuttle. Fuck humanity! I hope you both die!
Alexandria.
Female god, it's you.
That is no way to talk to the last Earthlings in the entire universe.
But you don't understand.
By the powers vested in me by the Big Bang, I have no choice but to terminate you.
Oh no, I'm so sorry, Galactus. But being terminated can't be that bad. Maybe you can find a new job.
It's not what you think.
Beginning termination process.
Oh no! She's going! Supernova! Oh my god, we're alive. Ay, Dios mío. Ay, who's that? Wait, what's going on? Hey, who's that? Hey! Ay! 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 Wait, what happened? We're alive! We're alive!
Why, I believe we're inside some sort of black hole left behind by the collapsed supernova that once used to be our intergalactic social worker Gravitron after a female god terminated her for her foul language and hood rat antics.
Makes sense. So now what?
I'm gonna go check it out right quick. Nothing but vastness as far as the eye can see.
Are you telling me that I'm trapped in this black hole with you for all eternity?
Now, just settle down, Paco. Relax. You know, this reminds me of the one time when...
No more of your stories. If we're gonna be stuck here to the end of time, then I don't want to hear nothing from you. Not a single word, not a single picky, ticky, nothing. No, not a word. What did I just say?
Those aren't words. They're just expressions of my emotional fragility. You know, Paco, in this past 30 years, we've had some really good times together, you gotta admit. Hey, you remember that one time when... Or the other time when that one thing happened? It seems only like yesterday when... And of course, who can forget about... But most of all, I'll always cherish the time that...
No, shut up! All we do is leave behind a trail of devastation, the likes of which this universe has never seen. We're not the last two humans in existence. We're the worst humans that have ever existed. That's it. I gotta get out of here. Oh, God.
Oh, female god.
O my female god, who may or may not exist, why hast thou forsaken me? If you do care, please send me a sign.
Why, I'll be Albert Einstein. A wormhole, a gateway to a different time and place. You know what this means, Paco? This is the way out for us.
Us? No us. I no go nowhere with you.
Well, fine, be that way. I'm gonna go have myself a gander. Wow, wondrous wonder as far as the eye can see. You're truly missing out, Paco. Paco? Dang it, Paco, just come with me. What do you gotta lose?
How do I say this politely? It's not you, it's me. In that I really liking myself, but I really don't liking you. Oh no, the wormhole is closing. Cornelius, leave, save yourself, get the hell out of here already.
Not without my best friend.
Time for some reverse psychology. Oh, you're right. Stay here with me forever, doing nothing. Why would you want to go out there where anything could happen?
Come to think of it, I do prefer something rather than nothing. Maybe I should go after all.
Are you sure?
Yeah, will you be okay?
I think I will survive.
Okay then. Guess this is goodbye. Dang it.
What happened? Go, leave.
I was trying to use reverse psychology on you. But alas, I'm a thermonuclear astrophysicist, not a thermonuclear astropsychiatrist.
Ah! No!
Dang it, Paco, leaving me behind like that. Now what am I gonna do for all eternity? You know, this reminds me of the one time I was fighting a space octopus out there in the Horsehair Nebula. Bang, bang, bang with my blaster as we fought from here to there, hither to the air, beyond, everywhere.
What? The wormhole made me go back in time. I no longer old man. Now I have the rest of my life ahead of me.
T minus 20.
Wait, what am I? Ay, Dios mío, I'm back in the damn shuttle on the day of the launch.
10.
Oh my god, that means if I take off now, I'll be stuck in space for 30 years with...
Why, hello. I don't think we've met. My name is Space Captain Cornelius Cosmosis. You know, this reminds me of the one time... Blast off.
Ready?
Wait till that part.
Okay. So, I don't want to tell the story.
So, this Mandy telling the story thing isn't working. But basically, here's what's going on. Mandy and I got stoned the other night, and she basically confessed that she was obsessing about this other guy that lives on our block. His wife died a year ago, and he's got 2 kids. And Mandy's mother died and committed suicide. And Mandy feels like, I think, protective towards the children, motherless children. She feels she wants to, help them. But anyway, she started obsessing about this guy and thinking like maybe this guy is the guy that will make her happy. And she's very frustrated with me. She's frustrated about the show. I work too much. I'm not family-ish enough. I'm threatening our livelihood. She's got a lot of complaints. But so she made a rendezvous to meet this guy, a secret rendezvous, and she was going to maybe commit adultery. And she told me this like the night before she was going to do it, and only because she was stoned. And I was like, oh, shit. And I've been complaining about the relationship for a long time and saying maybe we should have an open marriage or something, and I'm not satisfied. And then she was saying, and she kept saying, maybe we should. And that's when I got suspicious. I was like, why do you keep saying this? Are you, is something going on? And that's when she admitted. But our relationship is in trouble. This has never happened before, where she's been on the verge of committing adultery behind my back. And she met with the guy the next day, and he told her he's not interested in having an affair with someone who's married, so she'd have to break up with me first. So I think she's thinking about doing that. But she's also ambivalent, as am I. So I'm not sure what's going to happen. But things have gotten bad-ish. So the other night, Mandy and I got stoned, and we had this conversation, and Mandy said to me,
the reason why I am obsessing about, leaving you, basically, and having, other relationships is because I feel like I can't tell you anything without it going in the show. I mean, I feel like I can't be intimate with you.
the show is who I am. I mean, it's like a perfect expression of me. You're asking me not to be me.
Well, you're gonna have to choose between the show or our family, because if you continue to put everything I tell you into the show, I can't be with you anymore.
And basically, she gave me an ultimatum. You know, she was like, either you take me out of the show or we break up. And I thought about it, and I thought, you know what? I don't know what life is for. All I know is that I feel compelled to be honest about these things. And the idea of not being able to do that feels like death. And I'd rather break up our family and be a divorced dad than not be able to express myself fully and honestly. I know it sounds crazy to a lot of people, almost everybody, but that's just who I am, and I will go down wherever that takes me. And I had some real clarity about it. And then my sister came to visit. My sister and I are not, we're very different. And she doesn't really get me or what I do. She doesn't like my films or anything. I mean, no one in my family likes my films.
For all you people out there, never ever agree to do a film with my brother, Kaveh Zahidi.
But she was like,
why would you do this? Why would you do the one thing that's going to destroy your family when there's all kinds of other stuff you can put in the show?
because this is the stuff that feels truest. It's the stuff that feels most alive.
They've given you carte blanche. You can do whatever you want. Why would you do the one thing that's going to destroy your family and break up the parents of your children? It's just stupid.
And I was like, she has a point, I guess. So I was like, okay, fine. I won't put it in the show. Instead, I'll make the show about something else. Season 2 will be totally different. And I told Mandy, okay, fine. I'll take you out of the show. And then a few days later, Mandy comes home and tells me that she wants to break up. And she's crying. And I was kind of stunned and kind of upset. But I was like, okay, I guess. I don't know. I I've been trying to make these changes. I agreed to like not work on weekends. I agreed to take her out of the show, and she still wants to break up. So I guess I waited too long or something. And during the day, I'm sort of thinking like, what am I going to do? Like, she wants me to move out, and we have no money. Like we are so broke, we can't pay our credit card bills, and we couldn't pay our mortgage payment this month. It's like, where am I going to live? She's like, why don't you live in our neighbor's basement? I was like, I don't live in the neighbor's basement. They haven't even said I could. What are you talking about? And I'm trying to think, what am I going to do? And I start trying to think of scenarios, and I'm thinking of all these women I'm attracted to that I could start maybe dating. And I'm like, oh, this isn't so bad. And I'd been really depressed. I started feeling a lot better. And I'd been reading books on depression, and I'd been exercising and getting sunlight and doing all these things. And I was like, I'm less depressed than I've been in weeks. And it's because she wants to break up with me. So like, this is why I've been depressed, because of my marriage. It's pretty simple, really. And then Mandy wanted to get stoned so we could talk about it some more and sort of be conscious. So we got stoned. And while we were stoned, she told me that she had actually made another secret rendezvous with this guy, and that she was in love with him, and that she wanted to have an affair, but he didn't want to have it unless she broke up with me. So she was breaking up with me so she could have an affair with this guy that she met 2 weeks ago. So anyway, she went away for a few days to think about it. And I'm thinking about it, but I'm kind of excited. Like a whole new life opens up, and I'm in a good mood, and I'm getting work done, and I'm feeling really productive, and things seem meaningful again. Things that seem meaningless, and now they seem meaningful. And then I got this email from this woman in Viceland. So we set up a meeting, and I looked her up, and her nom de plume, because she had a blog that was apparently a big deal, was a slut machine. And I don't know, those are great words together. Slut machine, it's like an oxymoron. It's great. Anyway, I was like starting to fantasize about her, and she writes a lot about her sexuality, and she seemed like, oh, this is like someone who's on my wavelength. Like maybe me and Slut Machine will get together, and this will be great.
So I was kind of excited, and then Mandy came back and said,
I want to stay together.
And I'm like, really? And part of me is disappointed, and part of me is, is happy, but part of me is not. And I'm kind of like, oh, okay, I guess we should try for the kids. But we get stoned again, and while we're talking about her feelings and what's going on with her, she tells me that her mother committed suicide when she was 45. Mandy was 9, I think. And Mandy's 42 now, and she's afraid that she's going to kill herself when she's 45 also, like her mom. And part of her wanting to break up and be with someone else was because of this fear of suicide, that she was going to die if she didn't get out of this marriage. And she's trying to like escape that fate by finding someone else and sort of redoing her life, because she hates her life. I mean, I don't blame her. I hate my life too. Everyone is here. It's going to take 1 more minute. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
He should be allowed to choose.
This is a scene.
He doesn't want to do it.
I know. He's a kid.
So we have the meeting at Viceland,
and Aziz wanted to come, and I kind of didn't want him to come because I wanted to be just alone with Slut Machine anyway. But I said, okay, fine, come. There was going to be other people there. It was a stupid fantasy. But
she was very nice. And we have the meeting, and they seem really into the show.
It's so real, it's so documentative, it's so meta.
Actually, I think it's revolutionary.
It's nothing like what's on TV or anything out right now.
To be totally honest, we've been trying to develop a show about Viceland, and your show is better than anything we've come up with.
And then they say,
we would love to have the second season of the show here at Viceland, if you would be willing to do that.
And I'm like, yeah, that'd be great.
Spike hasn't watched it yet, but he's going to get to it.
And apparently Spike Jonze is like the co-president of Viceland?
You gotta meet Spike.
And I love Spike Jonze.
Spike's gonna watch it. It's just been a crazy week. He's very excited.
And so they're like, just give us a figure, tell us how much money you want, and we'll negotiate and we'll come up with something. So Aziz is like...
That meeting with Viceland was incredible. I really think they're serious. I've never had a meeting like that.
So how much should we ask for?
I think we should ask for $175,000 for each episode of season 2.
You think that's too much?
No, it's Viceland.
And I told Mandy about the meeting, and she was excited, and suddenly she like loves the show again, and she's really into it, and we're getting along better, and she's like thinking about what we're going to buy with all the money. She's starting to spend it already, and we're not hearing back from Viceland, and so I'm starting to get nervous, and I email Slub Machine. And she writes back right away, and she says, and I'm like, cool, Spike Jonze loves the show. That's great. And so I'm feeling better, and the Christmas holidays happen. And then the day comes when I'm supposed to hear back from Slub Machine, and I don't hear anything. And I wait a few days, and then Aziz gets a call from Viceland.
I got a phone call from Viceland, and they want to have an off-the-record meeting.
Meaning what?
Meaning you're not invited.
Why not?
Because whatever they're going to say inside the meeting, they don't want you to hear, and they don't want it in the show.
So that's doesn't sound good, but still hopeful. Like they still want to meet. But then they reschedule the meeting, and then they reschedule it again, and then they reschedule it again. So at this point, I email Slub Machine, and she gets back to me and says, so I don't know why they passed. Aziz said...
Okay, apparently, Spike Jonze loves the show. He thinks you're a genius, but he doesn't want to meet with you.
Why not?
I mean, because he probably thinks you're going to make fun of him in the show.
Oh.
You can't smoke in front of the kids.
Okay. Why are you asking like a question?
Wait, your whole attitude right now has got to soften.
Okay.
Okay, because I feel like we're getting in a fight. Okay. So stop. Let me try it again.
This is a fight, by the way.
I don't want to be fighting while I'm acting fighting. Don't do it in front of the kids.
Don't yell.
Okay, don't
Quiet
stop.
Could you just say the lines that I wrote?
No, because I hate them.
They're
No,
fine.
they don't flow.
Yes, they do.
No.
Ready? Sounds rolling?
Sounds rolling.
You're good? Cooper?
Yeah.
You're good, Stefan?
I'm rolling.
Okay, Scarlett, do it. What's the matter? Hey. Hey. So, about a year ago, I was at the Sundance Film Festival with a short film I'd made called Bob Dylan Hates Me. And while I was there, I saw this film programmer named Jake Perlin, who had hurt my feelings a few years earlier. And whenever I would see him, I was like still holding a grudge. And I don't believe in holding grudges, so I was like, I should try to make peace. So I went up to him. Hey.
Oh, hey.
I don't know if you remember me. My name is Kaveh.
Yeah, no, I know who you are.
Okay, I just wanted to say that the last time I saw you, you kind of hurt my feelings.
Oh.
And I...
Sorry, what did I say?
Oh, I said, hi, my name's Kaveh Zahedi.
Oh, hi.
I'm a filmmaker. Hi. I was wondering, would you guys be interested in maybe like programming a retrospective of my films?
You know, we pretty much do the programming ourselves. Like we would approach you if we wanted to do it. So probably not.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, thank you.
Okay, sure. No problem.
Okay.
Nice to meet you.
Bye. So anyway, I don't know if you'd seen any of my films or not, but the fact that you didn't seem like even curious about them made me feel like you must assume I wasn't a very good filmmaker. And the fact that I was even asking you for a retrospective meant, I probably wasn't, because why would I have to ask you for a retrospective if I was? So I just felt humiliated.
Oh, shit. Well, I didn't mean to be rude. I don't... I tried not to be
You weren't rude. No, you weren't. I just, my feelings were just hurt.
Oh, well, I appreciate you telling me.
Oh, thank you for saying that. So he was super nice, and we started talking.
So what are you working on these days?
I'm mostly working on this TV show for BRIC called The Show About the Show.
Is it done?
Ish.
Is there something I can see?
Yeah.
Okay, send it.
So I sent him a link. And then I saw him a few days later.
So I'm opening this new theater. It's called the Metrograph. And I thought it'd be a great idea to show the whole first season together. Would you be into that?
I mean, I was into it. I just had to check with Aziz.
I mean, that would be great. I mean, then maybe we could get a New York Times review. And if that review is good, then maybe we could sell the show to a bigger network.
So Aziz hired Matt Grady, who had played the paraplegic in episode 2, to promote the theatrical run and to try to get the New York Times to review it. So Matt schedules a press screening, and the New York Times says they'll send someone to review it. Can I come to the press screening?
No.
How come?
It's just not the way we do things.
So I sent Peter instead to gauge the reaction of the critics. But not a single critic showed up. So I called Matt Grady.
The good news is the New York Times is still going to review the film. The bad news is who's reviewing it.
So the guy they assigned to us to review it in the New York Times was a guy named Glenn Kenny. And I don't really know the guy. I looked him up. I didn't like his face that much. I mean, he looks fine. He just didn't look that nice. And then I saw that he had tweeted something about me a few months earlier. Kaveh Zahedi's piece on David Bowie was for me a potent reminder of why I have absolutely no use for Kaveh Zahedi. So thanks, I guess. So when David Bowie died, I wrote a piece about him for Talkhouse Film, in which I discussed having a vision of God while on ayahuasca, and that God had appeared to me as David Bowie. Anyway, when I saw that tweet by Glenn Kenny, I realized that our New York Times review had been assigned to someone who had gone out of his way to trash me in public. So clearly we were not going to get like a good review. But the review came out, and it was not an entirely negative review. On the one hand, he said that the show was undeniably fascinating. First of all, it's not undeniably fascinating. Like, it might be fascinating to some people, but it's not fascinating to everybody. I mean, there are plenty of people who would not call this show fascinating.
I didn't find it fascinating at all. I thought it was pedantic and self-indulgent.
But then he also said that I was sinister and that my evident disingenuousness masks something even worse. And I'm like, disingenuousness? That means dishonest, right? Like I'm evidently dishonest? I don't know. I think I'm pretty honest. I think I'm probably a lot more honest than you are, Glenn Kenny. And I don't mind you saying he seems to me to be disingenuous. You know, you can think I'm disingenuous, but to say that I'm evidently disingenuous is just stupid. How is it evident? It's not evident to everybody. I mean, some people don't think I'm disingenuous.
He's always been honest on that show he's got on cable.
So anyway, the New York Times review was not going to help us sell the show to a bigger network. And Slum Machine never got back to me about meeting to discuss other TV show ideas. But she did say,
I'd really like to come to the Metrograph screening.
But I was worried that no one would show up to the screening. So I decided to throw an after party, the idea being that people would rather go to a party than to a screening, but they would go to the screening if it was right before the party.
Calling it a party implies free drinks. How are you going to pay for that?
No, it doesn't. You can have a party without drinks.
No, you can't.
Well, what if I bring pot and then it'll be a pot party?
That's a totally different thing. We're talking about like a drinks party. I don't know what you're talking about. Pot party. It's a public place. All I'm saying is that everybody will expect free drinks if you call it a party.
So I asked Aziz if he would pay for drinks, and he said,
no.
So I decided to just call it a party anyway, and I invited Slut Machine. And then one night, Mandy told me,
I have this really important PTA auction that I have to go to. Do you mind watching the kids?
What's so important about it?
I'm networking, and it's important.
Okay.
So the night of the PTA auction, Andy tells me she'll be home by 10 to put the kids to bed. And she's still at home by 11. Hey, Mandy, where are you? Scarlett misses you. Say hi to Mommy.
Hi.
So I start getting suspicious. And I was like, why isn't she answering my question? She's obviously with that guy. So she finally gets home, and she's like...
Yeah, he was there.
And she was kind of downplaying it, like it was just like random, but really, she later confessed that she wanted to go really badly because she knew he would be there. And this has been going on a bit. She keeps texting him and sort of seeing him and talking to him and doesn't tell me she's doing it. And, you know, the trust is just eroding. She can't help herself. She's just afraid that if she tells me I want to see this guy, I'll somehow stop her. Like the truth will prevent her fantasy from happening. I understand that. That's why people lie. But it doesn't feel good. But so that had just happened, and I got this email from Ashley, and it was this video she had made.
Hi, everybody. Does anyone have any questions for Kaveh?
And it was a weird video.
Am I bad because I think I'm bad, or am I good because I think I'm bad?
And I wasn't sure what to think of it. Like, it seemed kind of like maybe she was interested.
When you thought about having sex with me, was it good or was it bad? Because when I thought about it, I didn't go through with it.
And you know, I invited her to a test screening of episode 7, and Mandy was there.
Oh, hey, Mandy.
Oh, hey. Oh, you can't sit here.
Oh,
sorry.
Okay.
And you know, she went and sat somewhere else. And I said, nobody was sitting here. And I was just like, oh man, okay, and I gotta like either piss off Mandy or be mean to Ashley. So I guess I chose to not piss off Mandy, but I felt bad for Ashley. And I don't know if that's why she sent this video or not, or had anything to do with it. But she also saw episode 7, which kind of shows how screwed up things are with me and Mandy right now. So I think she probably felt like, okay, maybe he's available.
Do you want to go dancing?
And I am available-ish, but I'm not available yet.
Would it be more weird if I came to the after party or didn't come?
So I was like, I've got to show this to Mandy.
Kaveh Zahidi is an awakened being who has shattered the bonds of ego.
She is totally coming on to you.
You think?
Yes. I don't like her.
Well, she's totally nice.
No, she is trying to steal you.
Well, you're flirting with other people.
Would you have sex with her?
Yeah, I'd have sex with her. Of course I'd have sex with her.
Well, I don't want you to have sex with her.
I mean, I wouldn't do it behind your back. I just mean, in theory, I'd have sex with her.
Well, you can have sex with Eleanor, but you can't have sex with Ashley.
Really?
Yeah, I like Eleanor.
But so anyway, the night before the premiere, Mandy comes home and tells me,
Can I talk to you for a minute?
I'm like, oh, okay, what is it now? Probably in trouble. And then she starts crying. And I was going, what's going on? She said that she had sent a link to the show to the guy that she's got the crush on. And the guy was really upset. And they talked, and he basically accused her of like coming on to him just for the show, to get something good for the show, which is absurd. But he basically said, I don't want to have anything more to do with you. And Mandy was really upset and devastated. And she was crying, and she was basically crying on my shoulder about the guy that she's got the crush on who's like mad at her now because of my show. And I had all these mixed feelings. Like on the one hand, like, God, you've been doing this stuff behind my back. Like, how can I trust you? And then also like, oh, at least she's like talking to me. And the show has somehow like sabotaged their relationship, so that's good. So anyway, a few days before the premiere, I ran into Dustin at a party, and he seemed like he was mad at me about something.
Yeah, no, you hurt my feelings.
I'm sorry. How come?
How come?
So when I was at Sundance a few months ago, I was shooting a show about Sundance, and Dustin was there because he had a film, and he was really busy. And I kept saying, Dustin, please, could you please act while you're here doing your thing? And he was kind of like, didn't want to do it, but he agreed to it because he's nice. But I couldn't reach him, and he wasn't always getting back to me right away, so I kind of like said this thing that I kind of regret. It just really seems like it's just about ego, like it's not about one's higher nature. So I wasn't fair, and I regretted it, but I left it in there.
On the thing, you said that it was that the reason I was having a problem shooting was because of my ego, and then you said something like, oh man, when people have movies at Sundance, they get these big egos, and it had really nothing to do with my ego.
You're right. I'm sorry. I feel bad. Is there anything I can do to make it up to you?
I mean, no, it's fine, Kaveh. It's cool.
And then right before the screening, he texts me. And I didn't have one. I didn't know he was coming or wanted to come. And I was like, oh man, I think I might have hurt his feelings. And Mandy said, yeah, I think you hurt his feelings, like twice. So I tried to get him a ticket, and I got him a ticket, and he came. And also, Slum Machine came with one of her colleagues from Viceland, and the actress playing Slum Machine also came.
Hey, it's so nice to meet you in person. Yeah, it's really nice to meet you too. I hope I did an okay job playing you. Oh yeah, you were great. I'm just so glad you're thin. I was really worried you were going to be fat.
But the screening was great. People were laughing, and it was a really good vibe. And then there was a Q&A.
Have you ever been punched in public? Because I have, and I'm just curious.
And then at the party afterwards, I really wanted to talk to Slut Machine. But all these people kept coming up to me, and I kept losing sight of her. And also, Aziz was there, and he met Dustin for the first time.
Dustin, it's Aziz. Oh, hey, man, nice to meet you. Yeah, nice to meet you too.
And also, one of the guys in the show who was mad at me because of the thing he had said about somebody else, he was there. Well, he was in the theater, not there for my screening. He was just there. And he's been hostile to me ever since I put this thing in the show.
If you're ever looking for a woman to do a sex scene in one of your movies, I know a woman. She's up for anything.
And we used to be friends. It was like, it's crazy to me, but he doesn't want to talk to me anymore. And that hurts. And him and Dustin were talking because they're friends, and I was feeling kind of like left out, like I was the kid on the playground nobody wants to play with. And Dustin came over to me and he smiled at me, gave me a big hug. And I think he was saying, don't feel bad, I forgive you. And so I felt really grateful. But Dustin wants to quit. He wants to quit the show. He said,
I'm quitting the show. This is my last time. I'm going to do it.
And I was like, how come?
I don't get anything from it. There's nothing inside, I'm playing a character and there's nothing, I mean, like, what am I doing? I'm just saying lines. I'm like a robot.
And I don't know how much of it was because he was mad at me and how much of it was because he just doesn't want to act anymore, but probably related. And he's so good in the show, like, without him, the show would be so much less than it is.
Sorry.
And also, he's moving to Vienna to be with his girlfriend. His German girlfriend is moving to Vienna. And then Jason, the camera person, said, I want to quit the show. Because it doesn't pay very well, and he wants to work on his own films, which he should. I mean, he's a really good filmmaker. He should work on his own films. But what am I going to do? He's the only DP I really trust. Then Mandy says,
Can I do it?
because she wants to learn about photography. But Jason wasn't available, so I said, okay, you can shoot the Q&A tomorrow night. And she did a terrible job. It was totally crappy. But somebody asked me,
how are you and Mandy doing?
And Mandy was shooting it. So I asked her, can I tell them about today?
Oh my God, just do it.
So I told them, and then she was mad at me because I told them. Mandy sent a link to the guy because she was like, you should know that, Cobb is talking about you in this new episode. And afterwards, Mandy was like,
I can't believe you said that in front of everybody.
but you said it was okay.
I said that under pressure. You put me on the spot. It wasn't a real question.
Yes, it was. You could have said no.
No, I couldn't. I felt bad saying no in front of all those people. And you should have known that my yes meant no.
And then Peter kind of wants to quit too because he's been like riding his bicycle from the Upper West Side to Brooklyn all the time to work on the show, and I think he's just kind of burned out. And so Dustin wants to quit, Jason wants to quit, Peter wants to quit, and Mandy wants to quit our relationship. And then during the party afterwards, she went to the bathroom and called the guy that she's got the crush on, and they talked for like an hour. And she is mad at me because she feels like I screwed up that relationship. But then I have this other friend, Jamie, who was in episode 2.
If you're working with censors, make sure you give them something to censor.
He came to the screening. How's it going?
Good. You got friends to say.
Hey, nice to meet you.
How are you? Where Mandy? Is she around?
And Mandy and him went to some galleries together because she's into art and he's into art. And I mean, I'm into art too, but I'm busy making the show. And while they were there, he said to her,
Okay, so you want to have sex with other people?
Mm-hmm.
Because I would have sex with you.
You would?
I would, yeah, I totally would. But I feel like I don't want to do it behind Kave's back.
Mm-hmm.
But I had an idea. What if we have sex and you tell him he can put it in the show, right? And then he gets something good for the show, and we get what we want, and he gets something he wants, and everybody's happy.
So she tells me this, and then she says,
Don't you think that's a really interesting idea?
kind of, but do you really want to do that? Are you attracted to Jamie? And she changed the subject. So I asked her again, and she changed the subject again. So I asked her again, and then she finally was like,
I mean, I'm interested in Jamie and others,
I know, you're attracted to everyone except me, basically.
Yeah.
Which I understand, I guess. And part of me is sympathetic, and I'm like, well, maybe she needs that, maybe it's just,
I don't own her, you know? But it also seems like it would probably end our relationship, wouldn't it? I mean, I think it would. I mean, I don't know that I can do that. And then I'm also like, it would be interesting in the show, wouldn't it? Just fuck her, Jamie. But it's so weird. Like, what a weird thing to do. Like, to agree to that for the show. I like the legs up. I like the legs up. I like the legs up. That's good. So I don't know what I think about any of this. I just know that she wants to. I don't really want her to, but I'm thinking about it. I wanted like more intense, like at the moment of orgasm kind of stuff. Ashley seems like she wants to.
You're so cool. I think you're so fucking cool. You are so cool.
But so anyway, during the party, I ran into Eleanor, and I told her about a conversation I'd had the night before. So Ralph, the guy who plays like the hate mail guy.
I just want you to know that I fucking hate you.
You know, he helps me edit, and he came over last night to help me edit. And we're trying to do this one shot. Then I'm thinking of all these women I'm attracted to that I could start maybe dating.
Why don't you just put in a shot of Eleanor?
I don't really think of her that way anymore. You know, like I'm attracted to her in a way, but I wouldn't think of her like I'm not. I shut that door.
Well, who are you attracted to now?
I would probably ask Ashley out.
Don't go out with Ashley.
Why not?
Try and fix things with Mandy.
I have been. She doesn't want to be together anymore.
Well, maybe you should stop making this television show and work on your relationship.
It's a good show. And then finally, I see Slum Machine and the Viceland guy buying drinks. So I go over to them.
Kaveh!
Hey.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
It was so funny.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So you guys okay with how I portrayed you in the show?
I thought it was pretty funny.
Yeah?
She was cute.
Yeah, she was.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you think Viceland will be okay with it?
Oh, yeah. For sure.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. And we're talking, and there's something about her voice that I find very touching, and I'm definitely attracted to her, but I can't tell if she's attracted to me or not.
We should actually get together and have lunch and talk about some other show ideas that you had.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, really. We'll call you.
Okay, cool.
All right, great. Well, enjoy.
And then after the party, I'm standing outside the theater with Jake and Mandy, and Ashley comes out. And she's like,
Hey, Kaveh.
oh, hey.
Hey.
How you doing?
Hi, I'm good.
Thank you for coming.
Yeah, I mean, it was really great. I'm really awkward, and I could do this stare thing all night.
Yeah, me too. Stare.
Yeah, same. But I'm just gonna go. So.
Okay.
But it was great seeing you.
You too.
Yeah. So see you around.
Okay.
Okay. Bye.
But it was like kind of romantic-ish looking, seeming, or sad. It was sad. You should have known that my yes meant
I don't want to
no.
say that. That's retarded.
Mandy, that's what you said.
You should have known that my yes meant no. No, that's like stupid.
That's the whole point of the scene.
I know, but what if
I would feel bad saying no in front of all those people. This is the key thing.
I know it's the key thing, but is there a
You
way to
should
get
know.
that
No.
across without that stupid fucking line?
No, the stupid fucking line is the point of the scene.
I know, but it's just.
It's just what, it's what you said, Mandy.
It's not.
It is what you said.
It's what you think I said.
Whatever it is, it's what the scene is. Okay, you ready? Okay.
Like I feel
Let's
hurt
do it.
right now.
Let's
like
do it. That's the right energy for the scene.
okay, but stop hurting me.
Okay, let's just do it. I
In
feel
real
hurt too,
life.
Mandy.
Yeah, but Kaveh,
Mandy, let's do the scene. We have a little moment of quiet. They're being quiet.
I can't believe you said that in front of everybody.
One more time.
I can't believe you told everybody.
You said it was okay.
I.
Can't act.
Oh my God! Stop being
Do
an
the
asshole.
fucking scene, Mandy. I told you
Yeah,
just
but
to
your
learn the fucking
emotional
lines.
pressure is like a problem.
It's upsetting when you keep doing this thing every fucking time we shoot.
What?
Refusing to do the lines.
Okay.
You said you weren't going to do this anymore.
No.
That was our deal. Our deal was you were going to say the lines, and if you wanted a different version, we would do that, and we could make that part of the next fucking episode. We're not supposed to do this every fucking time. Okay, ready?
Oh wait, I'm about to walk out of here and leave you people. I don't
Good
want to be
idea.
criticized.
Good
I.
idea.
I don't give a shit. So you have to be nice to me. He has to be nice to me. He has to be nice to me. He can't be abusive to me in this situation.
Are you filming this? Mandy, come on.
Then we'll talk out here. I don't want to be talked to like that.
Mandy. So despite our week-long run at the Metrograph Theater and our shitty New York Times review, all of the networks we approached passed on the show. So the network that I thought was most likely to pick up the show was Netflix, just because they have a lot of programming and a lot of it's shitty. Also, my friend Joe Swanberg has a show on Netflix called Easy. And he had written a piece for Talkhouse Films about how the show was his favorite thing of 2016.
So if you want it to go up on Netflix, I will do everything in my power to help that happen.
But they also rejected it.
Nobody's going to pick up your show because then you're going to make fun of them in the show, and they don't want that.
You're right. I'm fucked. So my only hope was to persuade Viceland to finance a different show. One idea is a show called Bin Laden's Porn. And you know, when Bin Laden was captured or killed, you know, they confiscated his hard drives, and there's a lot of porn on it.
Oh.
And I was thinking it'd be interesting to look at that porn and see what kind of porn he was watching.
All right. What else?
Another idea is called Little People Gone Wild.
Okay.
And it's about like teen dwarves who, like, this is true, they just, every year they have this Little People of America convention, and the teen dwarves like go crazy because they're sexually frustrated.
Okay.
And you want to hear another idea?
Yeah, I think we should.
The other one I'm doing right now is it's called The Class About the Class. It's a show I'm making with my class.
Oh, okay.
And every episode is about that class.
It's also about you?
Yeah, I'm the teacher.
Okay, right.
So
I feel like the show about the class is the thing that Viceland would most be likely to get into.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're gonna have a screening at the end of the semester. It's not done yet.
Oh, okay.
But
oh, I would love to come see it. Can I come?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, great. Then I'll be there.
So I spent the rest of the semester working really hard to try to make the show as Vice-friendly as possible.
Should I come by every week?
But I also still had to finish episode 8 because I couldn't get any more money from BRIC until I completed the next episode. But then during the making of episode 8, Mandy refused to shoot the scene of her calling the guy she had a crush on in the bathroom of the Metrograph.
No, I'm not doing that.
Why not?
Because I don't want to hurt him any more than I already have.
So the reason Mandy didn't want me to put that in is because she's still in love with him, basically, and doesn't want him to be mad at her any more than he already is. And like, for example, he was upset because we shot the scene of them on the bench, on the actual bench. And he said to her, "You showed him the bench? You showed him our bench?" So obviously, like, the guy was like invested in the relationship. Also, I asked her if she could show me the text they had shared, because supposedly we were like working on our relationship and trying to heal. And she like said,
"Not right now, I'll show them to you later."
And then she actually deleted all the texts. Why did you do that?
I wanted to protect him.
But what about me? What about my feelings? Like, why are you prioritizing his feelings over mine? Well, I guess because she's in love with him. But so anyway, we get into this huge fight.
You care more about the show than you do about my feelings.
No, I care more about the show than about your ego and its feelings. So anyway, we go to couples therapy to talk about this conflict we're having, and Mandy announces,
I want to break up and I want Kaveh to move out.
and I thought we were trying to make it work, you know, like I was like, what? And I got really mad, and I lost my temper. And I was like, shut up! And then I stormed out, angry, and I was like, that's it. I'm done. Because she keeps doing this. She keeps saying,
I want to break up and I want you to move out.
and then she changes her mind.
I want to try and make it work.
And then she says it again.
I want to break up and I want you to move out.
And then she changes her mind.
I want to try and make it work.
And then she says it again.
I want to break up and I want Kaveh to move out.
And this time it seemed like, okay, enough. I don't want to. Fine, we'll break up. I'm ready to break up now. So that night we were supposed to go to a screening together, and I was like, I don't want to go with her anymore. Like, I'm mad at her and I don't want to be with her. So I called my agent. Dustin's film is premiering tonight. Do you want to go? And then Mandy was like, and I was kind of like, I calmed down a little bit. I was like, okay, fine, we'll just go. And I called my agent and said, I'm sorry, you're not invited anymore. But we went to the screening and I saw Dustin there. I just thought you should know that Mandy and I are breaking up.
Really?
Yeah,
I mean, it's like the end?
I think so.
Oh, man. Sorry.
And then Dustin saw Mandy and he went over to her
And he said,
Kavi said you guys are breaking up.
What?
Yeah.
No, not yet. I mean, we're talking about things. Like, no decision has been made.
But he says like over is.
Oh my
it's
God.
Not? Okay.
And so then I see this actress who has a show on Vice, and her pseudonym is Slut Ever. And I actually had contacted her about playing Slut Machine. I just thought of her because Slut Machine, Slut Ever, you know, it was like the obvious thing. And she said she would do it, but then when I told her what it was, she said she was worried about getting in trouble with Vice, and I was like, oh, yeah, you don't do it then, it's fine. And then I ended up getting Emmy to play Slut Machine instead of Slut Ever. But Slut Ever was there, and I went over to her, and like I'm kind of newly single, so I'm like talking to Slut Ever, and Mandy sees me talking to her, and she makes like a beeline towards us.
Hey, I'm his wife. How are you?
And I'm like, ah. And she basically just like completely cock-blocked me. And I'm a little pissed about this, because like I thought we were breaking up. And she's like,
No, I didn't say that.
yes, you did.
No, I mean, I think I still want to try and make it work.
And I'm like, okay. So we're trying to make it work. And then a few days later, she says,
I want to break up and I want you to move out.
and this time I had had it. And so I emailed Ashley. And Ashley said, so I didn't tell Mandy that I had made these plans to go on a date with Ashley, but I wanted to tell her, but I also felt like, you know, we broke up, I'd have to tell you, or I don't know. I was waiting for the right time. And we're going to couples therapy again, and I'm thinking I should really tell her. And on the way into couples therapy, I told her. So I asked Ashley out on a date.
Are you planning to have sex with her?
Yeah, she'll have me. So she was kind of thrown by this. But so anyway, after therapy, Mandy says,
Look, if you're going to have sex with Ashley, I want you to promise me one thing. You will not get her pregnant.
okay, I mean, I'm not planning to get her pregnant. But I also kind of resented the order. I don't like being told what to do. But I'm like, yeah, I'm not going to get her pregnant. Like, duh. And she said,
You can have a baby with Eleanor. I'm fine with that. I don't want you having a baby with Ashley. I hate her.
and I was like, okay, fine. She's starting to freak out, and she's getting like more and more like distressed and angry, and she's like drinking a lot, and she's like having a hard time with my impending date. And the neighbors are coming over and trying to make her feel better, and they're telling me,
don't do it, it's not worth it.
What about your family?
What about your kids?
the whole thing was her idea.
Really? Because that's not what she says.
And then she tells me,
I want to go see Jamie.
who had offered to have sex with her.
Because I would have sex with you.
For the show.
You would?
I would, yeah, I totally would.
And I'm like, are you planning to have sex?
No. I just need someone to talk to, and he's my friend.
So she leaves to go see Jamie, and then she comes back and she's in a really good mood. And I say, what happened?
We just got stoned and went to the park. It was great. There was an amazing view.
And then the next night, I go to the movie theater where I'm supposed to meet Ashley for our date. And on the way in, I run into KJ, an ex-student of mine.
Hey, Kavi, how's it going?
Hey, it's great to see you. Bye. And like, I didn't want him to like sit with us. You know, I wanted to be alone with Ashley. So I felt bad about that. I was rude. I should have just explained to him what was going on, but I didn't. But so me and Ashley hang out, and then we decide to go back to her place. And the idea is we're going to go there and get stoned. And I am really looking forward to this. And we're in the cab, and on the way there, somehow I asked her, like, so how old are you?
I'm 24.
I'm like, oh my God, you're 24? And I'm like, oh, what am I doing? This is crazy. Can I have sex with her? I don't know. I guess I can legally, but it feels weird. And I'm like, she's 24. I'm really bummed about this. But we go to her place and we get stoned. And I say, do you want to have sex?
What about Mandy?
What about her?
I don't want her to feel bad, and then, you know, if she feels bad, then it's just going to be bad between us.
But we're breaking up.
Right, but she's still going to feel bad, right?
No.
Probably.
So I'm like, okay, fine. So we don't have sex.
we just hang out. And at one point, I think I touched her arm. Is it okay if I touch you?
Yeah.
Oh, good. And then I took my hand off after a few seconds. And so I'm starting to fall in love with her. Like, I know I'm stoned, but like I can see her in this whole new way. Like, you know, I always thought of her kind of like a kook. But now I'm seeing like all these other sides, like, and she's like super smart and she's funny and she's touching and she's like complicated, you know? And I'm like, her face is like morphing like 24 times a second. And I'm just seeing all these parts of her and my mind is like blown away. And I'm like, wow, can't believe I found you. And basically, like, I'm in love.
But I don't want to kiss you goodnight.
Okay. So then we kind of like hugged awkwardly, and then she kind of hurried back into the house. So I go home, and Mandy is like,
Well, how was it?
it was great. I really like her.
Did you have sex?
No. She didn't want to because of you. She didn't want you to feel bad.
Oh, well, that speaks well of her.
I know, she's a really nice person. So I can't stop thinking about Ashley. But she's about to leave for Georgia for a month to help her parents move out of their house, which has just been foreclosed on. And I really want to call her and see her again before she leaves, but I don't want to come off too desperate. And also, that night, there was a screening of the show about the show that I had to do a Q&A for, and that Mandy also wanted to go to. And then during the Q&A, someone asked what Mandy thought of the show. And so I asked her if she wanted to answer the question herself, and she did. So she came up and did the Q&A with me, and she actually got really, really into it, and she actually wouldn't stop talking. And afterwards, she said that she had never been able to watch the show and really appreciate it before because she's in it, and you know, it brings up feelings for her. But this time, she was able to, and she really, really liked it.
Kaveh, I love the show. I really want to keep doing it with you.
So I was like, great. And we're kind of getting along, and we've been getting along better ever since she went over to Jamie's. And then she says,
Hey, I'm having fun here and I don't want to leave yet. Do you think I could go home and relieve the babysitter?
yeah, sure. So I went home, relieved the babysitter.
Thanks.
And then Mandy gets home at like 2 in the morning. And I'm like, where were you?
I ended up going to Jamie's.
Were you guys like being physical?
It's none of your business.
So I'm like, why would she say,
It's none of your business.
if she wasn't being physical? She would just say,
No, of course not.
but so I'm like thinking, this does not compute. And then a few days later, we get stoned together, and that's when she finally admits it.
Yes. I've been having sex with Jamie. I had sex with Jamie on the day I told you I wasn't going to have sex with Jamie, and we went to the park. We didn't go to the park. I just had sex with Jamie, and it was great. He's great in bed. I'm really into him, and I'm in love.
Well, I'm glad you're in love. I'm glad you had a great time. I don't mind you having sex with Jamie, but I wish you'd fucking told me instead of lying to me, because then I might have been able to have sex with Ashley. And by now, Ashley has already left. And I'm like, you fucked over my night, my chances. You fucked them over. And so I text Ashley and say, and then Ashley wrote back, meaning like, you know, you're so upfront and honest and accepting. Like, why would she need to lie to you? She didn't need to lie to me. She could have just told me the truth, but she didn't want to because I think maybe she just didn't want to be in the show. But anyway, Mandy texts Jamie to tell him that I know now that they had sex. And Jamie writes back and says, oh, we got to stop doing this. I feel terrible. Kaveh's going to hate me. He's my friend, and I've cheated on him. And Mandy starts freaking out. Don't worry. If you want, I'll text him and tell him that it's totally okay with me.
You would?
Yeah, sure. So after my text to Jamie, Mandy and I started getting along in a whole new way. She was in love with Jamie, and I was happy for her. And she seemed happy for me too. You know, I would talk to Ashley on the phone for hours every night, and I'd send her all these sexual innuendo texts, and she would send me all these sexual innuendo texts. And I'm just like, I want to have sex with you so much, and I don't know if I can make it for a whole month. I'm thinking of maybe flying down to Georgia or something, and but we're texting, and she sends me this video letter.
Okay, I was making some bullshit video, but let's not do that. Let's make Something real. Something real. Something real. Something real. Be honest. Just be honest.
And then she says,
The thing that I'm not being honest about is that the guy that I'm seeing is almost your age. He's like 5 years younger than you.
I had no idea that she had a boyfriend, but it turns out that this was the same guy that she had talked about breaking up with in a previous episode.
We watched our show again together, and we were able to look at each other and to tell each other that maybe we shouldn't be together anymore.
So Ashley met this guy, Robert, when she was 19, and he was like 47.
And that's the thing that I want to hide and I want to keep to myself. Because people judge the fuck out of that.
And she'd been trying to break up because she wants to see other people.
What is wrong with me that I think you are fucking sexy as fuck?
And I'm like, this is the best news I've heard in years.
There's nothing wrong with me. I'm attracted to intellectuals.
So I felt like this was the real Ashley, and I wanted to show Mandy.
My fantasy was that I would come over to your house to work on set, and that you would just give me books to read. And then I would just sit quietly in a corner and I would read books until I was smart enough, I don't know, well-read enough to be around you.
There's something very touching about her.
And then she sent me this song she wrote.
The whole world is coming to an end. Oh well, I guess I better find a couple of friends, 'cause
So I'm listening to the song and I'm like, wow, she's really good. Like, she's a real artist.
I should get a little bit closer and find some people with comfortable shoulders, 'cause the
So while Ashley's in Georgia and we're having these like long conversations for hours, and I'm just so in love with her, and I can't wait to see her in person, Jamie starts pulling away from Mandy. And Mandy starts getting really, really jealous of my relationship with Ashley. And then Ashley breaks up again with her boyfriend, Robert. And I'm like encouraging her to do this. Just break up with the guy. You've been talking about it, just do it. And then Robert gets really upset and he threatens to move to Oregon. And then she gets really upset that he's gonna leave her and she'll never see him again. And she just wants to stay friends, you know, and to remain connected. I mean, I understand that. And it sounds like he's guilt-tripping her and he's like not making that an option. So I tell her, you shouldn't feel guilty. Just because he feels bad doesn't mean you did anything wrong.
Yeah, I did. He feels bad because I'm a terrible person.
No, you're not. You're just trying to take care of yourself.
Yeah, but taking care of myself is really hurting him right now.
If he chooses to be hurt, that's his responsibility.
Okay.
But she like doesn't buy it. And instead, she breaks up with me.
first time we were alone, you shut the door and I thought, hey, look, there's that person I've always known. He's so interesting, I'm intrigued. I like the way he dresses and I like the way he thinks. Wouldn't it be kind of nice if he also liked me? But it all happened too soon. It all happened too soon. And maybe we weren't supposed to meet this lifetime, but I'm looking forward to the next one that we give it a try. 'Cause now I wonder if no one's supposed to be in love, and we're supposed to figure out that alone, that we're good enough. And it all happens too soon. It all happens too soon. And I don't want to keep falling for you, 'cause I'm afraid that I'll go all the way through. And if you ever met anybody that likes that feeling that they're falling in, I don't want to be in love again, 'cause I don't like how it feels when it ends. And it's already too hard, so it's just gonna be too hard, 'cause it's all over too soon. It's all over too soon. It's all over too soon to love.
what's your story?
Shut up, Omar. She's my friend from college, not yours.
Oh, sorry about her. I'm Mary, and I live a few doors away.
Oh, wow, I live in the same area too. How come I haven't seen you in Prospect?
Well, I've lived here my entire life. You've probably seen me, you just don't remember.
Oh, I would have remembered you.
Mary's gonna start serving here this summer.
Oh, wow, great, yeah. Very nice to meet you then.
Happy birthday, baby girl! Hey, just start giving her cranberry juice.
My wife. I love you so much.
Okay, all right.
We're gonna be together forever.
Okay.
Daddy, like.
All right. If not for the debtors' prisons that I have been in and around the surrounding U.S. territories, baby, I would not have been forced into this. I would not have had these birds of prey upon my head. These debts are hard and they follow me now. God, this sounds like Google Translate.
Te dije que se iba a dar cuenta.
Yo culpo la actuación. I told you we should have gone with a star for this role.
Oh, come on, let's put some energy into it. This room is so hot.
Listen, dude, honestly, just make up the lines. That's what all the greats do.
Okay. Put your fucking hands up!
I'm here from Vira Colony to check out the property.
Viral colony?
Oh, it's an app for detecting and destroying viruses?
That's morbid.
Oh, you know the half of it. It's like pew, pew, pew. Boom, boom, boom. Boom! Send some. Yeah, you don't know the shit that I've seen.
Sorry, can you come back in a couple of hours? There's a.
Oh, I'm gonna stop you right there. I actually have to see it right now.
Open the register! Open it, jerks!
Bueno, pensé que podría guardar algunas de mis palabras.
I said it before and I'll say it again. Put your hands up!
Dude, you're sweating.
I know, and not acting well. Look, it's just that my mom got put on respiratory yesterday and she doesn't speak English very well. Oh God, just take me too! Open the register, fuckers! Can you give Kelly or whatever her name is a rest, Omar?
Dude, if I would have had more lines, I wouldn't be so bored.
God, Mom, I just need to find someone before you die.
I was very lucky and found love early by falling in love with my next door neighbor. She was female and very lovely.
Well, good for you, Jorge.
Okay, you guys, as the unofficial acting coach on this project, please focus up!
Oh, gee, you're my favorite server, but like, take it down a few.
Everyone get down on the fucking floor! Now! I'm feeling good. Take the money out of the register and put it in this pillowcase. No one moves till I say so.
Oh my God.
You too, bub.
Please, sir, I have a son.
I have kids too, man. Tommy, Lacey, Georgina, Fred, Jackie, 5 kids.
My son's name is also Tommy.
Well, I'm not fazed by that information. Put the money in the sack.
Everyone, take him seriously. He may have a gun.
Don't test me, bitch. I'm gonna haul off and freak out and lose my shit. Fuck.
I'm gonna go out for a sec.
You can't leave. This is rehearsal.
Oh, be right back.
He's probably gonna go talk to Mary. Huh. Fuck her. Please, just take the money and leave. I just want this to be over.
That was so good.
Oh, gosh. How's it going, Mary?
Hey! Hi! Great! Yeah, totally! Oh, the dust driving me nuts.
You okay?
Yeah, what?
I don't know, you seem nervous. What's his deal?
I don't know. I don't know who that guy is. Like, what is anyone's deal who eats here?
I was just asking.
Oh my God, no. Thank you for asking.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just being polite.
I just want to let you know how much I appreciate you.
Yeah, I like you too.
What?
I appreciate you too. Yeah, I probably have to go. I have my line coming up.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. See you later.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I'm gonna say like 38 inches.
Absolutely.
Oh, it's just a robbery.
Well, I mean, I don't.
We're just people.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you for joining us, Omar. All right, are you ready to start?
Yeah.
Hey, hi. Sorry to bust in like this, but I'm a concerned citizen of the U.S. While in my top-down 1946 convertible, I was changing gears. I heard something strange and pulled over on the side of Flatbush and Ocean.
Get down!
Jorge, that is so good.
Yeah? Bien, hermano, yeah.
Thank you. I thought of my cousin when he ran over my toes with his car.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Hey, jerk. Who the fuck are you?
Let me answer your question. I am a teacher at a Montessori school in Bed-Stuy. I am married with 2 kids. I have rosacea. Now the question is, who the fuck are you?
I'm robbing this store, motherfucker. Motherfucker.
Well, I can't let that happen. I am a citizen that happened to see something and say something.
I'll rework that.
I'm sorry. I just have to answer this one person. That's it. I'm sorry. Done. Okay, that's it. I'm done. I promise. Oh, my one line. No!
And I think you need to leave right now.
Fat chance, idiot. I need to make a down payment on my car.
Oh, Jorge, that is so far-fetched.
You think that's the part of the script that's far-fetched?
Okay, well, you wanna write it?
Sorry.
My mom! I mean, my car is dying.
No matter what the reason you want to rob this place, I can't let you. This is a great restaurant serving American breakfast food at all hours, which at one point had a 3.5 star rating.
Oh, my phone's off. I turned it off.
So, you're gonna turn this space into an office for your startup?
Oh, abso-fucking-lutely. God damn. With this app, people are gonna finally realize all the sick shit that's in the air all around them, the cholera, the measles, all the... God damn it! Sorry, all the germs. What a time to be alive. Aren't you glad to be born in this era?
Scarlet fever? Who cancels because of scarlet fever? Like, how do you do it, Omar? How do you go on so many dates?
Dude, I don't like any of them.
But how do they not cancel?
I don't know, priorities. I'm a good texter, but shitty everything else.
But what are you saying? What are you doing? How are you making it happen?
It's different for me. I'm hot.
Whoa, hey. Wow, so many people in such a small space. Thanks. Whew, what a tiny, tiny room.
I'm so sorry. The bathroom is just down the hall.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just checking out the space. You just...
In terms of what?
Buying it? Hey, you are extraordinarily good looking. Look at this guy.
I'm so sorry. There must be some mistake. I mean, we're not leaving.
Oh, hey, there's no need to get tense. Your landlord said that your manager could show me around. Might be. I'm not trying to cause any trouble. I'm just trying to make an app that'll help the world.
I'm so sorry. You talked to Mary?
There was a woman, but I don't remember anything about her. Women are also similar to me.
Hey, hi. I thought you were going to the bathroom.
Well,
He wasn't going to the bathroom.
That's what he told me.
I feel like I'm turning this party into a wake. Ooh. I am just gonna see myself out. Adios, amigos. Gracias.
Shut the fuck up, citizen of justice who happened to stop by. Okay, the money's in the bag. It's in the bag, and the bag is tied. I'm tying the bag, and now I'm gonna leave, but before I do, I'm gonna shoot these security cameras out. Bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. You can all stand up when I close the door and go back to your lives just with less money. Bye. Bye. Goodbye.
Monica, you're running out of time. So, when you are doing inventory, it is very important to double count so you don't miss anything.
Dad, I got it.
You have to listen. This is all hard work. There is no divine intervention. There aren't any miracles in owning a bar that serves breakfast food.
Dad, I know. Like, count the stuff. A penny saved is a penny earned. You know, don't do business with fucking idiots.
Crazy.
Daddy, I've gotta go. But I'll see you soon, okay?
I'll see you soon. I'll see you soon.
Fuck. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, here we go. Okay. Oh, God. What's not going on? No, don't. I got it.
And I can't think of any good reason why you would allow someone to look at the space in terms of buying it, unless you're trying to end this faster. Because you want to.
I just answered the phone.
Yeah, so said every traitor in history. So said Benedict Arnold, probably, because now I see you're not my best friend. We aren't gonna buy houses next to each other, and we aren't gonna raise our kids together, and we're not gonna happen after this. You're fired.
You can't fire me! Fuck you!
¿Sabe qué, gordito? Creo que voy a empezar a escribir música. Si el restaurante cierra, convertirme en la próxima estrella de YouTube. ¿Qué dice? ¿Ah?
How are the avocado tacos?
Oh, no. We stopped having that a long time ago. No.
Oh, no tacos, amigo.
¿O sabe lo que puedo hacer? Puedo dar clases de guitarra para niños, enseñar al próximo Justin Bieber, ser un gerente de talento.
Eres demasiado flojo.
No, puedo ser flojo y ser un manager. Por lo que sé, lo único que hacen los managers es mandar mensajes de texto, ¿no? Y yo soy bueno para eso.
Ahí sí estamos de acuerdo. You're right. Salud.
Well, it's true. You do look like a burglar or Catwoman.
Oh, wow, that's so nice. I love Halle Berry.
Whoa. Come on.
Oh, it doesn't really breathe, though.
Why don't you just wear a big striped t-shirt or a hoodie? All the bombers do.
But I'm not a bomber. I'm a robber. Oh, God, it's all wrong. Oh. All right. Which one? Bang or, like, Bang bang.
Dude, I don't fucking know. Actually, yes I do. Bang bang. Dude, my customer's almost ready.
Let me try one more outfit.
God, I'm so fucking mad! I feel like a guy when technology isn't working. Like, I'm not gonna hit you, but I'm gonna hit everything else.
Well, now you see how I feel. I'm not gonna play your girlfriend being like, the computer will start again, so calm the fuck down!
I'm trying! I'm trying to fix it!
Fuck you! Your idea is to stage a robbery!
Yeah, that's my idea, babe! That's the plan, honey!
Stop throwing things! These are important documents!
Fuck you! Fuck your document!
Oh, I hate having to watch you!
Oh, please! You get off on mothering me!
You're wrong! I am going!
Oh, good! You know what? Get the fuck out!
Oh, yeah, I'm going now!
Yeah! Get the fuck out! God, fuck!
¿Sabe qué? Nunca más me vuelvo a comprometer a un trabajo así.
Sí. El problema es la lealtad.
Exactamente.
Una vez que uno se dedica a hacer un trabajo, se acabó.
Y es por eso que nunca voy a estar en una relación.
Es estúpido decir eso.
Oh, ¿cómo que estúpido, gordito? Soy sobrino, pero no soy estúpido.
Hello.
Hi, how can we help?
Well, how about the braised beef sliders?
Oh, hey, we don't have that either. Jorgito, why don't you cross off all the items of the menu that we don't have?
Sí, claro. Yes, yes.
And the Mai Tais are on us. Salud.
Excuse me. No, we don't have this one. Oh. And this one.
Oh.
Oh, God, I feel so fat. Omar made me feel so shitty yesterday.
Chris, I gotta tell you, I'm giving horrible service to the 2 customers still inside.
Oh, God.
Dude, I gotta go back.
No, don't leave me here.
Listen, all you have to do is blow off some steam. Throw a temper tantrum. Kick the side of a car until your foot hurts and you have to stop.
That won't help anything.
Listen, nobody has time for therapy. All I know is that in the service industry, everyone's always yelling about something else. So go to some cafe and unload it all on some poor motherfucker. Whatever makes you feel better. Go yell at Omar if you want to. I have to go back.
Those are everyone's tax forms!
Well, they won't need them now!
Yes, people still need tax forms. You still need your tax forms!
Oh, like I don't know that! Like I haven't done my taxes before!
Let me put them in alphabetical order.
There's like 5 of us, I can do it!
Stop it, let me do it. You'd be nowhere if I wasn't here.
Oh, don't make this about me! You wanna leave!
Yeah, because I could be anywhere right now!
No, you're still here because you like Omar!
I'm not into Omar.
Yes. Yes, you are.
Omar! No, you called me ugly in public yesterday, so I can't yell at the other motherfuckers on the other end of my text, so it's you. You're the fucking person, so fucking call me to cancel, fucking don't jerk me around, and fucking say sorry for calling me ugly!
I'm sorry. Okay? I'm sorry.
Thank you. I really needed to hear that right now. Sorry, everyone. Oh, this is totally like a me thing. My mom has crazy cancer. Sorry for being like so yelly.
They're from out of town. Is this the way all New Yorkers are?
Wow, everyone has been so angry. I mean, wow, this is really amazing.
It's gonna work. I know.
Okay, The bar is done.
Cool.
So are you going home? Are you going home? Oh, you're making fun of me?
I'm not. I'm not. It's just, where else would I be going?
I don't know. I just thought maybe you'd want to, like, watch a sports game or something.
Oh, sports. Yeah.
I'm just making conversation. I don't, you know, I don't have any other thoughts in my head.
You want to come to my place? So cute. We can watch your team.
I don't know. I've fallen for that before. I'm not going to fall for that again.
I don't need to brag.
Shut up.
What?
I'm sorry. I don't.
Ma.
Whoa! Boom, 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 boom!
Yeah.
Monica! Monica! Why have you still not Googled her pictures?
Great Granddad, I'm so sorry. I've been Googling pictures of celebrities to try to figure out their personalities.
Celebrities don't have personalities. They have publicists.
Sorry.
Monica, your idea for a robbery was all wrong.
Wait, no. No.
I meant like a car wash, a cookie drive.
Bake sale.
A bake sale. Monica, you've totally fucked up!
I'm sorry. It's too late.
Don't say I didn't warn you.
Oh, hi.
Congressman Peters?
Hey, sorry, we just, we're really hungry, so we let ourselves in.
Are y'all open for business? If not, we could wait outside until you are, right?
Oh, yeah, sure. I do hope you can accommodate my very specific diet, though.
Oh, please. This is New York. They eat nothing and drink everything.
OG's running a little late, so you get me.
Oh, well, I always prefer a female waiter.
So many would.
Shit, I forgot to brush my teeth.
Can I get you all anything to drink other than water?
Oh, no. If I drink anything else, I'll be on the potty all day.
That little boy's gonna look just like me, huh?
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure he will. Unless, of course, your wife's been fucking another guy. I'll give you a second with those menus.
Pick up.
The fucking future president is in there.
Ayúdanos a salvar nuestro destino.
I'm so sorry I'm late. The future fucking president is in there.
Aaron, He said that!
I'm calling Chris.
Fuck, why today?
Wait, no, it's gonna stop my call from going through.
Portado como un hombre perfecto, pero sería mejor, por favor, Diosito, ayúdeme a que este hombre conteste el teléfono.
Everyone just calm down.
What? I'm ready to reach him, get the ship drink!
Dude, what the fuck? That's not a fucking go phone! God, what the fuck is this?
Fine!
Chris!
Hey, what's your number in my phone?
No, that guy's got my phone! I'm the robber today! God!
OG, get off! Oh my god, we need to stop this robbery from happening. Everyone just calm the fuck down. OG, go outside. Monica, you keep waiting at the tables. Oh my god, I'll go out the door. This is gonna be fine. We're great.
What the fuck do I do?
Just pretend to do work like you always do. We're gonna be great.
I think I'll do the farmer's breakfast. Steak well done, please. I love medium rare, but I can't risk it with the little one on the way.
Oh, how far along are you?
Any day now. Can't you tell?
I'm not really clear on the stages of pregnancy.
Well, it's very exciting because we have a history of failed pregnancies.
Don't tell me this.
It's my duty to demystify the miscarriage.
Oh, God. Sorry, I'm just looking for your waiter.
Yeah, well, our last pregnancy was a real doozy because, well, our son was born alive. Well, better luck this time, huh?
Yeah.
I will have the same thing that my wife is having.
That'll be coming right up.
No! Oh! Ah! Help! Help! Please!
Yo, I see you, but I can't help you right now. I'm trying to stop my friend from coming into this restaurant.
I'm a casting director. Nobody will miss me if you don't help.
Oh, God. Oh, God, please don't tell me that. Oh, I'm coming. As a concerned citizen, I'm gonna help you.
Oh, God. Oh.
Dear God, if you get me through this, I will canvass. I'll donate money. I will go door to door.
Don't lose your shit right now. Stop sounding crazy. You're right. I'm not gonna decide who I vote for till I get to the polls.
Everyone get down on the fucking ground. Come the fuck on fucking down. Take the money out of the register and put it in the briefcase.
Well, I guess we're doing it.
Please, sir, I have a son.
Oh, we all have kids, man. We all have kids. Put the money in the briefcase.
Everyone take him seriously. He has a gun.
Don't test me, bitch.
Please, just take the money and leave.
Hello, may I see a menu, please?
Oh, certainly.
Thank you. Everyone get down on the fucking floor, take the money out of the register and put it in this backpack.
Oh, my God.
You too, Bob.
Please, sir, I have a son.
Wait, no, dude, no fair. I'm the one holding this place up.
Whoa, who the fuck are you,
I'm
motherfucker?
the guy holding this place up.
No, dude, I'm the one holding this place up.
No, dude, I saw it first.
Well, I saw it second, and first is the worst, and second is the best.
Don't fucking say that.
Oh my God, I don't know what I'm saying. I'm so sorry. For second is a total bonehead.
Oh no. Oh no. No, not now. Not now. Oh.
Watch BronxNet on BRIC TV. Tune into the second and fourth Sunday of each month at 8 p.m. Catch the latest in news, arts, entertainment, culture, health education, and more. Straight from the Boogie Down Bronx. BronxNet on BRIC TV, the second and fourth Sunday of each month at 8 p.m. right here on BRIC TV.
We're going to keep this thing going and give it up for Norbert Jr.
Because there's been so much propaganda and education around creating a certain thought process that we have lined ourselves with, the only way in which to disseminate them is to create things that disrupt the pattern of the algorithm that informs us to act a certain way. So rather that be just through like raw like artistic creations, or rather it be through like inherent propaganda that educates us through the ridiculousness of the things that we can now exist underneath. I'm not of the belief that like one unified effort is going to get rid of it, because Ninja Rule says if you put all the ninjas in one room, then everybody can kill all the ninjas. Ninjas spread out and do different ninja shit. There's too many ninja tribes. That's the reason why the ninjas are still out here.
I exist and that's a problem. You insist that I don't solve them.
When I make a beat, it's a feeling thing. And I say like, I like tap out random shit. Like that's literally just me like feeling how I feel in the environment and using what devices I have to create something that is melodic and has a certain definition in terms of the way like the beat hits. I was like drawing something, I was like, wait, this is literally the same process as some shit I did like an hour and a half ago when I was making that beat. And I was just throwing a collection of chords or a collection of melodies, and then bringing in some like emphasis to it with like a beat that's rhythmically inclined. I draw rhythmically. I draw within like a context of like a beat, so to speak, within like a constant like a constant metronome, more or less. I guess maybe there's like one in my head that I can't turn off. But yes, there's that correlation. So I just feel like I'm a musician or a beat maker or a singer or a songwriter who makes visual things. A part of what Shiva does is that like, when Shiva like has a level of awareness, it opens up its third eye and destroys in order for new things to be created. It's my form of destruction, you know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of people did that shit, you know, like Gigi Allen was doing that, like TV on the Radio was doing that, Bad Brains was doing that, Dilla was doing that, you know what I'm saying? Like, all these people were doing that shit, like making things that destroyed that then became a form, you know what I'm saying? And in a way of both observance to the forms existing, and also in a way, and also in blindness of, like, they didn't see those forms because of, it's like, oh, I'm just doing what the fuck I want to do. And I see that's the same shit I'm doing with my art, you know what I'm saying? I'm aware of the forms, but I'm blind to them when I'm making, so that, in hopes, like, new forms will be made. And I don't care if it's my form or whoever's form, you know what I'm saying? There needs to be more shit.
I exist and that's a problem. You insist that I don't solve them. And I done tried evolving, but every day I'm walking from my past to provoke all this talking. Toss it around and pretend it ain't true, 'cause I don't even think about you. So SWIM stands for, or swimmer's ear. There's like 3 M's in it, and it stands for music, math, and mechanics, like social mechanics, or like, you know, engineering or whatever. That like music is like my art, like medium. It's like, and in music it's like the waves, thinking like a sine wave. I was trying to make it go from being like the swim to just being like a sound wave. And so I came up with the logo like that.
First rule of time travel is don't time travel because you fuck shit up. But because we do time travel, once we have an awareness of that, that's like the present state. And that's like, as I am coming into the realization I am a time traveler and whatnot, and how to like deal with that, it's frustrating most days, you know what I'm saying? Like, the last thing I want to do is be like, oh, why am I over here when I can be here and I should be here, but I'm still over here? Place could be in the future, that place could be in the past, you know what I'm saying? But I have access to a more fruitful place that is literally right in front of me, but I am not able to like stop time traveling enough to like be present for my own self, to allow like whatever is in front of me to like flourish. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm so stuck time traveling. I'm either in the future or I'm in the past.
Maybe we ought to think twice.
I've always been interested in jewelry. I wore lots of jewelry throughout like junior high school. My dad actually hated it. I would have like, be 11, 12 years old, rings on every finger. I was always into metal. I didn't really understand it at that point. It wasn't until I got older when it was like, aha, that makes sense. There was like a personal epiphany that happened that I retreated into this darkness, but what I would call it was me retreating into this void. There's a level of darkness that has to happen to me for creation to happen. So in that personal going into and retreating, it also reflected in my creativity, because at that point of darkness, then this creation was happening.
I spent a lot of time studying, researching in many different forms, not just like reading, but also experiencing nature and listening to a lot of music that resonates with me. I'm an artist, and my medium and form of expression is textiles, clothing design, and building collections off of a concept. I'm also an alchemist.
We're born in Brooklyn, we're first generation. Our parents aren't. So our Brooklyn is seen through a different scope than I think people who go back generations and generations of being in Brooklyn. And it's because the way that our mother moved us around through Brooklyn, growing up in different schools and different districts, it all sprouted from my mother like, oh, you're not gonna go to your zone school, you're not gonna go to Erasmus. You're gonna go to some school in Midwood. You know what I mean? You're gonna take a test to go into a school. It was just, I don't know, being in Brooklyn, where we were, how we were raised, our parents, and what they thought about our education, it just taught, I don't know, it just took us to another level.
I was just reading this quote that Michael Jackson said, to be immortal is something major. He wants to live forever, so he puts a piece of his soul in all of his music and he feels it fully. And that's, I think, where immortality lies, like to have that vibration and generations upon generations. Is not just about being rich and even about being so-called wealthy, but having that piece of your soul, because your soul is immortal. So Michael Jackson, the physical sense is gone, but that immortal soul is always going to be there. So if you put your soul into it and your soul's immortal, then it makes what you created immortal.
I think every day, from like the time that I wake up to the time I'm asleep, I'm either researching or thinking about the next way or phase to transform what I did yesterday into something a little more like has a little more magic in it. These things that you you walk outside and it's like a rush of the world happening to you, and that's the same thing I think in the creative process. It's like a rush of ideas that come, but you still have to stay like, okay, I'm gonna breathe in, take this one. Like it's almost a mechanical thing, but it's like automated. Our brand is to plant the idea and bring back artisan, craftsmanship, and also empowerment through our art form. We want to empower people through connection, you know what I mean? And empower people through our work and empower them when they put a piece on, they actually feel like they have a glow, or that they're receiving our energy through our pieces. It's showing that, energy never dies, it's just transferred.
We want to kind of bring ourselves to higher levels of understanding because the world is changing and the world is transforming. We kind of got to get with it or get lost. You know what I mean? Get lost in the sauce. And I think what we're doing is kind of putting our input into the whole story of the earth and kind of we just want to help, infinite spiritual helpers and guides and stuff like that in a nutshell. That's about it. LE baby. Fit for life.
Saturday sad in the Saturday sun and wept for a day gone by.
Are you nervous on stage when you go on stage?
Yeah.
Yeah?
A little bit.
Every time? Well, yeah. I guess
Well, before I'm nervous. Like, I'm not nervous to the point where, like, I don't want to do it. It's just, like, a nervous energy that I think when I get on stage, I kind of forget about it and then channel that into what I'm doing. And it's, I don't know. It's like a moment of, like freedom or a moment of just like energy that you just, that you're like possessed for like that fragment of time, Yeah, it's. I mean, wherever I'm asked to play, I will do it to my best ability. And it's like, well, obviously, like, when you get on stage, it's like, I don't know, you kind of forget that you're on this, like, crazy stage sometimes, and it just becomes your little playground, you know? All the things that bothered you so, they make me smile and go crazy. I wanted to start it with you. Someone said we ain't ready. And inside we live to feel. Feel never wanting to show you. They don't talk my dreams. The green twins with your eyes. Oh, thanks. In high school, I definitely had a hard time with school, and just in general. Like, I got in trouble a lot. I just was really behind on a lot of things in terms of like just academic wise. I mean, when I started getting into music, I like really decided that's what I wanted to do, and it just, I was like 11th grade, I think. And I mean, my folks were My mom especially was like really like supportive, and I mean both of them were really supportive, but she was like really like relieved that I found something to kind of like focus on, because before that I didn't really. It was just kind of all over the place, I think. Or I am dyslexic, and I had, you know, I was like put in like special ed for like most of my schooling, which was, you know, it's kind of weird, but so I don't know. I was always just kind of getting into stupid trouble.
There are people who are invisible and who are made to be invisible, who are forced to be invisible, and I think the greatest form of social justice is to acknowledge them and the power that we have as writers. It doesn't have to be a book as pressing as like, look, there's an issue and we're gonna tackle an issue. Sometimes it's just writing a character that hasn't been written. If I walk into a white establishment, right, the cop in the corner is gonna know his spidey signal is going off for me more than it goes off for anybody, and that's something that we all know. It's always been that way. It's not a new thing. But in the meantime, I think that when it comes to like invisibility, I don't think like here's a prime example. A prime example is Black people are in the news all the time. Black people are in books, never. Or why aren't there any Black people in Harry Potter, right? One of the biggest books in history that shifted the entire literary industry, right? The only reason I have a career as fruitful as I do is because of J.K. Rowling turning it into a bigger thing, right? And there are no characters of color. We just don't exist in Hogwarts.
There was that one Asian.
There was the one Asian one. There is the Asian joke. Shout out to the Asian joke. But I think about all those things, and even when I'm working, like when I think about what I'm gonna write next, right? I'm always like, yo, where do we not exist? And let me like, all right? I'll make us fly. Right. I mean, I work every day on things, right? I typically do about 6 hours a day of writing. I have multiple projects happening at the same time. So whether it's I'm writing a new novel, I'm editing a novel that's for the publishing company that's due, I'm writing some sort of essay or review or something like that, a blog for somebody.
How good are you at deadlines?
I don't. They never have to even give me deadlines because of this, right? There's a famous quote by W.H. Auden, famous poet, one of the dead white guys, and he said that to discipline your passion is to discipline your time, right? And so his theory was if you do the same things every single day, specifically when it comes to like your art or like doing the creative thing, that the brain will know what to do when that time comes every single day. Between the 80s, 1980 and 1999, besides Walter Dean Myers, for young people, I mean, there's a gap, right? There's like a 20-year gap, right? So if you're a Black kid in this country, especially if you were a poor Black kid in this country, and you were living in a poor Black environment, where the three biggest sort of like movements, so to speak, in your community was, crack cocaine, HIV, and hip hop music. And none of those things exist in literature at all during my entire childhood. None of it exists in any childhood literature that I could ever find. My life wasn't mirrored. Like to read about Scout, right? To read To Kill a Mockingbird, it's brilliant, right? But Scout wasn't me. sign some books. So my newest book, which I co-wrote with a buddy of mine, Brendan Kiley, called All American Boys, which is, you know, it's one of these books. It's like it's a dual POV book about police brutality and white privilege, right? Written for teenagers.
How did your collaboration come about?
Brendan and I?
Yeah.
Brendan came to me and said, I want to write a book about police. We had been talking about police brutality a lot over the course of like a year or so, since Trayvon Martin. And I had been really angry. We were at a bar, right after Trayvon Martin, we were at a bar, and I had like lost it. Like I just like lost my whole shit. And you know, we talked about it then, and then a couple months later, something else had happened, and we talked about that, and then Michael Brown happened, and that was a thing. And then Brendan's like, hey man, we should write a book about it. And I hadn't thought to write about it at all. Because I don't, like I live in this body, and so I don't intellectualize my life as a black person in America. I don't think about it that way because I live in it every day, and this has always been my existence. And so when he came to me with the idea, I was like, oh. And then we had like an honest conversation. I was like, look, dude, I'll do this with you. We can do this thing together, but we've got to do it, and we've got to do it even if they don't publish it.
Yeah, good.
And so we did it under wraps. We wrote the whole book without our agents or editors knowing. No one knew except for his wife. Wow. Yeah. No matter where I am in the country, 9 times out of 10, there are students who are so surprised because they didn't think that any writers could look like them, right? Like, oh, he's got crazy, you know, hair, and he's got tattoos, and he wears sneakers, and he's got on jeans, and they can't understand how it could be possible that a guy that looks like me can do this, right? Can do something other than play basketball or be a musician or a rapper, right? All of those things, which I actually think are awesome, right? That as much as you practice basketball, as much as you practice freestyling, practice like telling yourself your own truth, because sometimes it's that truth that is your golden ticket. Your story in and of itself is worth a gazillion dollars. So yeah, it's cool. I've written 11 books, and they're all coming out, and hopefully by the time the 11th one hits, I won't have to write so much. I love writing and I love sort of storytelling, but I want to get to a point where I'm not afraid of the door being closed. There are 2 books on the shelf, 3 books on the shelves, and a book coming out in a couple of weeks. But there are 11 books in the can because of the fear that if I didn't, the dream would be over. And I want to get to a place where I feel secure in my career, where I really feel like, yo, I write a book once every couple of years. I write a really good book, be comfortable and respected by my peers, and that there are a lot of little black and brown kids who become adults and who have had a life with a relationship with literature because of the springboard of Jason Reynolds novels.
Where are you taking us? Going upstairs to the 4th floor, and we will walk through the. The word curator really means the Latin root is to care for. It's not just choosing things, but it's also actually being a steward in some ways of the collection. I think that sense still of being kind of just caring for these objects, caring for these ideas, caring for these artists, these people, and the public is really central to it. So I think that gets overlooked a lot, and just especially as the word becomes very popular outside of its kind of original realm. So something that's super, super exciting is actually this work by Elena Tsui that's behind me. In terms of this idea of the human body, when you kind of first look at it, obviously you don't really see a representation of a person or a face, but Elena Tsui, the way that he works is he collects bottle tops from liquor bottles. So if you get close up to it, you can see that even though it looks like kind of a giant tapestry, It's actually made out of like 10,000 individual pieces of flattened metal that he kind of connects. And so obviously human hands have to touch these things in order to make the work, literally to flatten out the bottle caps and then to kind of weave them together. You can also think about this connection to the consumer, to like actually to someone's mouth, to somebody's hand. You know, they really carry this like bodily ephemera, this really bodily like connection, even though when you look at it, it's obviously a very abstract work. So this is how these things kind of work together. I really grew up going to the Smithsonian museums. We went to those museums because they were free. And because, you know, we were a young family of, you know, immigrants and didn't have a lot of money. And it was a thing to do that was really educational, that I liked, that my parents liked, that was not being at home and not being at school, not being at work, not spending money, like, out of the house, you know, which is obviously important when you have a small child. And I think that is something that I think we really can't discount how important those spaces are. I think that there's all sorts of different types of people who have felt excluded from this sort of institution. Obviously, you know, we can think about it in racial terms, we can think about it in class terms, but I think we can also just thinking about it in terms of affinity, exposure. Like you might be privileged in all sorts of ways and just not be conversant in art, for example. And I think that there's those multiple levels of trying to speak to very different kinds of demographics, different kinds of people with different experiences in the arts, people with different interests in the arts, is something that we've done really successfully. We are creating this space for the public to come into that is, you know, it's not your home, it's not your work, it's this other third space. It's this other space to just be. Like, you're not being, no one's asking you to do anything, no one's asking anything of you. You're just there to kind of, to learn things and to look at things. And I think that's really valuable. We like work with artists all the time, and that is actually, to me, one of the most amazing, like the deepest privileges of the work that we do of being contemporary curators, that you work with artists, that these people like invite you, both literally and metaphorically, into their space, like into their personal space, whether that be their studio or their home or just like their mind, you know, that you get to be there with them and to hear about their ideas. I think fundamentally it's a really kind of baseline thing that I love and that I really appreciate and I'm, you know, very grateful for. And so yeah, I love working with artists. But as I said, sometimes they're hectic. Yeah. But sometimes museums are hectic, so I understand, you know.
Y'all know what it is. It's your boy Ray DeJean, host and producer of Laughaholics Live TV show. Guess what? It's season 7. And like I told you before, it is a season of the superhost / headliner. And what better than to end the season with one of the funniest dudes coming out of New York City, Smokey Suarez is in the building, taking it over. Brooklyn, New York City, make some goddamn noise in the building! That's my DJ Barry Blends over there. Clap it up for DJ Barry Blends. Hey Barry, I need some Biggie or something, because we in Brooklyn right now. Did y'all see Christopher Wallace Way? Did y'all go to St. James over there on Fulton Street? Did you see it yet? You gotta check that out because Biggie made history in Brooklyn. I'm a Brooklyn person. Anybody else from Brooklyn in here? Is there anybody not from Brooklyn? Make some noise. All right, Brooklyn, keep an eye on them because we will rob them at the end of the night. That's what the fuck we do. Sit your old ass down. All right, go ahead, man. Bro got an ankle bracelet on his neck. What's wrong with you, man? I'm saying you wanted to be somebody. Go ahead, have a seat. All right, have a seat. You're gonna take a shit and try to come in the middle of the show. You want to say something? It's Biggie time. Drop that. Come on, y'all. Let's go. Come on. How many of y'all know it? Sicker than your average. Papa twist cabbage off instinct. Niggas don't. Where my Biggie fans at? Where my Biggie fans at? Come on, Biggie fans in the building. Biggie fans. That's dead right. Hit the head right. Biggie there. Papa been smooth since days of under. Never lose. That's what I'm talking about. Hold that up, Barry. You got something else? You know what I like with Biggie? This what gets me motivated in the morning. This used to get me motivated to rob people because, yeah, I did do that. This is what motivated me to sell drugs. This shit right here just got me wild. Yeah, I sold drugs. This is my shit right here. This is my shit. I need the ladies to shut the fuck up. I need my brothers right now. Who the fuck is this? Paging me at 5:46 in the morning. Crack of dawning, now I'm yawning. Wipe the cold out my eye. See who's this paging me and why? It's my brother Pop from the barbershop. He was in the gambling spot. Got the intricate plot. Hold it up. That's what I'm talking about, right?
Everything that I want to do, I kill. Everything if you want to.
Y'all give it up for SW without the V. Come on, come on. Woo! So they just killed another terrorist. Did y'all see that in the news? They killed another terrorist. He's supposed to be the next one, closest to Osama bin Laden. I don't know about y'all, but I don't give a fuck about none of these terrorists. I don't care about none of them. It doesn't faze me. It would have fazed me, but I've already met a terrorist. I met her when I was 4 years old. Her name was Edma Vasquez, also known as my mother. That was a terrorist in my goddamn life. How many of y'all had disciplinary mothers? Clap it up if you had. I don't know about you, but my mother, the principal, and a police officer fucked me up at the same goddamn time. How many of y'all had the type of mother that would come to school and fuck you up in front of the class? Come on. Yeah, that was my mother, Edma Vasquez. Terrorist. I wish she was around when Osama was around. She would have found that motherfucker in 5 minutes, right? A crackhead would have found Osama. So I'm not worried about none of these terrorists because my mom was a terrorist. It was 8 children, single parent home. We was on welfare and she worked. She was a criminal. That's what she was. That's a federal crime. Y'all know that, right? You ain't supposed to work and you on welfare. She was a goddamn terrorist. We had no Facebook, we had no Instagram, we had no texting. We barely can make phone calls because in my house, there was a lock on the goddamn phone. Anybody had that? Yeah. There was a lock on the phone. Couldn't use that shit. My mother used to send us messages by way of brown paper bag with a magnet on the refrigerator. Anybody ever get that shit? To all of you ungrateful children, this house better be spotless when I get home or I'm fucking everybody up. And this bipolar motherfucker said at the end of that shit, love mom. Who is this terrorist? The last person to leave this house better turn out all the fucking lights. Fuck you think. Money grows on trees. Remember that shit? That was my mother. Remember this shit? Tell your brother, Booby, me, to have the belt ready for me at 9:30. I'm fucking him up. I got the message at 4:30 in the afternoon. Do you know how it feels to anticipate an ass whipping? I'd rather get fucked up on the spot than to have to wait for it. You be walking around all day like this shit. Like you already feel the hits and shit. It was amazing. Remember I told you we was on welfare? We used to have to go what's called a face-to-face every 3 months. We're my black people that understand the struggle. Face-to-face. If you fuck up the interview on the face-to-face, you lose your welfare. So she used to tell us to memorize shit. Listen to all you pendejos sucios. Listen. Cuando we go to the social worker, remember this? Número uno, tell the social worker, I don't have a job. I know working. Tell the social worker, I no hit you, okay, pendejo, I no hit you. Today I no hit you, mañana I'll fuck you up, but today. The last one, tell the social worker, your father no living here. I'm like, pero mami, pero he live here. No, maricón sucio, he no living here today. Porque he living here today, nobody living here tomorrow. That's my fucking mother, boy. I'm telling you, my mother was a pimp. Yo, cause she used to cry broke, but every Easter Sunday we had brand new shit. I'm like, where this bitch getting this money from? This dude used to come to my house all the time on Sunday. His name was Uncle Tomas. This motherfucker. Never seen him at a family reunion, but that's my uncle. Ese is your tío, tu tío. Motherfucker used to come over on Sunday. She go, all right, listen, pendejos. Yo y tu Uncle Tomas, we have to pique business in my bedroom. I'm like, okay, nobody open the door, pendejos. So we was curious. I used to go right to the door and shit. Like, oh, I gotta see what the fuck going on. You hear my mother, oh my God, what you doing to me? Ave Maria. I'm like, mommy's a hoe. But we got some brand new shit on Sunday. That's right, I went to Coney Island with my brand new Adidas with 19 stripes on that bitch. That's right, they were called rejects. That's what the fuck they were. Y'all remember that shit, rejects. They make your feet feel. Rejects, look at the broke black people. They cost a, oh, fuck it. Y'all was boozy 10 minutes ago. If you wasn't in the struggle, you wouldn't know that shit. This is the season of the super host. I got my dude coming to the stage. The funniest dude coming out of Harlem, USA. You're gonna love him to death. He is rated one of the #1 comedians coming out of New York. He travels all around the country with Mike Epps. He's got some movies coming out. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him with a tremendous round of applause. Give it up, all the way from Harlem, Smokey Suarez.
Yeah.
Give it up for Raymond. Give it up for Raymond Dijon. Oh, what you gonna do? I wanna be ballers, shot callers, ballers. You be dipping in the bands with the spoilers. I want the blood clot. You wanna rumble with the beat, huh? You seen Little Kim? She is a totally different person. She look like Wendy Williams. I did a show with Lil Kim. I was like, hey, how you doing, Wendy? She got the fake butt. I was looking backstage. It looked like it looked like a blow pop from the back. Cause you know when they get the fake butt, they don't get their legs done. They just be having the big ass with the regular lollipop legs. Ladies, y'all better stop getting your body done like that, goddammit. You gonna be 80 years old with a perfect ass. Your body gonna be mad wrinkled, but your ass. I'm like, God damn, Miss Cheryl. About to smash Miss Cheryl. She mad old, but look at her ass. Her ass is perfect. Give it up for everybody who came out here tonight. Give it up, Brooklyn in the house. Is the Bronx in the house? One person. Is Harlem in the house? 4 people. Who else? Who else? Queens? Yeah, I hate y'all. Y'all think y'all bougie. Queens people think they better because they got grass in the lawn. Yeah, I got a porch. The hell out of here. You still got a dollar van though, goddammit. Queens. Who else? Anybody from out of town? We got any visitors? Long Island? Give it up for Long Island. Clap for Long Island. You the only person here, baby. I'm sorry. Man. Long Island, we got any Staten Island? One Staten Island got that ferry back, huh? You from the island? What, Rikers Island? Give it up for Coney Island in the building. We're gonna get you some teeth too, nigga. Ay, Dios mío. Ay, no, no. We got a great show for y'all tonight. I'm your host, Smokey Suarez. Give it up for yourselves coming out. Give it up for Ray DeJean. This is Laughaholics, y'all. This is our, 7th season? We at 7 right now. Give it up for the 7th season of Laughaholics, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up. Glad to have y'all out. Give it up for everybody who came out here tonight. Brooklyn, Harlem, Queens, New York. Everybody from New York, make some noise. Give it up. I see we got a mixed crowd today. We got cougars. We got some young chicks. Give it up. Clap. Everybody together tonight. We family. Cougars and young chicks are in the same clubs now. And cougars, y'all taking over. Y'all be in the club, right? Cougars are taking over. They're in the club more than the young chicks. Back in the days, cougars used to cook. The grandmothers used to cook, clean, wash your clothes. These new grandmothers, y'all in the club. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, wow, wow. Y'all got that dance like this. Wow, wow, wow. Titties hitting y'all in the back. These bitches keep bumping into me, they hate it. No, Miss Cheryl, you bumping into yourself. No, Miss Cheryl. Early one sun. Cougars ain't no joke, boy. It's a war going on. Cougars versus the young chicks. Young chicks, watch your back. They taking your boyfriends. Right? Cougars ain't playing. I had sex with my first cougar. I ain't gonna lie, that was amazing. Huh? But I'm gonna keep it real. Some of y'all don't get as moist as you used to. Coochie sound like a sneaker, like. She busted nut powder came out. I ain't know what to do. I did the LeBron. I was like. She was like, you gotta add water to that dye. That's powdered dye. It's gluten free. This aged cheddar. And don't fall asleep around cougars. You know they get up like 4:30 in the morning, like, right? You be knocked out, they be standing over your ass. They get up like, early one Sunday morning. Clit hanging out the side looking like a chicken gizzard. Talk about, you want to eat some of this? That shit running like a click clack. That shit. You want to eat some of this? You don't get that boxing glove out of my motherfucking face. look at a cougar coochie. That shit look distinguished. Shit look like Morgan Freeman. You go down and be like, used to call me Crazy Joe. Now you can call me Batman. All right, Mrs. Griselda. Griselda. Early one time. I see the old dudes in here too. With the old, I see the players in here. Give it up for y'all. Yeah. My man right there, the blue jacket. With your head. Look at her. Ah! The old dudes, like the young chicks are messing with all the old dudes now. You notice that? Old dudes be in the club. Them niggas they be walking through. They be having their Bluetooths in their ear. Their shoulders always be like this. Got a football jersey with a belt on. He don't even know how to use a Bluetooth. We like, hello. Hello. The hell wrong that goddamn thing? Hello. Hello. Old dudes don't play. And young chicks, they having sex with the old dudes. Don't think they ain't fucking. Old dudes, yeah. And don't fuck old dudes. Old dudes will murder you when they fuck you. Bitch, don't make me kill you. They always kill you when they fuck you. Bitch, I'll kill you. Bitch, I said I'll kill you. They don't even back all the way up. They be fucking with their ribs. Bitch, I said I'll kill you. Bitch, don't make me. I said, bitch, don't make me. I said, bitch, don't make me. I say, bitch, don't make me. Bitch, don't make me kill you. Then his balls hit the floor. Get it for my boy Ray DeJohn one more time. We're gonna start the show with a bang, y'all. I'm your host, Smokey Suarez. We coming to starting the show with a bang. Coming to the stage first is my homegirl, all the way from Buffalo, New York. I want y'all to get it for my girl Rima Reem, y'all.
Hey, what's up? It's your girl Rima Reem. I am here for the Laughaholics comedy show. Oh my God, it's gonna be so funny. Listen, I'm excited. Laughaholics comedy show. Rima Reem, it's your girl.
Sex OD, you got it, girl, you got it.
I don't know if I got the stage. They ain't telling me this. I'm up here trying to be cute and shit. I be trying to be cute, distract y'all and shit. Like, a bitch was cute. I don't know what the fuck she was talking about, though. Get home like, that bitch was all right. I'm gonna see what, I'm gonna inbox her, see where she got her shirt. Yeah, what's up, Brooklyn? I should have came out here to Lil' Kim. Got to flying a plane on y'all motherfuckers. You know how she do. Listen, it's about to be the holidays. Y'all ready? Y'all ready for the holidays? Shit, my little broke-ass daughter already asking me what I want. I said my fucking W-2s. That's what the fuck I want. I don't give what the fuck is you gonna buy me. You need a job. She 11 on Monday, but fuck it. These kids, though, we gotta stop lying to our kids. Y'all be telling y'all kids those stories and shit like that's really your uncle and that's a nigga you fucking? Y'all know little lies like that. You know what I'm saying? But I'm in Target the other day with my daughter, right? You know, she talking about, and I told y'all she almost 11. She asked me about motherfucking Elf on the Shelf. Y'all know what that is? The Elf on the Shelf shit? You better be hoping you don't need a tampon on the shelf in a couple motherfucking months. You know what I'm saying? So she asking me about an Elf on the Shelf. So I'm like, listen, honey. Elf on the Shelf. So it's some new shit, right? Where Santa sent an elf and it's some work for the mother to do to put them motherfuckers around the house doing naughty shit. That means Santa coming, Santa watching you. You see what I'm saying? Fuck that shit. Right. Like, I don't know what the fuck. What, man? Listen, it ain't shit that y'all need to worry about, okay? Because I ain't worried about this shit no more, okay? So, but we in Target or whatever the other day, homegirl following behind me hard. I'm like, sis, what? She begging for shit. You know kids begging for shit everywhere you go. So I'm like, baby, I ain't got it. She said, well, can't you get it out of my bank account? I said, your bank account? She said, yeah, you know, with all the money in it from all my birthday cards you put in your purse. I said, bitch, girl. I
I said, sweetheart. She said, Mommy, yeah, I should have $4,321.60. I think I got 2 Target gift cards, a Walmart gift card, and one for Build-A-Bear. I said, listen, honey, Santa Claus ain't real and neither is that motherfucking bank account. Okay? You can go on ahead somewhere with that shit. Like, what the fuck they think we do with that shit? It go in my purse and back on them goddamn bills. Motherfucking bills got me stressed out. Bad. You be cursing the bill collectors out? Yes. Yo, I know them motherfuckers be like, oh my God, this bitch is up next. All right. Prepare yourself, because I'm cursing you the fuck out. Hello? Yeah, hey, Miss Sutton. I'm wondering if you can make a payment of some sort? Did I make one yesterday, bitch? Ma'am, there's no need for language. It's no need for you to keep motherfucking calling me. I don't got it. You know a good time to call? In February, bitch, when I get my income tax. And you better catch me quick. Because that motherfucker gonna be gone. I got my list already, okay? Shit. Ain't nobody playing with no... This shit is hotter than the motherfucking up here. Bitch, I sweat's bad, okay? Y'all gonna be like, oh, that bitch was sweaty. Listen, but I have been really stressed lately, aside from money and everything. Recently went through a divorce. I know. Divorce is hard. It's very hard. You know what I mean? The nigga ain't know we was married. But that don't make that shit less hard. Are you nuts? You know what I'm saying? I gotta unmemorize the nigga fucking passwords and shit. You know what I mean? Come get them little cameras I put in this house out. Shit, you know what I mean? That shit is difficult. Y'all don't be falling in love after a couple weeks, ladies? Well, that's just me. Okay, honey. She said, right here. Right here. Listen, a couple dates. You smell good. I done sent you a couple nudes. We go together, bro. You are... Where we going? Where we going Saturday? You be like, sis, not with me. I be like, you better stop. And don't let the dick be good. Oh, I'm planning a wedding out. Let's just say, who would be your best man? Like, what's your last name again? I'd be like, stop playing with me. Stop playing with me, Tyrone. It's hard being single. It's really hard nowadays, I like all the ones that don't want my ass. All this, thousands of them in my DM. Good morning. I just be like, please get out my DM, sir. It's not a chance. You talking to yourself, you know that, right? Because I'm not going to go for it. I can't take it no more. I don't know, maybe it's just my age. Anybody 20s? We got any Smokey talking about cougars and shit? The nerve of him. Like his nuts ain't down here somewhere. Come on now. We know how that age go for men too, right, ladies? They always coming for us. Excuse me? You know what I'm saying? But it is different. It's different when we get up in age. Okay? A lot of things change. Our bladders. Our bladders lights. Listen, you ain't never. I guess I ain't never been in the store and it just come down. You know what I mean when it come down. Do do do. Oh shit. What about? Okay, I can make it. I got it. You be praying that you don't have an accident in the middle of Walmart, right? Woo! And my digestive system, that ain't no better. Listen, okay? It's just horrible. I don't poop the same. I used to poop in front of I'd have pooped in front of all y'all. Been right up here talking, my boyfriend, nigga, my poop don't stink. Are you crazy? Listen, now, yeah, 30, 40 and up, it's different, ain't it? Oh, shit. Listen, woo, it's different, ain't it? It don't even, you be in the bathroom embarrassed and mad, ain't nobody in there but you. And you like, what did I eat today, Lord? I know I gotta get in the shower. I done canceled dick appointments. Nah, I ain't doing it. My stomach get hot? Oh no, I'm going home. You know that hot feeling. You know that, you be like, now my stomach got a fever. Yeah, okay. I'm going home. I'm not gonna, honey, yeah, listen, we'll do this wedding plans later. I gotta go, okay? He ain't gonna be group texting, talking about, yo, this bitch shitted in my house. She was talking about best men and shit. She in there, I don't know, man. So I gotta be careful with that. And he talking about cougars in our vaginas. Ain't nothing wrong with, sometimes I do wish I had a new one though. It don't work the same. It don't work the same. My ladies 30s and up. No, y'all, wait, 40s and up? Where we at? 25? I know that y'all ain't 25. I can see y'all out here. I know we ain't talking 25 now. Well, whatever the case, I know I wish I had a new vagina because it's very sensitive. You know, guys come over. They want to tickle and play. Excuse me. Could you go wash your hands, please? First, please just wash your hands. Wait, come on now, please. Don't even try to come licking and all of that, because you know what? You can also go and brush your teeth while you're at it. You know what I mean? I have gingivitis of the pussy because you just had footprints. Nigga, no. That's not what we doing here. I'm not for that. Okay? It's just ridiculous. Yeah, but I'm just tired of being stressed out and single. This single life ain't right, y'all. Anyway, y'all know what I'm talking about? Look, she like, yeah, just keep going, I'm cracking up. Yeah, you be pooting at home? Or nah? Yeah, right, you got mad. Listen, no fingernails, right? Wash your hands. Dirty, rice and peas, and you trying to... Nigga, you are splashing rice and curry. Are you kidding me? Let me be great, dude. That is ridiculous. But yeah, you know, having single me and it is hot up here. Oh, child. I'm dripping swag goo. Listen, but it is, it's hard having a kid. My daughter is 11, and her homework stresses me out. Y'all be helping y'all kids with y'all homework? I bet y'all don't. Sitting there looking stupid just like me. And then and it ain't like Johnny had 3 apples, and then, divided by, nah, that's on some new shit. A squared plus B divided by 3 times 2 equals your mother stupid as hell. Carry the Y, what's your answer? I'll be like, listen, if you say one more thing to me, I'll be mad as hell, throwing shit across the room, telling her daddy ain't shit. I don't want to do this shit no more. But I ain't gonna lose my cool, so I go and I start, looking shit up. Let me find this answer. These teachers, they about to have me looking dumb. So I go look, find the answer, I come back. Listen, here it go, right here. This is your answer. That is not how my teacher did it. You know what? Get the fuck out of my house. You can get out of my house with that shit. I'm sick of this shit. You know what I'm saying? Get out of my house with this shit trying to make me look dumb. You're dumb. That's why you ain't got no job yet. That's why I'm broke. Shit. I'm trying to figure out what to sell besides pussy. Shit, I'm saying, I'm being honest. It's getting hard out here for a pimp. I'm like, damn, I'm trying to rent my clothes out and all of that. Like, I'm just like, what can I do? All of it's from Fashion Nova. Whole outfit. They don't let you return shit if y'all ain't know. Don't try to come buying that shit, because they gonna be like, yeah, right, you get a credit. And then I done use all my little discounts and shit. I'd be like, is there another 40? Hey, Nova, babe. I'd be like, bitch, if you email me one more time, how much is it? I'm gonna buy me some Fashion Nova. I don't care. Listen, I want y'all to follow me on social media so I can come back to Brooklyn. Because y'all got some Brooklyn dudes out here for me. Y'all got to bring some. Because no? Ain't no single joints out here. I like hood. Oh, they is like, it's over. I like little hood joints too. And they love me. The hood joints, no? It's okay. I don't need no more hood joints either anyway, because I'm telling. We get pulled over? Yeah, okay. Him right there. Then I'm gonna go mess with your friend who got the 9 to 5 who I should have messed with in the first place. Yo, my name is Rima Reem. Y'all been great.
Yeah. Let me see your shoulders work.
Let me see your shoulders work. I mean, I don't know what y'all came here to do, but
I don't know if they came here to go in the line. What the fuck you smoking for? What the fuck though? I let one go. 5, 4, 3, 2. I let one go. Y'all out of here?
Aiming at your head.
Ow, Harlem leaving.
You're a roughneck.
Cut it off. Give it up for my girl one more time, all the way from Buffalo, New York. Reem. Give it up for Reem one more time, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to keep this show straight rolling, ladies and gentlemen. Right now, I'm going to bring on my homeboy. He's on the rise right now. If y'all watch VH1's #1 show, Black Ink, ladies and gentlemen, you seen this brother on here each and every week. I want y'all to get up for my boy, Walt, the Wizard. Y'all give up for Walt.
Get up in that thought box. She goes with the pop rocks. Tams in the drop top. Yeah, rags coming in non-stop. In the drop top. Trying to get
good. Yes. Shout out to this do-it-yourself stage they got right here. I love it. Fuck it, we gonna cut the booth out, take a spades table, put it on top. Don't worry about it. We straight. Yeah, we here tonight. Appreciate y'all. Everybody looking good. Ladies looking good. All the fellas, this is a nice grown crowd. Ain't nobody in here with their do-rag on, looking like somebody's stud auntie at the cookout and shit. I love it. It's a good night. Yeah. You can't be walking around with the do-rag on. It's grown folks. Shout out to my OGs, 45 and over club. I love y'all. I'm not there yet, but I'm almost there. Those are them OGs. Those are them dudes, walk around with the whole phone clip on the side and all that stuff. Big ass VCR right here chilling. Whole goose down in the winter coat, tucked in the clip. Hold on, baby, hold on. Yeah, what's going on? They always know to check in too, right? OGs, hold on, let me call my lady. Yeah, baby, what's going on? I'm on my way home now. You need anything from the store? Yeah, all right. I love it. I'm from the Bronx. I know we in Brooklyn, but I'm from the Bronx. Born and raised, BX. We automatically think we, fake bilingual. All the stores we go in, the Spanish restaurant, Papi, arroz con pollo, whatever, even go to the grocery store, jame un cheese, poquito mayo, gracias. Go up in the Jamaican restaurant, mayut, wagwan, what you deal with? Let me get a small oxtail. You know, have it? Let me get a small stewed chicken. You know, have it? Let me get a beef patty, man. Let me get a beef patty. Fuck it. Let me get a beef patty. But one thing, no, seriously though. But one thing I realized is that when we go in a Chinese restaurant, we don't try to speak like them at all. We straight ordering that shit hood as fuck. Yo, let me get 4 chicken wings, fried hard, fam. Extra duck sauce. Let me get plain fried rice. Don't put no vegetables in my shit, fam. Straight like that. I'm from that era in the Bronx, all the chicks, all the Spanish chicks come to school, the cafeteria, they gotta kiss everybody down the joint, and like, mwah, 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 mwah. Kiss everybody. By the time she finished, she gotta go to class. Can't even chill in the cafeteria. I love it. All the old school Jamaican dudes on my block, they used to have the gold or the silver Maximas. It had Maxima going on the side and shit. Love it. They used to DJ the parties. Always say the same shit too. All the old Jamaican niggas always said the same shit. This is an original. Fuck around and be the same damn beat. Dooms, doom, 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 dooms, dooms, doom, 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 dooms. Same shit. I love it. Anybody in relationships, dating? Clap it up. I know there's some couples in here. Y'all, it's okay. I don't know if I'm loving them today. They been getting on your nerves earlier. Motherfuckers, I don't know. She been acting up lately. I don't know. Let's see how it is when I get home. Come holler at me next week when I get home. It's hard nowadays. In 2019, we going to 2020. Everybody's in their own fake groove. This whole summer went by. It was the hot girl summer in City Boy. Look. Yeah, no. It's getting cold now. Shit is different. Fellas, I'm here to help y'all out. There's a lot of women in here. They outnumber us tonight. That's how they do all the time. But I'm here to help y'all out. Figured out some things about these women. One thing in particular. These women are not meant to be understood. Only loved. That's it. Just love them, and I guarantee you, fam, you listen to me right, you on your phone, see, you're not listening, you gonna fuck around, look at she's like, who's on the phone? She got that eye on him right now, nigga. We had a comedy show, who you texting? Not meant to be understood, fam, only love. You love them, and you'll be all right. I'm telling you, I'm telling you, don't try to figure them out. Fellas, trust you me. There's some women in here right now that will fuck you good just so you could go to sleep and they could go through your phone peacefully. They don't want to go through the back and forth, tug of war, let me see your phone shit. What do you want to see my phone for? No, just gonna give them some good pussy, put them to sleep. That's just the way they show their love, fellas. I don't know why. It doesn't. I don't understand it. That's just the way they show their love. You know what I mean? Some women, if they not doing that, you might need to ask them to see their phone. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you. Your lady come home from work and you ask her, hey babe, how was your day? Oh, it's just all right. Just all right, bitch? Let me see your phone. What you got going on in your life? Just all right. What women don't want to talk about their day? Just all right? Let me see what you got going on. Just how it is. Ladies, I'm here to help y'all out too. Because I know y'all probably be thinking like, y'all can't come talk to us whenever y'all got something going on in your life. Y'all got to go run to your work husband and shit like that. No, that's not the case, ladies. It's not the case. And there's a variety of women here tonight. You know what I mean? So I'm here to let all y'all know it's not the case. It's about y'all motherfucking timing. Your timing is off, okay? It is 3:30 in the morning. 9 times out of 10, you done stole my soul, and now you want to talk about life shit. Like, what is with you women after y'all finish fucking? Like, all y'all thoughts are is clearance and shit like that? Like, that's just the perfect time, right? Busting that, and now she's like, ooh, motherfucker be coming from the bathroom like, ooh, shit, yeah, babe, woo. She waiting for you at the bed like, come. Come sit down. Fellas, I'm gonna let y'all know where y'all know that y'all can't go to sleep. She hit you with the, yeah, so. You got about another 30, 45 minutes to stay up, fam. I'm letting you know that right now. Yeah, so comes with a lot. Yeah, so I'm thinking about going back to school. No. It's not fair. No, because now I'm serious, it's not fair, because now I gotta stay there. But like, oh, word, babe, you wanna go back to school? Word, I'm proud of you, girl. You wanna now you got an argument you didn't even wanna be in. Never mind. You know what? You ain't never gotta worry about nobody keeping you up ever again. You obviously had a long day, boo-boo. Go back to sleep. It's all right. I'm fine. I don't even want to talk about it no more. I'm done. Go back to sleep. Night, baby. Yo, babe, come on. Would you just say what you was gonna say? I was listening to you, yo. You was talking about going back to school. So if you was listening to me, what I said after that? This is the shit I'm talking about. All this time, you could have been telling me what you wanted to say, yo. It's the bullshit. Because you can't do that to them. You can't try to keep no woman up when she's ready to go to sleep. That's some bullshit. Women don't even want to cuddle when they're ready to go to sleep. That is a fucking myth, all right? The sheets, the blankets, them 20 pillows she got on the goddamn bed, all of that comes off when she's ready to go to sleep. Can't keep no woman up when she's ready to go to sleep, fam. No. Don't even waste your time. What? What do you want? What? She's not your friend at that moment, fam. She's not your friend. I'm gonna let you know when she's ready to go to sleep. This how y'all know when your lady's ready to go to sleep, fellas. When she plugs her phone up on the charger. She plugs the phone up on the charger, she's done for the night. I'm letting y'all know that right now. That is the key. Look, they see it? Yep. That's the key sign. She's done going through all her emails and shit. She done updated her checkout box in Fashion Nova. Went through all her social media or your social media. She's ready to go to sleep. Don't bother her. Again, like I said, fam, they not meant to be understood. Only love. Another thing, fellas, if you have any ideas, any dreams, any goals, and you're not really serious about them, keep that shit to your motherfucking self, okay? Don't waste these women time with that half-ass dream and goals and aspiration shit. Don't do it. If you're not serious, keep it to yourself. You cannot come to your woman with some shit like, yo, babe, I seen this training program I'm thinking about signing up for. Because if you ain't serious and you tell us some shit like that, fam, it's going to be a serious problem. You hear it, it's going to be a problem. Because within an hour, that's all it takes. Within an hour, she got all the information you need for that fucking job. Direct references, she done updated your resume, she done gave you the email to send it off to. The next day, she following up with you, babe, did you send that email off that I gave you? Now she mad at you because you ain't on your dream the way she on your dream. Like, no, I'm gonna need you to start taking it serious. I can't keep carrying us. You're not serious about something, fellas, just tell your boys. That's all you gotta do. The same story, I'm gonna tell you the exact same shit. Yeah, yo, I seen this training program I was thinking about signing up for. You know what we gonna say? Word. That's what's up. That's it. That's all you wanna get. You're not serious, you don't gotta worry about shit, your boy. Word. That's what's up, fam. Good luck with that. That's it. That is all you're gonna get. I'm telling you, you're not meant to be understood, fellas. Only love. Just love them and you'll be fine. All the single and independent women in the house, and independent women, shout out. Don't need no nigga for shit. You still on your hot girl summer flow? Yeah? Yeah? Fellas, these women are a piece of shit. They full of shit. I'm letting you know that right now. Independent women, y'all love to be like, I don't need a man for nothing. I don't need a man for shit. I don't ha ha ha. Get what they ask. That's all they do is need some shit. Oh, I need my hair done. I need my nails done. Oh, I need something to eat. Oh, I need these bills paid. Oh, I need to come. Oh, I need for you to understand. Some bullshit. Not meant to be understood, fellas. Only love. And with that, I'm out of here, y'all. I'm your boy, Ward. I appreciate my guy, Ray DeJean, let me on. Shout out to my guy, Smokey. Yeah, and we out of here.
Give it up for Walt one more time, ladies and gentlemen. This when music was music, right? Never do try. Yeah. Yeah. What? That's what men used to sound like women. That was that good music, boy, right? Young people don't know nothing about that. That's when music had two sounds when they used to have the deep voice dude and the little voice dude. Like, we are all the people that make you want to scream. B is for the anytime. B is for the people. P is for the every time it's anybody. B is for the people that make you want to ride. B is for the every time. Make that pussy pop. We are all the people. Give it up for my boy one more time, Walt. We are going to keep this show rolling. Coming to the stage, my boy, hailing from the Bronx, New York, ladies and gentlemen. I want y'all to get up for my boy, Baba Feeney, y'all. Get up for Baba Feeney.
What's up, everybody? It's comedian Baba Feeney here at Laughaholics. About to go on in a little while, do my thing for Laughaholics. Y'all stay tuned. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Really quick, ladies and gentlemen, I'm politely disrespectful. I'm also hilariously rude. And when I wrote these jokes, ladies and gentlemen, I ain't know none of y'all. So if any of y'all is a little bit sensitive, feel like what I'm saying is a coincidence, do me a favor, people, and unbitch yourself. And we gonna have a good time. Can I get that, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you, thank you, thank you. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, Ladies and gentlemen, when you and your brothers and sisters have different fathers, you know your mother might be a hoe, right? I love that joke because I'm my only child and shit. And I could tell who mother a hoe in here by who ain't laughing. You know I could see you, right? Unbitch yourself. She might have changed by now. Clap it up, ladies and gentlemen, if you love kids, have kids. Clap it up, you love kids, have kids. I got a bunch of kids and shit. I ain't got enough time to tell you about all of them and shit. What I will say is I got a problem with pulling out. Oh my God. Also got a fetish and shit for watching my cum grow. Hello? This shit is funny. Everybody in here is somebody's cum growing. That's a fact. What's really funny is some of y'all don't know whose fucking cum you are. Bitches. Let me ask y'all something. Did y'all know y'all was going to a comedy show today? Of course. Okay, because I hate when I see people put good clothes over fucked up bodies and try to stare at me like I ain't funny. You know I could see you, right? Unbitch yourself. I'm sorry, boo. I'm sorry. Shit's real. Shit's real. Clap it up if you got ugly friends. Hello? Hello? Everybody got an ugly fucking friend. But if you got an ugly friend, try to boost up their self-esteem and shit. Like, you know, tell them shit like, you know what? You don't even really look that bad, though. It's just that you just a little bit less fortunate-faced it. That's it. You ever seen an ugly person get surprised and their surprise face look better than their regular ugly face? Hello? Ugly, yeah, ugly. That means you took ugly to another level. Yeah, ugly. You ever seen an ugly pregnant chick? Clap it up. Yeah, that means niggas is nasty. Excuse me, I wasn't supposed to say that. I mean people nasty. It's a lot of mental illness going on. When you got a good face and you think that other face was nice and you mix with it, something's wrong there. Clap if you understand what I just said. Thank you. Love my laugh. Love me. Hit me up. Follow me on Facebook, all that. I need it. Because y'all laughing at all these internet people and they ain't really funny when they get right here. But y'all don't know about that. Stupid. Cell phones pacifying us. How many of y'all know more than 5 cell phone numbers by heart? Only you. Only one genius, 2 genius. I only know 3. My mother, my baby mother, this other bitch for emergency purposes. I think the cell phones is trying to gay us up, fellas. Ladies look fine on their phones, but fellas, you ever be on your phone, don't notice playing whatever you play, and you be like this, don't notice, but other people see you? I fucking hate Candy Crush. That shit sounds so gay. I play it on silent and shit. You ever play that shit? Sound gay as hell and shit. Sweet. What the fuck? Divine. Get the... Tasty. I don't know about you fellas, but that made me want to get a flip phone, say fuck a swipe. Any weed smokers in the building? Hey, come see me, I got it. I'm just not playing. I'm an avid smoker. I just hate when motherfuckers come to my house with just a Dutch, no fucking weed. That shit get on my nerves and shit. So what I do is, before you get to my house, think you gonna get all high and free, cause I got it, is I eat my girl pussy real quick. Bitch yourself. And when you come with just that Dutch, guess what? I wanna roll. The only thing I hate is a motherfucker never got a nickel and a dime, but he always want to know what kind of weed it is, right? Like, yo, what's this? Loud? Yo, what's this? Piff? Yo, where you get this from? Down the block? I be like, nah, man, get that back. This is Taisha. You smoking pussy for free, how that feel? Any birthdays in the building? Happy birthday, happy birthday. Many more solar returns, many more solar returns. You know what I found out about women? They never want to tell us their age. Clap, fellas, if this is true. Women never want to tell us their age. Fellas, it's like 8 of y'all. Clap. We're outnumbered here. Act like you here. Women will never tell you, oh, a lady never tell you her age. We never tell. But I figured it out, fellas, and it's real easy. Every roll on their back is 12 years. Bitches always lying. I'm 26, and then I walk up, hold up. Boop, 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 boop. This bitch is 42. Boop, 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 boop. 62. Sometimes you be off, and if they got this shit in the front, add 25. I'm sorry, don't get sensitive. Bitch yourself and work out. I hate all my baby mothers because they blame they fucked up body on me. It take 9 months to have a baby, correct? And 9 more fucking months to work out after the baby to get your damn body back. So whose fault is it? Yours, bitch. Y'all don't want to hear that shit. There's a lot of fucked up bodies in here tonight. You know I can see you, right? Bitch yourself. Yeah, people hate the truth. People hate the truth. People hate the crazy. I'm gonna keep it real. If I see it, I'm gonna say it. Everybody ain't handsome and pretty. It's a goddamn fact. You know what else I hate? Fake ass butts. I hate them fake done butt, shot up butt bitches. Hello? Is it only me? I hate that, yo. I feel inadequate when I see it. Who want to see 2 basketballs in denim? Like, that's not sexy. That's not sexy to me. Now I gotta even it up, because income tax time is coming and I'm feeling inadequate about that situation. So what I gotta do now, when I get my income tax money, I gotta go to DR, get my dick done. Hello? Yeah, I'm expecting like 9,200 and shit, but you never get what you want and they always snatching some shit. Plus my baby mother got a one-shot deal, so I'm probably gonna get only like 2,500 back. So now I can't go to DR and shit. Now, but my boy told me over in Mexico, by where they making that new wall at, I heard you could get an eggplant for 500 over there. I'm gonna get my shit done one way or the other. But then, they took my feds and they only gave my state and it was only like 388. But I'm determined. So what I'm gonna do is, y'all remember from the train, Dr. Zizmore? I'm gonna go to Dr. Zizmore, get me a skin graft from my feet to my shit. But you know, women always complaining and shit. Like, well, nigga, what's going on? Why you itching? Why you scratching like that? I'm like, shut up, bitch. I got athlete's cock. Ladies and gentlemen, I want y'all to know that if y'all laughing, y'all living. Stress kills. It takes 20 years off your life. And most of y'all look like y'all over fucking 40 anyway. Hey, yo, follow me on Instagram, Mr. Unbitch Yourself, all together. Barbara Feeney on Facebook. I see y'all, you see me. Let's do it together. Thank you, everybody.
My mom used to have a card game, and all her friends used to come to my house and put their coats in the back, and I used to have to take all the coats in the back, and I stole all the change out of everybody's coat. As soon as you come in, I'm looking for coats. Like, yeah, I got that. Don't even worry about that, sir. I know you got some change, Mr. Johnson. Give me that motherfucking coat. That's when your parents used to send you to the store for cigarettes and shit. Remember that? With a note, my mother said she need a pack of Philip Morris king size and 2 beds. And the man give you the shit, right? They used to give the kids cigarettes. Miller High Life. What was that shit? Night Train? Remember Night Train? Niggas don't remember that. Black people, we don't fuck with that. We want to give it up for yourselves for coming out, guys. I love y'all to death. Follow me on Instagram, Smokey Suarez, Facebook, Smokey Suarez, Pornhub, Smokey Suarez / Coming to the stage now, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to bring our boy to the stage, the man of the hour. Bring it up for my boy, Ray DeJean. Yes.
Come on, y'all got to do better than that. Give it up for Smokey Suarez from Harlem, USA. Funny as hell. Actor, comedian, writer, you know what it is. Thank you for coming out to season 7 of Laughaholics Live. We appreciate all of you. God bless and have a good night. Thank you.
Take
Yeah. Amazing.
Because without him, there is no story. I can't do this as a kind of second-hand account for a narrative without. Yeah. Anytime this week, really. Anytime at all, yeah. I'll make sure that I'm free.
It's really in there. Oh, ooh. All right. Hold these up, okay. Be still. Hey, girl. What's happening? Her zipper is stuck, and she feels trapped.
I'm so hot.
Sheila, you got stuck in your jacket.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, be still.
You know, last night I was watching Reservoir Dogs, and the men they just like talk and talk and talk. And I was just thinking, like, why isn't there a film where women talk a lot, you know?
Like, all the women are on cocaine.
No, but, well, yeah, sure. I mean, that would be fine, too, I guess.
Oh, I love Reservoir Dogs.
Oh,
you
me
could
too. It's
spit
so
on it. Maybe
good.
spit on the zipper. Let's stop.
Let me just
My
have a turn.
elbows need to breathe because I'm at work, you see.
Babies, cut it. Just cut the damn zipper. It's a cheap-ass jacket.
No, it's not cheap. I paid like $40 for it.
Jesus! Good luck, my child.
Okay, so I was thinking for the show, like maybe you can make fun of yourself more, you know? Like you have a really funny sneeze. Why don't you just talk about sneezing?
Help me.
I know. When you sneeze, you sound like you're speaking Japanese.
Seriously?
It sounds like this. You're like, sumimasen. Sumimasen. It's really cute.
I think that might be cultural appropriation.
Oh, no, it isn't.
Really?
And if it is, still do it. It's very funny.
Is Karen here?
No.
Got any weed?
Nope.
Does White Rachel have any weed?
No.
You want some?
Yep.
Oh. All right.
That sounds like fun.
Well, la-di-da.
Good to see you.
Nice to see you. You want to arm wrestle?
Okay, but I'm not gonna win.
How do you know?
Because I've never won before. Oh my god. Don't give it to me.
Oh my god, you're
Don't.
totally reading me.
Oh man. That was the closest I've ever gotten though.
Can I have some coffee?
Yeah. Milk?
Cream.
Well, listen, I think that you should definitely incorporate it. It's really funny. I mean, it's very, very relatable. Who doesn't sneeze? Indeed, who among us hath not sneezed, right?
Okay, I'll think about it, definitely.
Definitely. She said definitely. That means you're not gonna do it. I know you. These are pearls before swine.
Who's Lucille talking to?
She's cracking a story about a kid that was raised by a cat. He's now an adult man.
He's like a cat man.
Personally speaking, I believe it.
Supposedly, the kid and the cat, they were chained together to a crib for like 3 years.
That sounds like heaven to me. Just like me, my cat, nobody bothering us for years at a time.
I guess. Personally, I don't believe the story at all. I think it's fake. I mean, a kid and a cat being chained to a crib together, the logic, it doesn't add up.
Cuckoo bananas.
Oh, well, stranger things have happened.
Oh, yeah? Like what?
One time, I threw a dog treat to a dog and it landed on its nose, and then he licked it off. And then I did it 5 more times, and that kept happening each time.
It's like a trained dog.
Okay, that sounds kind of like dumb luck. I mean, it doesn't sound like when a cat and a kid are chained to a crib together.
I got it.
Oh,
Yay!
Oh my God, thank God.
Tigers.
That was the worst feeling. I thought I was gonna die in that coat.
You're all right. You're all right. For the record, I really think that story is fake.
For the record, ladies and gentlemen.
Because, I mean, the last story that she broke was about a bunch of people masturbating when Mount Vesuvius blew.
Blue?
I meant erupt. You know what I meant.
Oh, you know what? I read about that. That was amazing. She was the only journalist that got that scoop.
She didn't break the scoop. It wasn't a real story. It got debunked.
I'm sure someone died masturbating. I mean, the French call it le petit mort.
Yeah. That means the little dead.
Oh, oui.
Few people know that I am fluent in this French accent, you know?
I used to do this bit about like, oh, I want to have lunch outside, or as the French would say, al dente. You know?
Yeah, that's cute.
Thank
See, that's
you.
funny.
Yeah.
You should be more like that when you were like less serious.
Right, I just have to be like a fool on stage again.
Like a moron.
Right, who doesn't know what's happening.
Yeah.
More on that later.
You do that well.
Now, what are those two doing out there?
Oh, Simone's making a documentary.
Why?
Why ask why? Why do they do anything?
What's it about?
Lesbians.
Really?
No, I don't know what it's about. I'm just assuming.
Well, if it is about lesbians, I want to be in it. I have a lot to say.
Oh, I'm sure you do.
I was head les 2 years in a row.
That was such a fun pageant.
Oh, I could go on such a tirade about straight girls.
What have you got to say about straight women?
Well, you know, they just like to dip their toe in the Mick pool, and then as soon as they get to the deep end, they swim right back to Straitsville.
Straitsville, that's where I live. Horrible up there. Yeah.
You rent or do you own?
I rent.
This one girl was texting me about trib. I was thinking about making a movie called Girls Trib, maybe a lesy porno.
Holy shit, it's cold out here. Hi. Hello. Hi. Hello. Thank you. BRB.
I hope so.
You know what? You should do impressions.
Really? Mm-hmm. The only one I can do, like, are you talking about like SNL style?
Yeah.
I can do my uncle. He works in a donkey sanctuary back in Ireland.
Oh, that's perfect. You can be all like, Eeyore.
No, he's like a bookkeeper. It's an NGO that rescues donkeys.
Oh.
And that's what he, yeah.
Like an
he's
accountant?
not a donkey.
Oh, he could be
Right.
like T4.
Right. I don't know.
Yeah, I got a good impression.
Oh, yeah? Let's hear it, Jackie.
You know, Mick, I'm going by Jack these days, so.
Noted.
Thank you.
Let's hear it.
Oh, it smells really nice.
Oh. Careful and careful.
Oh my God. I think I'm gonna chop it all off.
Stop lying.
You have something on your ass.
What?
Oh,
What is it?
it's just a thread.
Falling apart.
Yeah, you were looking really poor for a second.
Hey, how's it going?
It's good.
You still have some, right?
No, I'm fresh out, and I got 2 runs tonight.
All right. I'll get you some.
Right.
You're getting close, you know. At this rate, you'll be paid off by spring.
All right.
I'm serious though. I'm gonna get rid of all this hair. I'm gonna just like start dressing like a little boy.
Brian's gonna love that.
Oh, who cares? I mean, like, I could like give back to the community and like donate it to like those people that make the wigs for the cancer kids.
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna donate my ass to science.
What are they gonna do with that?
They give to like really skinny people who like they want some fat on their face, you know? They're like, I want some cheeky cheese.
I didn't realize they could do that.
Yeah, like I use my back to give back.
Oh my God, you can't keep that all to yourself anymore.
Gotta give back with my back.
Give back with your back. Time to give back with that back of yours.
We should do a run through before the show. Maybe Wednesday?
I don't know about run-throughs. Like, they kind of just take away any spark that I can manage to muster up for the real show. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. But you feel ready though.
I don't know, honestly.
But you're gonna feel ready before Thursday?
Honestly, I'm just not really feeling it at all.
Come on, Nora, babe. This is gonna be good, okay? You need this.
Yeah.
Plus, it's gonna kill like a million birds with one stone.
Right.
And, you know, I worked really hard to make this happen.
No, I know you did, and thank you for that. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. You just have to find a way to just like get it up if
Right.
you're not feeling it. Like, think about your visa. This will be really good for like renewing your visa.
No, I get all that. It's just, I'm sorry to go on about this, but like, just when everything in the world is so fucked up, it just seems so absurd to be doing jokes about like, this is a funny way that I yawn, you know?
All right, honey. Honey, as your manager, let me tell you, it's not your yawns. Your yawns are very mediocre.
Oh.
It's your sneezes, okay?
Right.
Your sneezes are golden, girl, okay?
Amazing. Amazing. This guy was raised by a cat For 3 years, it's gonna be such a good story.
Hi, dude.
Hi, Sheila.
So good to see you.
What's wrong with you?
Oh, she's not feeling funny.
Did I say that?
I mean, pretty much.
But you're so funny.
Thank you. I know.
I'm so glad you came.
Me too.
What good is being funny with everything that's happening in the world, you know?
Yeah, it's true. Things are really fucked up. You know, the cab driver that dropped me here was saying that he's worried about being mistaken for a terrorist just because he's brown. It's awful, yeah. But you know what's even worse?
What?
No one will send me a dick pic.
I see you.
It is a problem.
I'll send you a dick pic.
Yeah.
Jack.
Great.
It's all really coming together. Mick is loaning me her suit. And Kiana, have you met Kiana? She's flying in today from LA. And Nora is house sitting at this place that has this like really long hallway and it ends in this alcove with all these plants and it's really beautiful and magical. Nora, you know what you need is an opener.
I do.
Try me on for size, huh? What I got?
Okay,
Give me a shot, coach.
That's what you do? You shimmy?
Just shimmy.
That's your act?
Put me on stage.
No one's shimmying.
I can
I'll defer
sing. Jack.
to Rachel because...
I'm just really happy that I'm going through with it, you know? And if I'm honest, I'm a little bit nervous, too.
Why?
Well, marriage is a big deal.
You're marrying yourself.
Yeah, no, I know that. Jack.
Jackie! Jackie!
Yeah.
Simone is calling you.
Mick, I told you for the last time, I'm going by Jack now, not Jackie. Anyway, you're gonna be there, right? I was really hoping you'd give me away.
Sheila.
Missy.
Can I level with you?
Sure.
This is such a... Inane? Is that the right word? Yeah, this seems very inane.
Come, sit down.
Okay.
I'm gonna interview you. Okay, tell me your name.
Hey.
Okay, we'll start with something easier.
Okay.
Have you ever been to a concentration camp?
Yes!
Great.
Is that Kiana with a cane? Why did I not know that?
Oh no, she has a walking stick.
So LA. Really? People in LA are using canes now?
Rappers, the elderly. Like, I get all that wishy-washy ritual stuff, like burning incense, doing meditation, hugging a tree or whatever, but marrying yourself? Really? I mean, I don't want to hurt your feelings or anything. I
No,
think
it's fine. I understand.
weird.
It's fine. It's just that, you know, it's my 33rd birthday, and I wanted to do something to really mark the moment, you know? I mean, I could have just thrown a party where everyone got drunk, but I decided to have a rite, a ceremony to mark the rite of passage, you know? I mean, 33 is a really big number in many different religions and cultures. It's my Christ year. It's a master number in numerology, and I think it's also the end of my first Saturn return, which I think technically ends at 31, but then you still feel like a shadow of it until you're 33. Anyway, I'm not really clear on the details, but the point is that I really wanted to do something that would make me feel excited and hopeful about my future.
You could foster a puppy.
I could do that in addition to this. Plus, I think they'd be more likely to foster out a dog to someone who's married, right?
That's not what I meant.
Bam, bam, bam! Kiana!
You look beautiful.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Hi, girl.
Good to see you.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Look at this jacket. Ooh. How much did it set you back? $60?
Ooh, half a paycheck.
I don't know nothing about that.
Is this what they call Hollywood? You're so LA now. You're so clever now. Did you go to Joshua Tree? Did you do ayahuasca?
Look, I'm gonna go ahead and go through with it because everything's already planned. I'm gonna even have the menu planned out. I have lots of gluten-free options for you. Lasagna.
Lasagna isn't gluten-free.
Right, but it is with gluten-free noodles.
Stop.
Oh, hey, Dee, have you met my sister?
No.
She's really fun. She's actually really great.
I'm sure.
Hey, Lucille, I got your dick pic right here. Get it? Dick pickle.
Jack!
Yeah?
I went overboard on the yogurt.
What does that even mean?
I don't know. I got lots of different kinds.
How many different kinds of yogurt are there?
Well, I got 5.
5?
Yeah.
Why did you buy 5 kinds of yogurt?
You don't eat yogurt when you get stoned?
No, do you?
Yeah.
You're so weird.
Have you ever had cashew yogurt? So, what's up? What's up with you?
I'm trying to clear out some of this stuff so that we can get onto the roof to smoke.
Oh, I can see that. I mean, how are you? How are you doing?
I'm trying to write this piece about this guy. I told you about it before, right?
Who? Oh, cat guy.
The cat guy, yeah.
Catman.
Yeah. And other than that, I'm just reading about people who are getting killed by their families.
It's an epidemic.
It is.
You know, I had this idea for a movie where all the wives and the wives start killing their husbands and their children.
Yeah.
And then you find out it's because they've been drinking tainted kombucha.
Tainted kombucha? You're insane. Here, should I take the yogurt bags?
Yeah, take the
Gotta save that cashew stuff. Okay.
Oi, my back. Okay.
Oi!
You look cute.
Thanks, you too.
Hi, here you go.
How's Brian?
He's fine, I guess. Playing video games. He's obsessed with this game right now. It's about digging holes. Like, that's all you do is you dig holes or something. I don't know. He's really good at it. But his parents are coming in town this weekend. His mom is on me about this wedding. And I'm like, oh, I'm so over it.
Why?
It's just so boring to me, you know? But I've been saving up, and I'm gonna do this cowgirl dress. Like, going for a cowgirl theme.
That's unique.
You think so?
Yeah, I've never seen a cowgirl bride.
Well, get ready. Yeehaw.
Sweet, sweet world. Peace and harmony all around.
Oh, look, singing lady.
I want to be here when I grow up. You want to dance? Wait, can you waltz? Do you know how to waltz?
I don't know. Oh, God.
Or we could just slow dance. Yeah. I know. They think they're like flirting with us or something. Come on.
God,
wait, just
way. Get out of here, guys.
Wait, just slow dance with
Stop.
me.
Go on.
It's okay. Just they'll go away if you ignore them. If you give them energy.
I'm gonna kill you. That's it. That's it. Idiot. Get out! Get out of here! Go!
Really nice singing.
Yeah, but babe, it's gonna be fab. I booked this amazing spot, and industry people are coming, and I'm also gonna do my sexy grandma routine.
What?
Yeah, I'm gonna do sexy grandma
I
as
thought
an
you
opener.
booked an opening act.
I did, but I booked a stand-up. Yeah. But you know, I thought maybe I could do a little character work.
Oh my God, is this whole thing so you can do your character?
No, Nora. You know I did this for you. I just thought maybe I can like warm up the crowd a little bit before the big guns come out.
What is sexy grandma?
Kiana, you never seen Sexy Grandma?
No.
Okay, girl. So Sexy Grandma is essentially just like a straight up grandma, right?
But
She
more
comes
disturbing.
Hey, she comes out, she looks like a grandma, you're like, hey, this is gonna be some regular old grandma shit. But then you're like, wait a second, why she got her bra on the outside of her dress? And then I start talking about sex and shit.
You okay? You did good, girl. Here's your jacket. Yeah. Those guys really bother you, huh?
Yeah. They beat me in a game of strip settlers of Catan once, and it's really embarrassing.
Sounds very awkward.
How far do you think I ran?
I guess around the corner.
Oh, I'm so out of shape.
It's okay.
I was on the swim team. We were champions for 2 years.
Yeah, but you can get it back anytime. You just have to I hear you have to incorporate movement into your day.
Oh, shut up. It just makes me worry that you want to be a performer and not a manager. And being a performer, that's a type of sickness.
No, I
Kiana
don't. I want to be your manager.
Oh my God.
Kiki Williams!
Hi.
I am such a big fan.
Thank you so much.
Kiki is my favorite character.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Wait, so are Kiki and Kyle gonna hook up in season 3?
Oh, I don't know.
But you must know.
But no spoilers, right?
Can you do the Kiki dance? Please.
It's just, we should go. We're a bit late for something.
I know, but I love the Kiki dance, okay? When I passed the LSATs, I did the Kiki dance. I got a pap smear last week, and it was good results. I did the Kiki dance.
Oh, congrats on the smear. It's just, you know what, it's like, it's not that kind of a night.
Yeah, we're just gonna...
We're kicking it with,
home
you know,
and-
I'm here in town, we got some snacks. It's a chill kind of night. It's not a Kiki dance kind of
Good night.
But thank you so much. Thank you for your love. Thank you.
I mean, they weren't really that good of results on the pap smear, so yeah.
Give me a beat.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Go, Kiki.
Get it. Yes, girl.
Oh my gosh.
Keeks, you okay?
Are you doing a bit? No, I feel like I pulled my groins.
Okay, what does it feel like?
Like a rubber band popped in my vagina.
Yeah, she pulled her groin.
Okay, come on. Let's get you. You can
Let's
go.
That's okay. Oh, this poor baby. Come on. There's a bench right behind you.
Right.
Sit down. Good, good, good. Oh my gosh.
It was kind of funny though. Sorry.
Here. Try this.
Now?
Yeah, put it on. No, put it on your groin, girl. Yes. How does it feel?
Oh, like heaven.
That's right, because I know a thing or two about how to ice the old tuna, baby. A little bit chocolate ice cream on that, a little chocolate vagine. Because she's black, get it?
Right.
Yeah.
Caramel macchiato vagine.
My bad.
Mine would be like minty green vagine.
Oh, that doesn't sound appetizing.
No, but it's Irish.
Yeah. Refreshing. Sure, it's very refreshing. So sorry. Like.
No, like parkour. Like parkour.
What is that?
I don't know, it's like the best I can do.
No,
Parkour.
This is parkour.
That's me doing a flip.
This is parkour.
That's why I do that.
Like, use your dominant foot and you get up high.
I feel like really nervous for you right now.
Parkour.
We should just walk. That also burns calories.
Watch. Look. I'll get up halfway. Double gainer. This is how you parkour. Okay. When you
I don't
get
think
up,
I can catch
you gotta use things in the city, and then
I feel really worried for
I'm
you
not
right
doing
now.
that.
Yeah.
I
I'm
don't think
impressed.
Good
Let's
about
just,
myself.
we can do it later. Let's do it later.
You ever get a ring in your ear?
Oh, yeah. So, some people are born with really small ear canals.
That's me. That's what I have.
Yeah.
All right. Here we go.
Oh, wait, I want to take a picture. Smile. Oh, I love it.
Let me see. Hold on. I don't want you sending it anywhere. I look old.
Oh, you look good.
I mean, I didn't say I don't look good. I just, I look old.
Well, you look hot.
Thanks. All right. Saddle up. Get on.
What do you mean?
You're going to sit here.
Oh, that's what the pot holders are for?
Yeah.
Oh, no. No. That's not going to work. I'll sit back here on this seat.
All right.
Nice try, though.
Okay, you're going to have to hold on to me.
All right. For my life. How long have you been working for Karen?
What are you, the FBI?
Oh, I'd be great in the FBI.
Okay, here we go.
All right.
We got
Here we go. We're
two
gonna
stops in Bed-Stuy.
Did you see that? I was pretending to be on an elevator.
Yeah, I've seen it before. What are you doing here?
Morning. Hello. What time did you call this? Huh?
3 o'clock
in the afternoon. I'm sorry. How are you?
My groin is on the mend.
Yeah. I was thinking about your poor vagina all night.
It is remarkable. Yeah.
I'm gonna record you. I'm gonna record you. Obviously, this will all be on the record, right? You are a journalist. You are a journalist. It's gonna be a big scoop. I'm recording you. I'm recording you. I'll record you. I'm gonna record you now. You're on the record. You're on the record. No. You're on the record.
Hey, what is this?
Oh, I whittled it, or rather sculpted it.
But what is it?
It's an elephant goat man.
Smells like fish in here.
That's the point. I'm making salmon.
Oh.
It hides the smell of the weed.
Cool.
We used to make bacon for the smell, but then we watched this documentary on pigs.
Oh, was it about how smart they are?
No, it was about how horribly they're treated. You know, they're held in these tiny little pens, thousands of them all together, eyeball to ass, no space to be themselves, and then eventually someone comes and kills them. It just grossed me out. I want my food to be free, you know?
We watch a lot of documentaries. Okay, I'm ready for you.
Okay. What do you want me to do?
Just talk.
Talk. All right. Talk. Oh.
Hey, I was also going to ask you about doing the show. Would you think about doing like 10 minutes at the show?
Yeah, I would think great about it.
Really?
Yeah.
You would think great about it?
Yeah.
I'd love for you to do that.
Yeah.
You know how Rachel's doing her sexy grandma? Mm-hmm. And then I'm doing my like normal self, just like inescapably sexy.
Super sexy. Naturally.
So like you could be a little break in between for people to just stop being so turned on, you know?
Yeah, like a palate cleanser.
Yes.
I'm good with that.
Well, I was going to tell you about my movie idea.
Great.
Okay. Jaws, the movie, but the gender roles are swapped. So I don't know how much you remember about Jaws. The opening shot is a woman skinny dipping, and she's doing the backstroke or something, right? And, you know, then all of a sudden, bam, no legs. And of course, you know, it's probably a lady shark, right? Sorry, a female-bodied shark. Like, F Hollywood, right? Like, they think it's some emotional lady shark. She's probably on her period or something. And then, you know, the rest of the movie is just white, male-driven conflict. There's the overworked police chief who just wants to keep everyone safe. There's the mayor who just wants the town to make money. There's the scientist, Dreyfus.
Yep.
Dreyfus. And then there's a sea captain. Like, what, are we in the 1800s or something? Thought Jaws was made in the 70s. Anyway, the women in the film, they're either naked, or they're being eaten by creatures, or they're at home making jam.
Someone making jam in Jaws?
No, I just mean they don't get to do much. So, that's my idea. A shot-for-shot remake of Jaws with the gender roles flipped.
And who are you playing?
What do you mean?
Obviously you're gonna be in the movie, right? So who are you playing?
I thought I might be Police Chief Brody.
Why?
I like his outfit.
You look good in a uniform.
Well, thank you very much.
Great. Honey.
Your story is so fascinating, a little bit less. Your story is really, really fascinating. I'm fascinated by your story. Me? Oh, well, I studied economics, but my real love is journalism. And they say that when you really love your writing, then it just comes out. No, it's way too cheesy. Okay. Do you have a cat of your own? When did you realise that being raised by a cat wasn't normal? Are you a cat person yourself? This is being recorded. This is going to be recorded. Do you mind if I record this? Is that okay? Yeah, that's really interesting. I'll make a note of that. Yeah. Wow. My goodness. My goodness. Oh, God. Oh, my God. Oh, thanks for asking. Yeah, this was my mother's ring. And actually, my mother did make us chase mice quite often. But that was just to keep the house clean. What would you say your spirit animal is? I look stupid in this blazer. I'm going to take it off.
I brought you a gluten-free pastry.
Actually, I'm about to go on a run, so I'll pass on the pastry.
Oh. More for me. I don't know, that was like a pirate or something. Anyway. Oh, you're gonna go running right now?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay, all right. Well, I am sending out the Evite with the details for the wedding tonight, so.
Yeah, I have to figure out if I can make it. It's a big time of year for mattress heaven.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, the new year is when most people purchase mattresses, so we have to prepare for the shopping craze.
Oh, wow.
We actually have this promotion right now if people buy a queen-size pillow top mattress, we toss in a throw pillow. Actually does really well for the foot traffic lately, so I can't really leave willy-nilly in.
Foot traffic for throw pillows.
They're embroidered.
People really go gaga for pillows, huh?
Yeah, some people. I mean, they like to come in, test the pillows. They like to squeeze them.
I never really consider the pillows I buy. I just get the cheapest ones.
Pillows are important.
Yeah.
We're also doing a promotion, 2-for-1 bunk beds.
Who needs 4 bunk beds?
You'd be surprised.
Well, I really hope you can make it.
Yeah, I'll keep you posted.
Okay. Bye, Missy.
Bye.
There she is.
Lonely Lucille. How are you?
No, seriously, guys, please leave me alone.
I gotta study.
Look, I don't want to be rude, but this is a really, really big deal. Catman's on his way here.
Oh, I will sit down. Thank you so much.
Copy. Thank you so much. You didn't notice?
Notice what exactly?
You lost your virginity.
Good for you.
I'm just no. I got a tattoo. You did?
Not seeing where it is exactly.
Oh, you got your lip liner tattooed. No,
it's
much
right
smaller
here.
Look.
That is a freckle, boo-boo.
Yes, it's a freckle tattoo. I got one of those stick and poke sets from online.
Tiny.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
And then I read this article that says that beauty marks are totally back in. Did you was that article from 1991?
No,
They are back in. And I want to do one of those freckles on your lip, like
Cindy Crawford.
Cindy Crawford. I think right here. Sidney Poitier.
That's a good one. No.
What are
Not
you?
Sidney Poitier. Tattoo a cold sore on the other side.
You can tattoo a cold sore on my face. So authentic.
You're gonna write this?
Who's that guy?
Oh yeah. You gotta be nice, or I am going to tattoo a cold sore on your face. All right? Dab and poke your
dab
face.
and no.
And what would you like?
Can you join my eyebrows together in the middle?
You want to free to color that up,
Please.
right? I'm in.
Excuse me, sorry, is there every order, please?
Yeah, do that. Do that.
Yeah.
Thank you. You go do that.
What can I get you?
I recommend the tuna fish.
Just the tuna? Like a patty melt, just plain tuna?
I mean, it's all good. You could also try the milk or cream, which they serve in a bowl.
Thanks for the tip. I'm gonna have the tuna melt with fries.
Abusive waitresses.
Not cute.
Wait, is that your suit for the wedding?
No, this is actually, I brought this for Sheila.
She's wearing a suit.
Yeah.
Why would you marry yourself?
I don't know, why not?
Well, I guess if you propose to yourself and you say yes to yourself, then the next natural step is you're gonna marry.
So look, I'm not yucking anybody's yum.
Right.
She asked me to officiate, so.
Hey guys. Hi. Congratulations.
We have so many questions for you.
Right.
I have answers. Maybe not.
Are you surprised?
Love you.
Is this how you guys talk right before I walk up?
All the time.
Kind of. Yeah. What are you gonna wear for the wedding?
I think I'm gonna maybe wear a brooch.
Being summoned by the bride. Right?
Bridegroom. What is this?
No hot water at home.
Interesting.
Your story is just so fascinating.
Oh, it's quite common.
No.
Yeah, I'm in a support group, actually.
Seriously?
One of my buddies was raised by horses.
Do people call you White Rachel to your face?
Who calls me White Rachel?
Is it all right if I take the conversation?
Yeah, absolutely.
Are you sure? It's just so that it's on the records.
Yeah.
Thanks so much. So obviously I've heard bits and pieces of your story from various sources, but it'd be really great if you could just start from the beginning and tell it in your own words.
From the cat's mouth, so to speak.
Oh, I really feel like that. I'm sorry.
Oh, no. It was just a joke, you know. If I have to make light of the whole situation, that's the only way I think I was able to survive.
Of course, yeah.
Well, I'll start at the very beginning. My mom was from a small town in Ohio, and she was a star there. She would, to have the lead in all of the town productions, like A King and I, or whatever. Do you know A King and I? They made a movie called Anna and the King about it. Same idea. My dad was a traveling musician, so he would come to her town every once in a while. Milan, it's spelled like Milan, Italy, but pronounced Milan, like Milan, Ohio. They fell in love, and he moved her up to the Bronx, which got her this little apartment. She made curtains out of bed sheets and clothes out of curtains.
Why didn't she just make the clothes out of the sheets?
What?
Sorry, it doesn't matter, carry on.
She also found this little cat, little stray cat. Cute little thing.
What's going on?
Anyway, she kept
Catman. Oh, that's the Catman. Well, Catman do me up the ass.
Yeah. She was certain that he'd make her get an abortion, because all he wanted to do was play the tuba, and then, as fate would have it, he'd booked a European tour.
Wow.
So he was out of the country for 6 months. When he came back, she had had the baby. Me.
I don't normally do dudes, but Catman do me. This pussy I'd make an exception, you know what I mean? That head of hair. Head of lettuce.
You don't think it's too much hair?
No.
There's no such thing. I'd like to see the bottom.
So she raised me in secret. And when she needed to leave to go to work or to see him, she chained me and our cat Pumpkin to the crib.
Pumpkin?
Yeah, Pumpkin. What did you say?
Pumpkin?
Pumpkin.
Pumpkin?
Pumpkin, yeah. It's like pumpkin, but with an N instead of an MP.
Why pumpkin?
I'm not sure.
Okay, sorry, carry on.
Pumpkin and I became very close. I spent over 30 hours a week, probably. Maybe more, chained to that crib with Pumpkin. My mom would bring us milk in bowls at first, and then as I got older, tins of sardines.
Tins?
Yeah.
What about using the bathroom?
I had diapers.
And what about Pumpkin?
A cat doesn't wear diapers.
I have this joke. I made it up. So it's like a vet talking to a person, and the person doesn't know that they're a vet, and they say, "Wow, you know a lot about animals." And the vet goes, "Yeah, I'm a bit of a pedophile." So that's well, that's it.
That's it?
Pedophile.
It's not funny. Hey, do you have any money for me?
Yeah,
It's back at the booth.
Okay, good. I'll pick it up on my way out.
Great. Be glad to get it off my hands.
Hey, does this look okay? I mean, I know it's a little funky, but I think I can pull it off. I feel like powerful in it. It's like a power suit.
Or like a clown suit.
Your whole life isn't normal when you're raised by a cat. First of all, my mannerisms are weird. And then everyone makes fun of you. Because once in 5th grade at a sleepover party, you confide in a friend. And then it's all over town.
And what happened with your parents?
Oh, they reconciled. They didn't see each other for about a year, but then he came back. They got married. We all moved to New Jersey. My brothers were born, and Pumpkin died.
No, I'm
But
sorry.
I think it was a broken heart because I grew up and wasn't chained to the crib with her anymore.
Must have been so hard.
Pumpkin was my other mother from another mother.
Of course.
So that's the whole scoop. I hope you can use it.
Yeah, I think I can. The one thing is, do you think you can introduce me to some of your friends who have also had some animal experiences so I can interview them too? Yeah, great.
That sounds good. I mean, some of them are quite shy, you know, depending on which animals raise them.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, I read that story of yours about Vesuvius, the masturbators.
Yeah.
It was a great story.
It's a great story, but it ended up actually not being true. The source had lied to me, unfortunately. Yeah, kind of embarrassing.
Well, it's still a great story, even if it isn't true.
Is your story real? You prick.
Do I look at you?
Yeah, look at me. Look at me. Okay, so talk.
Talk about what?
Tell me your name, and are you nervous? Are you excited?
Okay.
Yeah.
Hi. Can I say hi?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Hey, my name is Nora Hopkins, and I'm feeling I actually have a hard time identifying my feelings, like, in the moment. Sometimes it's like years later that I'm like, oh, I was angry. Right now, I'm feeling, I'm not nervous, no, not excited. Oh, I'm a little bit hungry. There is a certain type of emptiness that happens after you've, like, been filmed, I feel like.
What's up, penguins?
Hi.
Hey.
How are you?
Good. Did you notice I called you penguins?
I did. I liked it.
Is that a new thing, or?
I'm trying to find more gender-neutral greetings.
Oh, okay.
I think we say guys too much, right? Hey,
Guilty.
guys. What's up, guys?
Yeah.
What do you want to do tonight, guys?
Hey, guys. Right.
Hey, penguin.
Hey, cockatoo. Hey, we're getting started now.
Okay.
So come on in. There's a hot crowd. You guys can come too.
See
Come
you
on.
later.
Bye. Okay, happen.
I like cockatoo.
Yeah, I like it too.
Yeah, cockadoodle do.
Which do you like better, cockatoo or penguin?
Oh, it's like Sophie's choice. I think I like cockatoo. It's nice.
I like cockatoo. I like penguin.
Uh-huh.
I like...
Penguins mate for life.
They do? Is that real?
Either that or they're gay. I forget which one.
So I got my start on YouTube. And I'm really proud of my work there. You might have seen me on Bronx Zoo Monkey Imitates Girl with Allergies. Anyone else here depressed? Try being depressed on a trampoline.
I feel like you're getting right up on my teeth here, and my mother's gonna say, why do we pay for all those braces?
You think your mother's gonna watch this?
So at my age, when I get a new birthmark, it's gotta be cancer. Right? It's cancer disease. So anyways, I'm old. I'm a very old woman, and my body is just starting to really crepe up like the dessert, just like real wrinkly, like a crepe, yes? And you know what? Humans, they don't appreciate crepes. They don't appreciate the skin, but you know who does? Turtles! Turtles! Yeah, turtles. Because they got that skin, right? They got that crepey skin. Yeah, it's all wrinkly. So the other day I was walking down the street and I saw a turtle, right? She was owning it. She was owning her skin. I hear you in the back, you like it. All right. So I'm old, but I like to fuck, right? You can tell. So I take off my grandma sweater. Oh, TJ Maxx, I take it off. I'm a sexy grandma. She's asleep. This one right here is asleep. Okay.
Have you ever done a rebirthing?
Not that I know of.
Oh, you should think about doing it.
Who goes on dates? Anyone? Am I the only one? Jesus! This is gonna be an awkward story to tell.
What is that? Is it like a vaginal rejuvenation?
No, but you should think about doing that too.
I think I'm good there. Nothing ever goes in there, so I should be good.
All right, cut.
Yeah, I never met an animal that had anything interesting to say. Welcome to the stage right now, your headliner, Nora Hopkins!
Hi everyone, thank you for coming out. Good to be out of my room. Spend a lot of time indoors these days, just straddling that fine line between tweezing and self-harm. I've been wishing lately that I could outsource eating, just like something to do that.
Hey, Missy, it's me again. I'm just calling because I was thinking about you and also wondering if you're going to be able to make it tomorrow. I really hope you can come. I don't want to do this by myself. I was hoping you could give me away. So anyway, give me a call back when you get a chance. NBD, no big deal. Actually, it is kind of a big deal. So if you could, if you could call me back and let me know either way, BD, that would be really great. Okay. Anyway, I guess I'll.
Hey, Mick. Hi.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good. Where are you coming from?
Oh, I had a drink.
Yeah, I see that. You look like Bambi trying to learn how to walk for the first time.
Oh, you're so dear to me.
Get it? Yeah, I get it.
Oh, I just feel so warm and good,
That's real. That's awesome.
Like butter melting, you just like let go of all the stupid things that are stressing you out and just feel good in the moment.
Yeah.
I've been told that I have a funny sneeze, and that's not like exactly amazing comedy, but it's like these days we'll take a laugh where we can get it, right? So I have a funny sneeze, and what do you say to somebody when they say to you, you have a funny sneeze, like, hey, right back at you? It's like a little word joke. But so here's my impression of myself with this famous funny sneeze of mine. I actually don't want to do that. I don't feel like doing that, I'm sorry. Okay. It's one of those times for me where do you ever get this way where everything is too much of an effort? I mean, I brush just the front of my hair, do you know what I mean?
Look at all these street lights. Isn't it just gorgeous out here?
Yeah.
something to confess to you.
What?
So earlier for lunch, I had sausage with peppers and onions, and like, I'm worried my breath smells terrible right now.
Let me smell.
Oh.
I mean, it does smell like sausage, but it's not bad.
I know, okay. You know, one time I ate a dog biscuit, and it wasn't even by accident. I just ate it because it was there.
A dog biscuit, ladies and gentlemen, a dog biscuit.
You can probably tell I'm not from here. I'm Texan. No, just kidding. I'm Irish. I'm an immigrant, so not around for much longer. Well, we'll see. I mean, I'm one of the white ones, so I'm okay for the time being. I've been cancelling a lot of plans because of Syria. Okay. Thank you.
Let's go back to my place.
Oh, I mean, I can't.
Why not?
I'm with Brian, you know.
Oh, I know.
Ew, I know.
I can't. I mean,
Come on, you just kissed me.
I know. I'm sorry. I'm totally.
Sorry?
I'm really.
Really?
No, I'm so attracted to you, and I just got a little carried away. It's weird. It's just confusing. You know, I really like you.
Just another straight girl.
Oh, come on. It's not like that. I'm not. It's.
Yeah,
I care about you.
Okay.
Come on,
All right.
what are you doing?
Well,
What are you
have a good
doing? No, come on, Mick. Bye, straight girl, thanks. It's like we're on a spectrum.
But I mean, it's just really hard to focus on doing comedy when it's like there's all these old men in Washington, D.C. deciding what's going to happen to women's bodies, and they're actually senile. Like, it's not like, you know, oh, I disagree with them. It's like, no, those are senile old men. They should just be in a wicker wheelchair rocking on their plantations or wherever the fuck they came from. But instead, they're deciding what's going to happen to us. So, yeah, I think that, so dating, so let's do some dating stuff. Dating doesn't matter. And what else happens? So, yeah, it's the Nazis are back. So there's bigger things to worry about. It doesn't really, so I don't mean to get all like, you know, like nothing matters, but is there anything? Is there anything? You guys think of anything? Yeah, I mean, okay, this is an interesting exploration, sort of self-absorbed, about like the thin line between comedy and tragedy. Sorry to take up your time, and good night, everyone. Good night. Thank you. Good night.
Nora.
What?
Where are you going?
I'm leaving. I have to get out of here.
Why?
I told you that I wasn't into it, and now look what happened.
We're gonna stay, we're gonna have some drinks, talk about friends.
We're gonna have drinks and mingle.
Yeah.
Did you see what happened in there?
You killed. They laughed so hard, you were hilarious.
No, I did not kill. Now, I certainly didn't bomb as hard as you just bombed and humiliated yourself in there, but I didn't kill.
Wow, okay. Yeah, I did.
Yeah, you bombed?
Yeah. But you know what? I did this for you. I did this for us.
You did what? Created an epic silence in a shitty Brooklyn bar in the middle of the night. For me. How's that helpful to me?
I did it for you because you said that your profile needs to be bumped up or you're going to lose your visa.
I don't even know if I want to stay in this country. No offense, but it's a disaster, and what you're doing is really inadequate at best.
Inadequate?
Yeah, it's pathetic.
All right, fine. Sorry that the things I'm trying to help both of us do are too pathetic for you.
You're doing sexy grandma while there's white supremacists in the White House. Congratulations.
Yeah, Nora, I know there's white supremacists in the White House. You don't have to tell me that. Fucking idiot.
but no. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When you dream, dream slow. Take the time to let dreams grow. Just dream, just dream, just dream. And on and on and on. And on and on and on. It's been a long day. You've been working hard, you deserve to pay. Looking for a place where we can go and leave it on the dance floor. Don't close, don't fall. It's been a long time since I've seen your face. You've been on my mind. Let me take you to a place where music saturates the atmosphere. There's magic there. Hey, and the band plays on and on and on and on. Its favorite song when there's an all night long. And the band plays on and on and on and on. Till it got it done when there's no night long. And the band plays on and on and on and on and on and on and on. It's been a long night, couple hours more till the sunlight. Can't remember who, why I went. Just everyone the strings away. Salute my friends. It's been a long time since I held you close, but you're chained to mine. Remembering that love you so much more, but still for someone you adore. Calling on God, hey, and the band plays on and on and on and on. Its favorite song when dancing all night long. And the band plays on and on and on and on till it got it done when there's no night long. And the band plays on and on and on and on and on and on and on. keep on chasing your love, your love. Soon it will be that the sun will set on our love, your love. You got skin like the sweetest of the berries, babe. And a woman breaks that will make a man fall in love. Never thought that I would be the one to stop the air, stop the air. So that you won't slow down. And as our feet press against Mother Earth's cheek, I try to think of ways that I can get in front of your love. But you always seem to have the upper hand, upper hand. Sure that you don't fall down. You keep on running and I keep on chasing your love, your love. Oh, soon it will be that the sun will set on our love. You always talking about how you've been hurt before, and you can't imagine going through that hurt again. But I think the more you run, the more pain you cause, pain you cause. Running from your answer, they say better to have lost love than never to have loved at all. They say life without love is just like body without soul. So in a way, I guess we're two empty shells. Yeah. Play this lonely game. No one person will ever win. So you have to make a choice. Is it love? Oh, is it
Thank you.
When individual creativity unites to form a sonic fist in search of freedom, equity, and joy, you get freelance. They're here to change the game and make sure we know that the labor of creativity is a valued light that can't be dimmed. This is B-Side, and I'm your host, Kenyatta Beasley, and we're going to get right into it. Welcome, Freelance, and can you tell us about this, your medley before we introduce the band members?
Yeah, thank you so much for having us.
Yeah.
That first song was, the song is called Band Plays On. It was actually our single.
Right.
We released it about a year ago.
You have a video of that.
We got a music video for it as well, yeah. So, yeah, that's been an amazing song to perform, to create, and then also like just to see, you know, the effect that it has on people. It's been amazing for us. I'm gonna let actually Asar, the ambassador, to talk about the second song.
Oh yeah, Your Love. That's what you guys just heard. It's a journey, and that's the whole purpose of the song. Is pretty much about, you know, a man, you know, pursuing a woman but getting curved in parallel universes. It's like it's in Africa and he's getting curved in New York.
Okay.
Like, you know, like, yeah. Oh, yeah.
So no matter what happens, you're gonna get curved.
Yeah, you know, but he's still pursuing.
And the result is still the same.
Yeah, it's still a journey. It's still a journey, you know. So here we are now, you know.
Yeah, it sounds a little darker than it actually is.
Actually, it's life.
We got a music video coming up for that one as well.
Okay.
So definitely look out for that. Yeah, that'll be the second single from our album. We have an album called Yesterday. If you look at his T-shirt is actually the album cover.
Pianist and model.
Right.
Stop.
You know, so that's the album cover, and yeah, that's available to be streamed and downloaded on all platforms.
All right, so can you introduce the band for us?
Yeah, sure. Just gonna start on my right. This is Craig Hill playing saxophone.
Yeah.
From Dayton, Ohio. You know, he's from Ohio, so he's not feeling too good about what's happening. But you know, he's going all right though. It's all good.
That wasn't right. Man.
Hey, look, there's still time. There's still time.
Right.
Then we have Yosed Tejeda. He's from the Dominican Republic. You know, giving us all those Afro-Dominican vibes. Now we have Justin Tyson on drums.
Say something.
From Indianapolis, Indiana, and next we have a guest with us performing. His name is Josh Hari, and playing bass. We're very happy to have him on bass. He's amazing, just stepping in and just learning our music. Our music is not easy to learn, so we appreciate him being here and yeah, giving his energy. And last but definitely not least is our musical director, Asar, the ambassador. And he and I actually write a lot of the songs together, and yeah, he's a big part of the reason why we are where we are. And my name is Smithsonian.
So the band, if I'm not mistaken, everybody met at Berkeley up in Boston.
Yep, that's right.
Seeing that, usually when you go to a school of music, it's usually about the individual. And everybody's trying to get their own voice and whatever form of creativity that they're trying to express. And it's very rare that you see people stick together after graduation and become a band. So, I mean, how did you guys like start to vibe out in Berkeley? When you got there?
Pretty much, we're all homies outside of music. And
Right.
that's pretty much how it happens. You know, I think that honestly, your music is a reflection of who you are and like who you are socially. You know, so you know, we just kind of vibe out on sports and a lot of different things. We play ball together. I be like, you know, busting their tail in ball. So after rehearsal, that kind of like, you know, they add extra energy during the rehearsal because of what I did on the court. So it's just like it all.
Well, you know, I almost want to say, man, either you're like the LeBron or Kevin Durant, but we're gonna go with Kevin Durant at this point.
Oh no. Yeah.
Sorry,
Yeah, I got you know, I got to rock with my man Kev. I guess I got to rock with my man Kev for now. But yeah, seriously though, like socially, we all just kind of get along, and it just kind of works out musically as well. You know, so. Pretty much it.
So were you guys gigging in Boston, or was it just like, hey, let's find a room and let's just vibe out some songs, or how did it all come together?
So we actually started, we started separately because I actually went to Berkeley for drums.
Okay.
And then after I left Berkeley, I began to like, life starts lifing, and it's, it starts getting real hard. So I was like, you know what, let me see if I can, pull anything out of my bag, So I was like, okay, let me develop my singing a little bit, and I came out with a project called Dimensions. And after that, Chad heard it, and he was like, yo, we got to do something like together, because he had a band of all instrumentalists. So we decided to put them together, and we started doing this this weekly event in Cambridge, this place called East Meets West. Shout out to them. They pretty much gave us our start. That's where we were able to kind of like, cultivate the sound and like, just, put everything together. And yeah, from there, we all kind of, one by one started moving to New York. And then by the time we got to New York, we came up with the name Freelance, and now we're here.
So when you guys moved to New York, you guys made the collective decision to say, hey, let's do a band concept, because usually everybody wants to go their, like I said before, their own different way, and I'm a star.
Well, the cool thing is that we actually all are still playing with other artists. Like, that's what makes this band so crazy, is that, individually, we're all still like, making moves and, playing with amazing artists, but we come together for this sound because this is our music. This is something that we're passionate about. And that's special to us. Like, just being able to, go in and, create something that's real to us and authentically, our message and our sound. Right. So yeah.
And we also want to, through what we're doing, and there's a lot of other bands, and we want to encourage other musicians to, form groups and form, alliances with the homies and kind of cultivate something. Because, like you said, New York can kind of be a little bit
It's very much about the individual.
Yeah, individual grind.
Well, I mean, speaking of, as you guys have moved to New York, from Boston down, I mean, how has New York influenced, the music that you write and your concept?
Honestly, a lot of the songs that I've written for this project were influenced by the shows that I would go to. When I first moved here, that's all I did. The first year is just like go and support, a lot, I call New York Berkeley 2.0, because it's like all the students, they either go to New York, they go to LA. Yeah, exactly. So there's so many Berkeley students here, and they're all like, building their careers. So I would go and, check them out, and they're amazing. Like, so I would go and get influenced and inspired and go home and write a song. Like, you know what I mean? Like, so for me, it was less about a competition and more about, like, it was beautiful, like, for me to see, like, my peers, like, all kind of rising up, and, like, we're kind of rising up together. It's more of a community than anything.
Right,
Yeah.
right. I mean, man, having gone to the new school, a lot of guys I went to school with, like Robert Glasper and Marcus Strickland, we're all, like, real tight to this day, because that's our, and I'm seeing that you guys have this sense of community, and it's really reflective in your sound. Yeah. So with that being said, can you set up the next medley that you're gonna deliver for our audience? Yeah, so the next medley is a medley of two songs. It's Infinite People, which is actually not on the records. It's a newer song, but we love it, so we wanted to do it. And then the second song is Why Wait, which is on the record, and is basically just a call to action, for people to just be aware of what's, happening in today's society. Yeah, that's basically what it is. Awesome. Once again, Freelance.